High rolear 2 necos y en el último rol tener la Jinx, poderla doble nequear, al mismo tiempo haber hiteado Sivir y todo esto, bueno, a una vida. Esto es muy importante para mí porque no había tenido un buen día, también me sentía mal, tenía ciertos nervios, me había levantado muy temprano. Y bueno, hubo 2 partidas donde salvé posiciones gracias a 2 necos que aparecieron en la partida. No era algo que había pasado muy seguido. Y bueno, para el segundo día prometí que si llegaba a la final me tatuaba una neco. Y bueno, eso pudo pasar. Me tatué. Y bueno, ahí comenzó uno de mis grandes logros en TFT.
I kind of discovered the Senna tech before most people. Like, I had a good read on the patch, so I played so much Senna. I am pretty sure that I was the player with most games of Senna on this tournament. Hello, my name is Relic. I am from Venezuela. I represent Latam, and I play TFT since set 1. I love competing in TFT. First of all, I am kind of addicted to competing. Like, it's my main hobby in life. I live by competing. I have been playing other video games as well. I was pro in 4 video games already. One of them being League of Legends. It was my main game, let's say, in my career. I played there for 4 years professionally. I went to Worlds as well. And TFT is different from those games because it's a game that you decide everything. Like, it's not a team game, and every game is different. I think I have my own view of the game on when to risk it and when to not, and I think I show in Worlds that when my positions were difficult, I pretty much every time but once I saved them. I only started competing in TFT like less than 6 months ago, and I got to finals on MSI and Worlds. I think that's pretty good. I don't have an inspiration. I just have high standards on myself, and I try to be a better me every day. Sometimes I fail, sometimes I do it, but I usually don't look up on other people to inspire me. I just look up to other people to learn from them because there are so many good players on TFT. I remember this game pretty well. It was one of the top ones that I got in Worlds, And I was very happy this game because it was the portal where you get an or item, and I was offered a DFG. This item like is considered the worst last set, and maybe this set as well. But there was a tech with Senna that was pretty nice because you cast faster, and with the amplified damage that the item gives you, usually you clean the front lane very fast, and you manage to get on the third or maybe even the second ultimate on back lane, like very, very fast. I kind of discovered the Senna tech before most people. Like I had a good read on the patch, so I played so much Senna. I am pretty sure that I was the player with most games of Senna on this tournament. Yeah, this game was pretty clean, was a top one. I am very grateful that Riot is making TFT such a big esport and is making it so everyone can play professionally. That's pretty nice, and I hope a lot of people will be on my back this set. Mano, tengo fe.
Do you have so little faith in your own light? Only you can save us. But first you have to try. Once more.
era a minha primeira final de um regional e chegar assim, ganhando o jogo foi algo que me marcou muito e me mostrou que eu sou capaz de estar entre os melhores mesmo. Olá, meu nome é Pedro, mais conhecido como Bapizeira, e eu jogo TFT desde 7.1. Desde criança eu sempre gostei muito de competir e é algo que move muito a minha vida, a competição, eu tô sempre querendo ganhar. E eu acho que o TFT eu encaixou muito pra mim, sabe? Me encontrei muito no TFT porque é uma forma de você evoluir, de você melhorar como jogador, muito individual, né? Porque é um jogo de individual. E eu acho que foi perfeito pra mim. Bom, eu comecei a jogar jogos competitivos, acho que no console. Comecei ali no FIFA, no Rainbow Six. E depois que eu parti pro computador, foi mais pelo LoL até chegar no TFT, né? O que me torna único, eu acho que talvez a forma que eu me planejo pros campeonatos. Eu sinto que é o meu foco principal, ter uma estratégia bem traçada e algo bem pessoal para mim mesmo, tipo, enxergar as comps do meta e saber o que dá certo para mim, sabe? Acho que é isso. Minha grande inspiração, acho que com certeza é o Todd, o streamer e player brasileiro, porque o primeiro campeonato da TFT, quando eu tava começando a entender como é que funcionava o competitivo da TFT, foi uma LCQ que o Todd jogou e eu acompanhei a transmissão dele inteira, assim, desde o começo, a galera vibrando e torcendo por ele. E algo que eu almejo muito ter isso pra mim, sabe? Ter gente torcendo por mim e torcendo pelas minhas vitórias. Bom, nesse clipe aí, acho que foi muito marcante pra mim, mas pelo contexto mesmo, porque era a minha primeira final de um regional e chegar assim, ganhando o jogo foi algo que me marcou muito e me mostrou que eu sou capaz de estar entre os melhores mesmo. O resto da final não foi muito bom pra mim, mas falando do clipe específico, eu acho que não só pela maneira como eu cheguei na final, mas pela minha estratégia foi muito, muito marcante pra mim, porque eu tava utilizando a lenda Poro e tava meio diferente do meta ali da galera, tentando fugir dos contestes e tals. E eu sinto que chegar na final do meu estilo de jogo com a minha estratégia foi algo único pra mim. Bom, eu queria agradecer a comunidade da TFT que vem me apoiando, a meus amigos também que estão sempre me ajudando a evoluir como jogador. E torçam por mim para os próximos campeonatos que eu espero estar aí nas próximas Cups e quem sabe no Golden Spatula.
It is so good to see all of you here for day number 2 of the America's Golden Spatula, our TFT players' final chance to qualify for the Tactician's Crown, our World Championships for the Inkborn Fables set. My name is Nekra and I'm your desk host this weekend, joined once again by my 4 incredibly talented co-workers. We have Ken and Gangly, they're waiting in the wings to bring us through our first game of the day, and we've got Casanova and Jupesan to get our broadcast started on the right foot. How are you both doing?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I'm excited to be back for day 2. Day 1 was spectacular. We have the very first time that we have the Americas all together for like this regional final. And Weijin once again coming out on top at the end of a day 1 in a regional. I mean, this is kind of like his big power spike, and it was cool to see it happen again.
For sure, you feel the American flavor with Weijin in first, but also the surprise is Brazil with 4 players in top 8. They're actually killing it. The magic, as Ken was saying before, is actually happening for them. So this should be a great day. Only 8 will qualify to tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. We already sent home 8 players yesterday, which means our field has been cut down to just 24 players left. And at the end of today, we're only going to have 8 players remaining. So that final lobby on day number 3 tomorrow is going to be so stacked. But it was already so difficult to qualify to compete at this year's event. I mean, take a look at the roadmap that we had for the Inkborn Fable set, and you'll see that things are pretty different, actually, because we are following a format much more similar to that of EMEA, and as you said, Casanova, we have combined all of our regions for the Americas into one singular circuit. So not only did you have to compete against the best of the best in North America, but you also had to compete against some of the best in Latin America. Jupe-san, I know you were a competitor this season, so how did you feel like these changes were for you?
I really like them. You have the possibility still to maintain the old scheme of each region. So you have sub-regional for Brazil, for Latam, face-to-face on-site regionals also for NA. And then you have the possibility to advance to trials and then to advance to cup. And if you are very good at ladder, you can skip a lot of these trends, a lot of this process, and go directly to the possibility of go for cups. Some add qualifier points and then have the possibility to be here. So I feel it's great. You have a lot of people going from different places, but the best of the best have the possibility to get further in an easier way.
Yeah, and this is going to be the first time that we are able to see the broadcast in terms of the official stream that we have here. But Casanova, we've also been able to cover all of that amazing action throughout the season through co-streams like yours. So how was that process for you?
Yeah, co-streams were very fun. I think the highlight had to be sub-regional events, actually, and going to DreamHack and actually co-streaming the event live from the location, which was really, really awesome. Seeing Ramblin pick up a win and, you know, directly qualify into the cup. I think that's like very cool to have those lands and add more of that community element, where there were a lot of pro players in that event, but also a lot of people who you may not have seen make final lobbies in a lot of the cups, having a chance to try and qualify directly into a cup via this tournament. I think it was a lot of fun, really brought back that grassroots feel to TFT.
Well, I know both of you were busy this season doing the co-streams or competing, but so glad to have you both here for the Golden Spatula for the Americas. Now, what's at stake this weekend? We have a prize pool for all of our competitors. Unfortunately, sending home 8 players yesterday, they still got a chance to go home with a couple hundred in their pocket, but the lion's share is still up for grabs. $14,000 there for first place, and the money just keeps getting better and better if you're able to progress through today. So I know that the players are all going to be looking out for that. But also, you know, they're also going to be looking over for these spots for the Tactician's Crown. As we take a look at our format for this weekend, we are in day number 2, which means that from our 24 players today, we only have 8 that get a chance to compete tomorrow. But the big staple of today, Jupe-san, all of our players that competed from day number 1, their points carry over. There is no point reset today.
For sure. So the carryover is very important, both for the average placement that day 3 will have an additional participant to advance. Only 4 would advance directly according to the results of day 3, but day 2 would be the story of Altenaue versus Michael. Either of them are tied in points and they're ready to advance directly today to the Tactician's Crowns. Either of them, with the result that we will have, they will be able to do it. And Babsera is the one who's also in a tough spot because he got eliminated on day 1 and now he depends on the performance of Evolution. So very important. The cutoff today is very big, so only 8 would advance to day 3.
And that was so much action yesterday. Like, the fact that we already had Babsera going home, I think it's just a testament to the level of competition that we actually had yesterday. I mean, even just kicking off the day so strong, Casanova, we got a chance to see Replay actually get a win for our very first game of our lobby on the broadcast. And I thought that was so exciting just to see North America come out swinging.
Yeah, we actually had a couple firsts from Replay on the broadcast, right? The first game, and I think it was like the 3rd or 4th game that he ended up grabbing a first on stream as well. And I think just seeing a lot of these, you know, players that we expected to do well is always exciting to watch, right? Because, you know, there is a bit of variance in TFT, but when these players can kind of rise above that and have these consistent results, it's always just like so inspiring and exciting to watch. So players like Dish, so players like, you know, Replay, players like Wajan Iverson, right? Even just from the NA side of things, having these pop-off performances and still being around trying to fight for those world spots is really great to watch.
For sure, we saw a lot of Senna, a lot of reroll as a possibility, a lot of Fast 8. We'll see some slide about the comps later, but it was very impressive that like each region has its own archetype. So for example, Brazil, if we exclude the Baxera that was playing almost Kane every game, they actually went for the AP line. They were playing Lilia, they were playing Lux reroll, they were playing Syndra. So they actually maintained that as a preference for them, and it worked out amazing. Lilia is a comp that normally you want to play it when you don't know what to play and you have an AP startup, but they actually prioritized this possibility, and the Annie was making work. Ego Illusion performed amazing, Bio also. So I believe that the preparation of not only playing the full meta comps, but actually recognizing the spots to play your comfort zone was also amazing for them to actually improve and maintain this high relevancy on day one.
Yeah, it's a big thing too. Like, you know, we don't have a thing talking about it later, but looking at the stats, you know, seeing Vertical Story Weaver being so incredibly strong, and I think that it didn't get to pop up a ton, but when the circumstances show up, i.e. you find an emblem, right, you get that good start for it. Ends up being so good in a meta where Kayn is so dominant, right, where you have that big burst to hit the clumps of melee. And I think that seeing some more different ways to counter the meta throughout the days is definitely exciting to watch and see what happens. You know, Amumu, of course, been a beast the entire time, carrying a lot of these fights. Yeah, Matassa.
I've been looking at the Udyrs just going after the backline. And that's something that, like, wow, Udyr is actually just a terror. You get a chance to 2-star that thing, and it walks on top of your backline carry, and it's gone. I like, plain and simple. So it's interesting to see the development of all of those countermeasures that these players are starting to keep in mind, because towards the beginning of the day, we really did see a lot of players go maybe a little bit scared of their opponents. Like, you don't want to try to contest those trees, and as we ended up progressing through the rest of the day, it was a lot of Kayn. It was a lot of Lilia. We also had a lot of players play Fortune to varying degrees of success. And I think that's something else that we have to weigh out the pros and cons of. Is a risky strategy like that worth it?
Yeah, for sure. The volatility of Fortune is actually something that both Setsuko and Texomer were trying to do it. They had, as you said, mixed results. It's a first at 8 strategy, and normally it's a meta where you want to roll at 8 and you cannot skip level 8 to go to level 9. Setsuko tried to do it yesterday with intermediate results. Texomer got amazing results at first, but then didn't work out for him. So it's a meta where you need direction, and Fortune gives you resources, but you don't know what you will get in the cash out. So sometimes it's amazing for your comp, and sometimes you get like a little so-so, and actually you cannot able to perform or cap out in the way you would like to.
That's tough, because we did see a lot of players like not even just look at maybe how the Fortune cash outs worked out, but they would take branching out, see what emblem they could get. Sometimes that was also hit or miss. But we also ended up seeing a couple of players take Call to Chaos and just other different facts of RNG that kind of could make or break your composition cast.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that, you know, we saw a lot of Wandering Trainers be actually very successful finding, you know, the Porcelain emblem and being able to play into the reroll that way. We actually saw the branching outs keep like hitting the Kayn, the Reaper emblem like over and over, and then still not actually really succeeding or finding the best spots for it, even though it felt like an incredible like high roll. So I'm curious. I think players will continue to take those, because I think emblems are good when you get them for like more value than the normal thing would be worth, right? 2 emblems for a gold, 1 emblem for a silver, worth more than the average. So I think we'll still see it, but it is risky, like you're saying.
Well, at the end of our day number one thing's for sure, we had 8 players, unfortunately, have to make an exit. So we only have 24 players remaining. But out of those 8, it was a heartbreaker. Jupe, we saw this cutoff at 23 points. David Ace barely able to sneak in there as that 24th player. But unfortunately, we did have to say goodbye to Tech Summers, Bapsera. So tough.
Yeah, for sure. Texomer, Fritz, and Pino eliminated from Latam. And in case of BCLF, one of the favorites also because of historical performance to get with Batsera, considered one the best player right now in Brazil, actually got eliminated in this place. For Rene is a goodbye for Spencer, for Ripple, for Cambly. So actually, we'll stop seeing these players. They went for risky plays. They went for many possibilities. And now in the cutoff, they are also at risk. So David As, Wilf, Asa, Slooper, they don't have much points, so they have to step it up today. They have to have a great performance in order to advance to day 3.
Yeah, and one of the big things, Bapsera just needed to finish 21st overall, and he would have just immediately qualified via qualifier points. So by getting 26th, being knocked out, can't advance that even more. There is now a chance for Ego Illusions to pass him, and we'll cover that even more later, but it is just, the fact is it's no longer in Bapsera's control, and he is praying for Ego's downfall at this point for trying to make it back in.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at those players that are in those first 2 through 16th places, and Ego is at 7th right now. So these points carrying over, it does mean that there is a bit of a leg up for these players that are going to have 32 points, 33 points. Wei Shen Iverson being our points lead at the end of the day is going to be our leader in the average placement as well, and that's another factor we have to consider for our players' qualification chances to go to the Tactician's Crown. The player with the best AVP is going to be one of those spots. So
It's very
there's a lot to play for.
For sure, Necker. It's very important to recognize that if you see replay against Relic 15 against 6, it's only a 3-point difference. So actually, the top of the ladder, the top of the standings is very, very close. Maybe Wei Shen and Quales Belto a little farther away from the competition. And again, highlight the magic of Brazil having 4 players in Evolution, Toshi Bio, and Quales Belto in the top 8. So it's still up for grabs for everyone. And these 6 games of today, the day 2, will define the 8 players for tomorrow, very close or closer to advance to the Tactician Crown.
Yeah, it's big. Just as Hupe is saying, you know, the kind of the bottom 8, right, 17th and 24th, are going to have big days, right? They're probably going to have to take some of those huge risks, those huge swings to try and make it into that top 8. But everyone else is close enough that it's really just about playing really solid TFT, having a slightly above average day, and that might squeeze you into that top 8. And that's the big thing to look at. It's a harsh cutoff to get rid of 16, but the field is still relatively close.
Yeah, it's going to be such a tight race today, and the day 2 competition gets even better when we've got a special guest joining us so we can pick his brain for the thoughts heading into day 2 of the competition. We've got Pie Hat on the line with us. How are you doing, and how did you find day number 1?
Hi, how are you? I'm actually really excited and a little scared. I think the tournament has been really amazing so far, with a lot of heartbreaks and a lot of really ups and downs. And probably you've talked about it, but the Michael and Altanaue storyline, 2 people racing face to face, they are tied in qualifier points, they are tied in actual points right now in the standings. So we've been just following that, basically that storyline all the way through, and it's been really amazing.
I mean, that was the main thing I wanted to ask you about was, you know, this Michael versus Altanaue. I mean, it's basically you had a great tweet. It was like peak cinema. These 2 tied in points, fighting back and forth. Like, what are you looking at this as mostly a race between the 2, or at this point are you mostly just cheering? You know what? They're close enough. They'll both make it at this point of the tournament.
Look, I hope they both make it, because if not, it's gonna be a disaster. I think one of them is going to be very sad. I don't think we want that. They've been amazing throughout the whole set, and I think they just deserve to make it to Worlds, and I really hope they are both making it to day 3. And also Relic, let's not ignore him as well.
Totally. Pai, I wanted to ask you, you're a pillar of the LATAM community, you're in Worlds, a representative, then you with Rincon TFT, and now doing also the co-streamer together with the community. How do you feel that the new changes in competitive scene are affecting the community and the players as esports? Now, before, LATAM was very far away from Brazil and from NA, and now some of the stories are merging together. How do you feel this changes the competitive scene, and if you've seen anything interesting across region that you want to share?
I mean, the main point I found was the Don't Talk If You Don't Know, the Frodans podcast, where he actually had the power rankings, and he actually invited people from LATAM and from Brazil. They've been making rankings together, and I think that's one of the biggest points. There's more acknowledgement on the different regions. Gangly as well, doing all the interviews on the rankings and all that, and you being here, Hupe. So I think those things are really great, and I hope LATAM and Brazil are seeing this as an opportunity to combine and grow and possibly overthrow NA. I think that's the main goal.
I feel like that's always the story, is it? Can we actually see North America get dethroned? And so, what do you think? Do you think that Michael Altanaue, any of the Brazilian players, do they have a good shot today to be able to get it done? And why do you think so?
Honestly, it's big shoutouts to Brazil. They have 4 players right now in the top 8. I think it's really amazing. I think Ego is playing out of his mind, so Bio and Toddy as well. And probably I'm missing someone, so I'm sorry if I'm missing someone. But yeah, they've been doing so well, and I think the Brazilian storm needs to be consistent, and they probably can put 2 or 3 players in the finals. And LATAM and in LATAM, both Michael and Altanaue, I think they have an upper hand on a lot of players, and a lot of NA also respect them as players and and throughout the history and all that. So yeah, that's basically, I'm just throwing flowers. I'm just glazing them up. So yeah, that's my job right now.
We love that. I think Jupe, we might have one more question for Pi Hat, if you don't mind.
Yeah, for sure. Pai, my question is regarding also Relic. Relic has is in the cutoff. He made the Worlds again. We lose Tech Summers, so we now have the possibility again to have two players in Michael and Antenawe getting to the third Worlds and Relic going back to back. How do you feel is the peak of LATAM? And do you think there's a possibility of getting more broth or more people interested in the competitive? Because I feel in LATAM we have like the best recognition, but we need to empower up the base. Do you see any possibilities on the future? And what is your incentive for players? What do you recommend for new players that want to perform at this level?
I mean, I feel like you said, there's a big three, possibly big four now, with Relic joining the conversation on the top of the best in LATAM. And we just need the rest of the players to see this as an incentive to carry on. I think there's a lot of good players in LATAM, and I think this set, the competitive scene and merging with Americas and all that, was a big wake-up call for a lot of them. So I just really hope they combine, they actually talk more, they study more together. And I think as a region, we've always been a little not really interested in talking too much. We had a lot of small groups, but hopefully after this they actually start talking more as a community and actually empowering them basically all the way through, like Brazil is doing. If I recall correctly, Brazil, the 6 or 8 players that are actually in the tournament, they study together. They basically it's basically a club of friends playing and learning and improving. A lot of them needs to do that as well.
Yeah, that's what we were hearing, and it has definitely worked out for them so far, looking at our top of the standings today. Pi Hat, thank you so much for coming onto the stream with us and sharing that insight. It's been so amazing to have you.
Pai Hat, you won with the Rincón TFT in the costuming program. You were dancing the Cobuco. So there's a challenge. There's dance again, so you can get additional points. We can dance with you. So give me some
Can we dance with you?
Go for it. Hey!
Well, now on that note, thank you so much.
Have a good stream.
You too. Have a great post. I was wondering, Jupe was like, come on, I gotta set you up to get this the dance in there. It's okay. I'm glad we got it in at the end of it. That was fun.
Nearly forgot to get him to dance. I remember the last second. You gotta get Pi Hat to dance when we get him on.
We did it. We
did it. All right. Well, now that we've had such a fun interview, it was great to hear all of that insight as well on just how the changes in the scene have really affected being able to bring together Latin America, Brazil with North America. And I think it's already led itself to some really amazing competition so far. And we still have so much yet to show everybody. Before we get into that, let's talk about the meta a little bit, because I think this is where we can really start to talk about the meta, not just for compositions, but also like, how are the players that are in this qualifier points race actually going to approach today? There's like 2 metas within the meta, right? Because we have these races for the qualifier points across the board.
Yeah, the big thing to look at between those two, right? It's Babzera, who did not quite get into this day, so he can't just guarantee his spot. And Ego Illusions needing to just get 11th place or better to guarantee that he takes the qualifier spot for Brazil instead. On the other side of it, we're looking at Altenawe and Michael, and it is just whoever places higher than the other on today will get the qualifier point spot for them. So after today, we will know it is Sox, it is either Ego Illusions or Babzera, and then it is either Altenawe and Michael as 3 of the 8 representatives that will be going forward. So it is very, very big to look at this. Ego just needs to play for top 11. Michael and Altenawe, they have to play their very best. They have to outplace each other. They have to fight back and forth. It is so exciting.
They're like holding hands right now with the number of qualifier, like with the number of points that they have in the tournament right now. They're tied for points also, so it is going to be a very close race between the 2 of them as well. And we have 6 games to play out today to determine those spots and rankings. But what about the meta that we actually ended up seeing yesterday, and how does that actually influence the competition today? Let's take a look at our most played compositions from day number 1 so we can get a really good idea of what that looks like. What's standing out to the 2 of you when it comes down to our top 6 comps?
I mean, we have to say it. The default comps for AD are being Kane Reapers. we see even 3 players going for it. Then duelists started to assemble and started to recognize as a powerful force to begin, giving Disho, giving other players that really play going to play it. And AP line, Mythic Invoker is the one that is most played. But it's very important to recognize that the average position cast is not the greatest. It's actually, by being so contested, even though in our minds it's like the default comp, if you don't have a good spot, you're actually not performing with it.
Yeah, all the good comps actually seem to have really bad AVPs. It's kind of unique. We don't normally see it look exactly like this. So a lot more of the niche compositions are actually taking a lot of, top 4 equity when you actually are able to put those together, ones with a lot less play rate. But that doesn't mean that these are weak. These are still incredibly powerful compositions. I'm actually surprised to see the top 4 rate of Duelist look so terrible, because our broadcast bias of the games that we saw players playing Duelist, it was consistently going first or second and just doing really well. But that's part of that win share that we're seeing, right? We just happened to catch a lot of the very good Duelist games that some of the players who are having success with it were playing. Whereas across the whole tournament, Duelist is still not something that you can really force your way into.
I'm very impressed about... Yes, Necro, go.
Oh, I was going to say, conversely, you look at trick shots and you see how the Fortune players were kind of doing on the main broadcast games. And I'm like, okay, maybe not the best Fortune games that we've seen, but the trick shot flex kind of stats don't lie. It's still a good comp.
For sure. And the comp is the pre comp when you play Fortune and you have a good spot. So actually it's performing very, very well. And with a good pick rate, 8%. And something that amazed me was as a Warden Sniper. Actually, it started the Cup 3 and this Golden Spatula very bad with bad results. And people were not actually prioritizing it. But now when they get a good spot, when they get the Sniper emblem, when they get a pumping up early game that you have to go for this and you get the Ginso, actually it's performing well. Of the most played comp is the best so far, so maybe we will see some adaptations going up into the future and for these 6 games of today.
I think is the big winner on everyone else, all these other comps being really contested, is that the players who are ending up in Warden Snipers are basically just finding Ashe for free. She's not really being contested in any of the other compositions, so you're kind of getting your main carry, you're getting everything else online. The only interesting thing is Amumu and Alawi are still very contested units, so the fact that Warden Snipers is still finding success with their units kind of being taken away from their front line is still very cool to see. So that number could definitely fluctuate quite a bit, but incredibly successful on day 1.
Another successful composition is a reroll comp. We got Lux, Janna, a lot of players being able to find spots to go for that, whether it's off of a Wandering Trainer, maybe you're able to get a Porcelain emblem, and then you just kind of really convince yourself to go through that tree. But there are a lot of other reroll compositions that we got a chance to see on broadcast as well, and are also options that these players could play for. One of which I think was so interesting is just thinking about the fact that we had Senna reroll. I think that was a composition in the reroll tree that we saw a lot of, and players were very.
Yeah, I think Senna reroll was one that was pretty successful overall. We actually saw Ghostly, I feel like, outperforming maybe what we would have expected, more of a top 4 comp, but it actually found a couple of times where it got emblems and it found ways to get into the first place instead. But also Kog'Maw reroll, it didn't have obscene success. I just think we saw this comp a lot more than I expected to, and I'm curious if people are just more willing to keep it open, or if we just happen to see those spots pop up.
Yeah, for sure. It's a spot we see for Brazil. We see also Latam players go for it, even a few from NA. So it's actually a very niche comp that if you get a lot of compa, you go of Kog'Maw, you go for it. Bard was played once when we saw the data, but we didn't saw it on the main broadcast. And Timo also is the one missing that a lot of people were waiting for it. But the fact that it needs that artifacts, it needs the possibility of getting that additional pump up, same as Bard, that requires the Witsend, the inner rating locket. It's very difficult to go for it. So Senna, very useful. Lux Amumu, very useful. And Zoe, we started a lot, not much. Altenawe played it yesterday with good results.
Yeah,
so actually reroll, something we were saying yesterday, if a lot of people are playing the same reroll comp, for example, Lux Amumu, a lot of people want to play Senna. So the fact that not much 3-cost reroll are performing or doing so well or being seen is why we are not seeing so many bards and other possibilities maybe.
Makes a lot of sense, especially when you think about the conditions necessary for all of those. But what about Fest 8? I mean, a lot of competitors yesterday were really just like, I gotta get to level 8, I gotta stabilize, and that seems to be the bread and butter of this competition.
Yeah, of course. You can see, here for Kaisa, the Fortune kind of line that you're wanting to look for. We saw, kind of like a 50% top 4. It really was kind of playing 1st or 8th overall when we saw this Kaisa composition come into play on the broadcast yesterday. But I wanted to talk a little bit about duelists, because this is one that coming into the event, I don't think we really expected to see that much of, right? It was kind of like, oh, if we see keepers and we see, you know, them get kind of a perfect start, maybe they'll go for it. But the other one that we've seen pop up from players like Replay and Dish Soap, and you know, not many others finding success, but it was too much candy going into the duelist line. We saw Clement tweeting about this, where there's a couple NA players who are just finding a lot of success with a line that is otherwise not very represented, and it's not only from the keeper's angle. Keeper's still probably going to be your most optimal circumstance, but the fact is there are just multiple ways to get into duelist, and it's about knowing that line. And it does actually seem like not every player in this event knows how to play duelist properly, and that is some edge that some of these players have been able to find.
For sure. Ari Syndra Link was nerfed in the last patch, so that's why we're not seeing that in the top play comp. So it's a comp that is very niche, so we're not seeing much of it. I think we will see a little bit more if they get the actual good startup to get it. And the other comps that we haven't seen more Necra are the hero augments. Actually, very important, very strong on previous patches, but now we have only seen Garen and Kobuko. We're missing Yori, we're missing Neko, we're missing Shen. These comps that are so amazing, so good to see. And I think we will see a little more of them, but it's not like before that you could force them. You actually need a lot of units before the augment is already offered to you. So that's the reason why we see them less. But I think they're still valuable in the meta, and they have been having good results with very low play rate.
In the stats, Shen has one play, and it did really, really, really bad. It went 8th. So we'll see if we get any more of that today from a better spot.
Well, I was going to say, I feel like with these hero augments for Yorick, Nico, and Shen, I feel like you're always going to get contested by a lot of the units that you need to actually fill out these compositions. So I feel like it's really hard. And like, especially if you want to play Shen, you've got the double Rage Blade. I almost feel like the Rage Blades might be served better on something else, so maybe a little bit more powerful.
Could be looking for Ashe if you find an early Rage Blade instead, right? You could try and play into the Warden Snipers line. That's been having a lot of success, and you know, it's a good call out because we actually saw Senna being pretty successful and a decent play rate. So if you're trying to play Shen and then there's a Senna in your lobby, like your Shens are getting taken, you're not actually being able to find it that easily, and so it's maybe not the best overall.
I don't know. One way to find out, though, and that's going to be to dive into our very first game of day number 2 of the America's Golden Spatula. Casanova, Jupe-san, thank you so much for joining me at the top of the show to get our preview of the day. And now we get a chance to go into the action. We send everything over to Gangly and Ken to bring us through this first game.
Thank you so much, Necra and crew. I'm Gangly here with Ken. We're going to bring you through the start of the day number 2 for the Golden Spatula Inkborn Fables. Now, Ken, listen, I'm going to be honest with you because I've come into this event as the proud North American, feeling like I've got the edge on the field. And you said yesterday that we got to believe in the Brazilian magic. And you know what? Brazil top 4 or 4 in the top 8. I imagine you have to be feeling pretty good right now.
I'm feeling really, really, really good, and I think everyone in Brazil who is cheering for TFT is feeling as well. Have you anyone bring an umbrella, because the Brazilian storm is not coming, he's already here. Ego, eu sou Lucas, Koala, sou Bio, Todd, Slooper. If you believe in magic, if you believe in Joga Bonito, please cheer up for Brazil. They are coming, and they are coming very strong. Something that Hupe was saying since yesterday is how the Brazilians are coming to the Golden Spatula with this Lilia comfort zone comp, who is the uncomfort zone for most of the other players. And this competition, I think this be an ace in the hole for the Brazilians.
All right, let's take a look at the lobby that we're going to be kicking off the day with. We've got 2 Brazilians right in the top there, Bio and Todi, and alongside there, Altanawe. We talked about it in the pre-show, right? Altanawe and Michael playing heads up, essentially a one-on-one for the 2 of them, because whichever outplaces the other will get the qualifier slot into the Tactician's Crown. And then we're filled with players like Greya, Relic, Philip, Slooper. Oh, Slooper, another Brazilian in there as well, and Asa. Who do you have your eyes on in this lobby? Look at Bio.
Dancing, preparing for this big fight that it has today for one more day of the Golden Spatula. I'm looking through Antanawe because I think it's really important for him to get good positions, to get to another day of the Golden Spatula, and to guarantee the position of the Latam on this Golden Spatula.
All right, we're in portal selection right now, and you can see nobody even opting into the vendor sentinels. I think, oh, Ace at the last second hops in there. We'll see what's actually selected. What I was going to say is most people don't want to opt into that level of variance. We'll see what portals actually selected. You know what? It's not vendor sentinels, but prismatic party. It's going to give us 3 prismatic augments throughout the game, and I think there's something to be said about the level of variance that can come from a portal like this, because you're going to have augments that will change the pace and the tempo of the game right from the start.
Yeah, it's Prismatic Party will bring so much more stronger augments for this game, so much more power for all the players, and I'm really looking through how they were gonna choose these augments for getting the best of the best that can get with the Prismatics.
We're starting off our game with Slooper. And Slooper, for anyone who's not aware, I mean, probably I would consider Slooper the original king of Brazilian TFT, right? You're thinking back to set 3 where Slooper had, I believe it was second, maybe third at the set 3 World Championship. Third place finish. Really was the player who put Brazil on the map back in the OG days of TFT, and since then I think Slooper may not be seen with the same level of maybe authority in TFT, especially when compared to some of that new blood or even the other players in recent years like VCLF that have really risen to greatness. But when I think of Slooper, this is a player that clearly knows how to perform under pressure, and you and I, we've talked about the importance of resilience in a structure like this, where you can't just show up on one day, you have to show up multiple days in a row. And I was a little surprised to see Slooper actually get out of that first day. He's not someone I had initially favored, and I have to say I'm glad to be proven wrong.
Yeah. Slooper in Brazil is known as the dad of the scenario of the Brazil. Everyone look at him as a father because he got the 3rd position, and since that it's the best position that any Brazilian can get on the words of TFT. Then everyone look to him, everyone know how good he is, and it's really, really good to see him on his prime again.
I was wondering if he was going to take that Wandering Trainer, instead of opting for Buried Treasure. As we take a look at some of the other players, though, Relic taking the Caretaker's Prismatic Augment, Bio taking the Prismatic Ticket. Nothing too spicy, I have to be honest. Yeah. This feels like a lobby where players don't want to risk too much. They don't want to gamble on 2-1, and everybody's really just trying to take augments that they think give them a safe out or a safe way to play the early game.
I think it's really important that everyone know that we have 24 players right now, but only 8 are going for tomorrow. So the results, you can get a top 4 and be happy with it. You need to get a top 3, a top 1, even a top 2, because every result, every point matter for when you're gonna stay tomorrow. If you're gonna be happy or if you're gonna be ready, really, really, really sad.
All right, we're on Philip right now, who is playing the Shopping Spree Augment. So this can be played a couple different ways. The most standard way of playing it when people are prioritizing level 8 is to kind of sacrifice a lot of that early game and instead save your Shopping Spree rolls, which will accumulate as you level up, to try and make a really strong level 8 roll down. Typically, this does mean that you're going to be contesting the other Lost Streakers. So it really does depend on the dynamic of the lobby, but I think Philip's going to be in a spot where he has to very carefully navigate stage 2.
Yeah, we are seeing now Sobayo. He already got a Lux 2 and a Janna 2. I love the Lux comp. I think it's one of the best comps for today. If you hit that early, like Bio was going that game, because it's a comp with a lot of low-cost units like Janna, Lux, Amumu, Ilaoi, Zyra. This gets you early game organized since the beginning and consolidate your mid game. In the end, can you give you the win if you get all day the way that you need for a solid top 3 or more. Let's see how Bio can go on this match.
I'm not gonna lie, if I am in this game and I see someone with Janna 2, Lux 2 on 2-2, I'm already opening the chat and complaining about it. That is, you're definitely feeling pretty good with Bio. It is important to note though, like, you know, you have to be able to maintain that economy. And if you're stuck at 0 gold because you have the free rolls and you're hitting everything in your shop, yes, that feels good, but it does make it more difficult to navigate in that mid game where you really do need to have enough gold to level up and continue your rolls. Now, I wanted to see this because I saw that Greya has taken Living Forge. They talked about it in the pre-show. Hoope talked about how many lines are enabled because of Orin artifacts. Greya getting the Innervating Locket on this early Kabuko means that the line I'm seeing open up very clearly here is a potential Bard angle and a potential Riven angle if you want to go with that line. These are two lines that are traditionally not played without an augment like Living Forge. Bard in particular, though, is extremely powerful with this augment because the units Tahm Kench and Bard can use a myriad of different artifacts such as Wit's End, Innervating Locket, Forbidden Idol being extremely strong on that Tahm Kench. So I'm very curious to see if this opens up a line that Greya wouldn't have been interested in playing otherwise.
Yeah, I thought we are not gonna see a lot of Bard this weekend. I really like the comp, and with that artifact, I think we are going to see that in this game. I think if you had the position that you need for Bard can use this his damage and the Tahm Kench to tank as he needs, maybe you can get even a top 1 position. Let's see that can add up.
You're going to look around, see if there's anything that really stands out. The Galio encounter adding the additional defensive component usually makes it's actually a little bit easier to play around than when it's an additional offensive component, right? Because it is more universal. You normally don't feel bad about having an extra cloak or an extra vest or belt because it allows you to be able to slam a defensive item on stage 2. And I think if you're one of those players like Slooper or Asa who are contesting this full win streak, you're going to be slamming as many possible items right now. But we're taking a look at Relic, who's not streaking too well. In fact, he's doing the old win-loss, the streak that most people are not very excited about, and decides to try and win this next round, maybe get a little bit of additional gold.
About the carousel, the item that you get on your early game carousel doesn't talk too much of how you're gonna play, but when you can get 2 defensive items, I think that can preserve the way you're gonna play. You can take items offensively after, you can choose your composition after, because the items that you use on your front line are always the same. You are going for a Dragon Claw, you are going for items that you can use almost in every tank. So take that on the early game is very good for everyone, and let's see how they're gonna use it.
All right, looks like Slooper and Asa actually went heads up against one another the last round. We did miss that fight, but you can see on the right-hand side that Asa maintained the win streak while Slooper did lose. So this means that Asa is now uncontested potential win streak, and on the flip side, Philip, who we were just looking at for a moment there, uncontested loss streak. But we're looking at Toddy right now. He's got a pretty nice setup, has a Zeke's Herald for this Yone with items. See him on the other side of the board right now. This is a pretty reasonable stage 2 board. However, you're missing a lot of the strong upgrades, and so you just don't really have a lot of base stats, and most fights in stage 2 are just going to be a stat check. Who has upgraded units and has enough damage to get through the other side of the board. So I imagine that this Story Weaver board is going to be able to eventually cut through this Yone once the Kale can cast one more time.
Yeah, that's it. And Jax with 2 slammed items with a lot of tankness helps a lot that now we're getting one more win and Toddy to get that lose. I think in the early game it's very important to see how the players are going to play the Echo or the aggro gameplay, because if you go for the Echo, if you're going for low streak, if you're going for getting use your HP as a resource for you can get more gold, you have to look for the late game for using that HP very carefully, because in the late game you need any point that you can get for survive and get more positions.
Philip angling one of the AD comps right now, right? Traditionally in this meta, you would be imagining that it's going to be Reapers. We have seen some players opt to play into the Duelist line when it is contested. I imagine because he's playing this Lost Streak style, he's going to want to probably play into the Reaper line because it's considered a little bit more stable. It's better to play from behind when compared to Duelist. That said, both of those comps I would consider comps that thrive when playing from ahead, but we've definitely seen players be able to stabilize on level 8, hit an upgraded Kayn, and if you get the units online, you're able to go to level 9, be able to start adding stronger units, maybe like a Wukong 2 for instance. It can absolutely still net you a very high finish, even from behind.
I think you're correct, because Duelist was on one of the dominant comps that we saw yesterday. I think it's the best pivot comping for Reapers, but now we are seeing maybe the contrary. We are seeing doing Duelists for pivoting through the Reapers. And I think it's really great because we know a lot of players want to do the Reapers comp. A lot of players are going through the Reapers comp. Then if you start with Duelist and pivot for the Reapers comp, you have more space, more tranquility for going for the Duelist if you have to.
All right, another Prismatic Augment coming up right now. Who are we on board with? Hard to tell because I believe we just moved.
Yeah.
Looks like we're with Toddy right now. Okay, we're on board with Toddy, who does have these Reapers. He has both the Kindred and the Yone. He's able to find Radiant Relics, gets a Radiant item. Based on what's here, I mean, you'd already have 2 forms of healing with the Bloodthirster and the Hand of Justice, but I don't really think any of these other items are particularly clickable here. So yeah, he does end up with a 3rd healing item. Not the item you really wanted, but it also is important to note when you're playing Reapers, getting additional items feels really good because there are so many units that you want to itemize. You have the Kayn, you have the Yone, you can have a Silas in there. The Kindred can do really well as well. So it doesn't feel that bad to have an additional healing item, but I think at this point in the game, he would rather just have some straight up damage.
Reapers is the best comp for me on this weekend. I think we don't see the stats so good for him because the Reapers comp is a comp that's already really competitive. A lot of players are going to that comp, but with Kayn, with Yone or Kindred or carries, you are just smashing all the units of the opponents. You get if you get Kindred early, if you get a Yone early, like Todd did, and if you get luck to consolidate your composition and get a Kayn, maybe you can get even a top 1. Let's see if we can go through that, because I think we have another players doing that composition. I will see.
Yeah. There's a handful of players that are leaning into this potential Reapers line. Philip, the one who we're watching right now, is one of those people.
Yeah.
Clearly looking to play some sort of level 8 around either Duelists or Reapers. He's got a decent setup for either one. Like we were just talking about before, it's most likely going to be something like Reapers. But I want to follow up with Greya, who we were talking about before, saying maybe the fact that he has Living Forge means that he will lean into the Bard reroll. With this setup, obviously not looking to play Bard reroll. He's got the blue buff, he's got the Ionic Spark. From here, it seems more like he's going to be playing the Syndra Dryad setup, and I would imagine then this Innervating Locket is going to be going on something like Ornn, right? Where if you're getting the additional mana every time that you are hit, and your Ornn is constantly building items for the rest of your Dryads and the rest of your Fated units, it's an incredible way to build a cheap frontline. And we've seen a little bit of the Dryad Syndra yesterday, but not quite enough to make me feel like it's consistent unless you have something that enables it. So what this tells me that Greya was angling toward Syndra from the very beginning is that he believes Living Forge has enough synergy with Syndra that though it may not be an S tier comp, it elevates it enough to make it feasible for his game right now.
Yeah, I think if he doesn't get competitive in this composition, if he can clear that going only him on get the Syndra, maybe he can pull it off, because he had the Syndras, he had the composition with Ornn, and no one is going to get that units. And then it will be really easy for him to get the units that he needs, and with no competition, it will be really, really calm and chill for him.
All right. Another Ornn artifact comes through. Rapid Fire Cannon probably not getting picked up here. Gambler played Diamond's Hand and Manazane, all feasible for one reason or another, depending on kind of what line you're leaning into. I feel like there's a World Diamond Hands makes a lot of sense here. You get the gold generation. Yeah, okay, he does go with that. And it allows you to have a third item on your Rek'Sai right now. So I like this pickup from Greya. I think ultimately, though, it just kind of comes down to whether or not he's going to hit his units on 8 and whether these really strong artifacts have a place that they can live on that gives him an edge against some of the more meta comps.
Yeah, now he is a lot more tanker because that artifact. Now he got one more gold, but it's gold. It's good for him for now for getting the units that he needs. He is on level 6. It's very normal on this stage of the game, but I think with this gold, he can go through to get to the level 8, even on level 9 to get the units that he needs to that snare comp.
Back on board with Toddy now, moving over to SoBio, who we saw had a pretty strong start to the game at this point at third, 86 HP. I would still consider this extremely healthy for stage number 3. And while we talked about it before, right, the fact that you have Prismatic Ticket does mean that you will get these early game, these strong units very early, but it does mean your economy is going to be extremely weak because you have to buy so many units. Something that I think is very interesting is that he opted to take the Lucky Gloves, right? And instead of going for best in slot items for the Lux and the Janna, he says, I'm going to just make Thieves Gloves for the 2 of these because I'm probably going to get decent enough items, and instead I'm going to prioritize my frontline items, which you can see has 2 full items built on the Amumu and a 3rd Thieves Gloves on the Alawi. So it feels like Bio has a lot of combat power and not as much economy. The question is, how long can that 2-star board be stable until Bio starts to fall off?
3 gloves is insane. 3 units with these items is very good for his mid game, but I'm careful for his late game because, as you said, he don't have Lux 3, he don't have Janna 3, and he need that. He just don't have enough gold for go ahead and start to roll, looking for that units.
Huge roll down.
And now.
Oh, can we? Philip's about to do a huge roll down if we can get back on there because he's spending all of his shopping spree rolls, I imagine, right now because he did level to 8. We can look on the right-hand side to see if anything gets upgraded. I don't quite see it. We're just still looking at SoBio here. But if Philip can't stabilize right now on his shopping spree, then it's going to be disaster for him. He still has 34 gold, though, so I don't know how much of that was him deciding to upgrade his board or how much of that was him trying to greed an additional bit of gold for a 4-2 roll down. One way or another, though, we're about to see whether Philip's game gets flipped on its head or if he's about to go into a very fast 8th place.
Yeah, and the 8th place today is very sad for anybody that got in that position. Let's see if Philip can reach the units that he needs, if he can reach the healthy composition that he needs for stabilize on his game. We are seeing now SoBio winning against Greya, and now we are seeing Philip again.
Ah, here it is. Okay, yes. We did miss the roll down, but now we have a chance to look at Philip's spot as we go into our 3rd Prismatic Augment. Gets Lucky Gloves, Unleash Arcana, Call to Chaos. Oh man,
Call to Chaos, please. Call to Chaos.
This does feel like a Call to Chaos angle, but no. Oh, he had the glove on bench. Okay. Yeah, if you have the glove on bench, it's a little silly to not take the Lucky Gloves there. And like we said before, the really nice thing about playing this, wow, great. Oh, he actually considered popping the Crown Guard off there to make Lucky Gloves on the Silas, but decided not to. But Reapers are extremely strong, but they are resource heavy. They need items. They need to be able to fill out these extremely strong units that you put on your board. And so Philip decides to take the lucky gloves. So I actually am a bit surprised that he didn't make pop the crown guard off. The reason primarily being that there's no other unit that can hold this crown guard, but having the Silas 2 with lucky gloves certainly would have been a very strong part of his team. But for now, he's certainly stable. We can check back in with Philip in a little bit as we take a look at the rest of our lobby. Primarily, we got Altanawe on board right now with his exalted Ink Shadow board.
Yeah, he needs just to get through this game, get good positions, because remember, Altanawe and Michael are struggling even if they are not going in the same match, because who got the best position gets the spot for the Latam. So let's see how Altanawe is going to be on this match. Relic now is on our bot 8, in 8th position with 18 of HP. Let's see. Oh, he got an NE2. He needs to. Oh, Philip got a way too.
Wow, yeah, there's a lot happening right now. Relic hitting upgrades, Philip hitting upgrades. Bio is doing a pretty meaningful roll down using his prismatic ticket rolls to try and dig. We see Asa on the right hand side. Greya finding Syndra 2. Wow, this is a critical match for a lot of players on stage 4 who probably aren't going to get significantly stronger after their upgrades we just saw.
The problem for me now for Sobio, that's he don't have the Lux, he don't have the Janna. He needs 4 Luxes to get through the Lux tree. The problem for him is now that everyone is stabilized for the late game, and he didn't get that stabilization that he needed. He need to roll, he need to encounter that units for can get better position. Now he's on top 1, he is on fire, but I think that's don't last for any round anymore.
Bio with a really close fight there, but does fall to Slooper, the Annie doing just enough damage at the very end. Let's see, stage 4 carousels. We're on board with Relic, who is playing this Lilia board, a very expensive board, and if you can't get all the pieces fully upgraded, it is something that tends to go bottom 4. We're seeing right now he was looking for a belt, whether that was just a completed item for his frontline or maybe even just the gold from a 5-cost Irelia. One way or another, this is something that Relic believes might be enough to bail him out. And this is the part of the game that I think people do tend to shake up the standings, right? We saw so many players stabilize and roll extremely deep. And at this point in time, right, like we're seeing Philip on this left-hand side with an absolute monster of a board. Has the Heavenly Crest, has Wei 2, is printing a Wukong 2 on his bench while he has a fully upgraded Reaper board. And yeah, you know what? It's very nice to be able to play Reapers from behind, but Philip is showing us the strength of using your rerolls to maintain enough econ throughout the game to guarantee that you hit on level 8, and now he's going to be trying to go level 9 and use even more rolls to have a Wukong 2, use the Exalted bonus, and maybe even fight for a top 2 finish.
Yeah, I think maybe he can get that because his board is really strong right now. The Kane 2 with a lot of good items. Even the gloves that are in the Yone are good for him. The way with the gloves through the board of Philip is very strong right now. And Relic. Oh my
Tough
god.
hit for Relic. The last representative from Latin America North falling 8th in game number 1. On the flip side though, Toddy, one of the contested Reaper players, seems like he's able to find the Kane 1. We saw before the myriad of healing items on board in his with his units, as he has the Hand of Justice plus Radiant Bloodthirster on that Kane. Now we're looking at Altanawe. Last time we saw his board, it looked like he did not have the Ash, and so it was kind of a mishmash of Sniper and Ink Shadow. This time around though, has the Ash, but it's just Ash 1 and is still carrying the Senna 2. If I'm Altanawe at 24 HP, I'm not feeling too hot right now. Until you can get that Ash 2 online, move those items over, maybe put the overflowing items onto the Aphelios 2 instead, I do not expect Altanawe to be able to live very long.
We are seeing on the stats on the beginning of the stream today that the Ash comp is really good. It's really got a lot of good numbers, but I think the most players not going to the composition because it's just good when everything is good for that composition, because that's why the numbers of the Ashe comp are too good on the stats. I think if the comp got more play, if a lot of boards they are seeing, as with Ashe, the numbers that you're seeing for the Ashe comp was not so good because the composition is not encountering the units the way that he need to play through.
So Bio has got some combat power. This guy's got items on pretty much everything on the field, and that's the effect of the Lucky Gloves, right? It's so easy to get full items on your field, and in fact, he's going by the end of the game. He's probably going to run out of space to put all these items. He's going to have to level up just so that he can get an additional item. But the fact that he has Prismatic Ticket, we could see him rolling down. Finds the Janna 3, still needs Lux 3 as well. And I imagine he's going to roll to 0, right? He can hit the Alawi, he can hit the Amumu, he can hit the Lux. Yeah, wow. Still 3 Amumus off, though. So I think this is a stopping point, right? We don't need to roll anymore. We've upgraded 3 of our units. Now he's going to pop those items off of the Morgana and move some things over to the Diana so that he can get Sojin Morello on the Morgana. Now that the comps really come together nicely. Yeah. He has the anti-heal. He has the strong front line. He has the damage that's consistent between Janna and Lux in the backline. The one last thing he's missing is this Amumu 3, because without Amumu 3, and honestly, even if he hits it, he's going to struggle against some of these Reaper comps that have very direct damage. If they have enough power to get through that Amumu, he's going to lose health very quickly against players like Toddy and Philip. However, once he hits that Amumu 3 and it becomes significantly more tanky, it allows him to have enough time to get the Janna shields online, to get an additional Lux cast for a stun, and with that online, all of a sudden, it's significantly easier to play. And look at that, Living Forge, we found one more come through, and Zanya's found. Greya held his 3rd item slot open to wait for the Living Forge item.
Perfect. Really, really good for Greya right now. He is with 16 HP, so he needs to get stabilized the way that he can to stay on the game. Talking about the Amumu for me is one of maybe the best tank unit on the game right now when he's on 3 stars. We see with the porcelain buff, of course. We saw yesterday La Taça, like Scoopers likes to say, being so important for taking and doing damage at the same time. But I think if we didn't see Sobio getting this Amumu 3, the dream of being a top 1 on this match is gone. He needs that Amumu 3 to get a real good spot on this game.
Yeah, we saw the 2 3-star upgrades come through, and then he immediately lost the next 2 rounds, right? This actually, in a spot that I thought he was stable, it seems to be not as stable, and that is at least a bit a product of the Prismatic Ticket augment. But we're back online with Toddy, who does have the upgraded Reapers now, was able to find King 2, however, is at 22 HP, stuck on level 8, and I do wonder if there's some element of just not being able to get any stronger because he doesn't have the economy or the health to go level 9. And so while I don't think his board is weak by any means, I'm curious to see how it holds up against some of these really high cap boards.
Yeah, I think he's in that problem that I have in all my rankings. It's should I echo my game to get to level 9, or should I spend all in rolling and stabilize my game almost as I can to stay alive and get one position more or something like that? But he's a pro player, he knows what he's doing, and let's see how he's gonna pull off that.
Philip lost that last round. I was not expecting him to lose a round anytime soon. Dryad Spatula on the carousel. You know Greya is going to be looking for that. You see him. He's looking at it right now. He's just double checking. Giving someone else a chance to get a little bit closer. Greya with that's going to be able to get 6 Dryad, and that, in my opinion, is the tipping point. That's when this comp becomes so much stronger, because you can have another Dryad Spatula on a frontline unit. You have this Orin with Innervating Locket and Diamond Hand, guarantee printing multiple frontline items. And honestly, in a spot where Greya may not have been looking like a guaranteed top 4, in my opinion, is now going to be fighting for a top 2, maybe even top 1 finish.
I really like the Dryad composition. Let's see if Greya could work through. and yet he's really doing really good now. And Aeza now doing the duelist comp. We are talking. Yeah, yeah. He's going through the level 9, one hit with all his gold, and then rolling the rest. Let's see now against Toddy. Toddy with that composition that we saw the Reapers against that duelist. I really like the duelist composition. I really like the way that the guys are playing since yesterday. But now we are seeing the force of the Reapers with Toddy get this win.
Okay, this is a key round for Asa. Actually, I want to pay attention to the right-hand side to see if he decides to go level 9. He does. Okay,
Level 9.
this is important. He goes level 9 off cadence. Traditionally, you would expect people to go level 9 on 5-5 or wait till 6-1. But Asa takes a bad enough loss there that he says, I need to get strong right now, because if I take another bad loss, I will be 1 life. And if I'm not confident I can win out the rest of the game, I need to get strong on this turn. So he sacrifices some gold, he loses some interest, he tries to stabilize his board, and Philip, on the other hand, who took a little bit of a loss earlier, who's now on 1 life, is going to up against the other Reaper board of Toddy.
Yeah, Reaper. For me, it's the nightmare for everyone who are playing the Golden Spatula, because when it scores, when it get the units that you need, it's a really great damage that these guys are taking. So let's see now. Philip got the win against Toddy, and Slooper. Oh my God! Let's see the skill. Yeah,
Bio barely losing that. Stays alive though. He's got 1 HP, and the HP totals have to be extremely close right now.
Yeah,
it's a good second to breathe for everyone.
Yeah, I almost crying seeing Brazil versus Brazil.
Bio, I think a player that has gone under the radar for a lot of people in the community, but had very quietly done extremely well in Tacticians Cup both 1 and 3, being one of those players that I believe got the top 4 in the Tacticians Cup number 3 in order to qualify here. So right now, seeing 34 points on the day, it's got to feel pretty good for a player who I think a lot of people have severely underrated. He may not get this top 4. It does kind of look like he's on his way out right now, but it's not the end of the world for a player like Bio.
Yeah, of course. We have 5 games today, so all players can be. Of course, if you got an 8th position, it's not so chill, but if you got 5 or 6, maybe you can get through and get good spots on the next game, and now are taking back for the 8 spots for tomorrow.
All right, really big fights going on right now. Toddy versus Greya, but the Kane's in the backline already on the Syndra. The Zanyas does pop, but the Kane's just going to turn around once again, and with that, the Syndra falls, and there's no more damage left on the side of Greya. That spells curtains. On the other side, though, Bio wins a fight, stays alive, and eliminates a player, I believe. No, does not. He actually fights Asa. Asa stays alive at 9 HP. So another fight down. Everyone's alive. 14 HP in first, 2 HP at the bottom, and this next fight will determine who is in our top 3. Everybody's board is online.
That's what I'm going to say. 14 of life. It's one fight that can decide even who's going to be top 1, who's going to be the top 6. It's a lot of on the plate for this this fight, this match, this round. Let's see how these guys are going to pull off. Aeza now with this Irelia 2. Let's see against Sobio.
Okay. So Bio has so much frontline with the Amumu and the Alawi. The nice thing is, though, the Irelia does have the backline access of those Dancing Blades and the Runaan's Hurricane. The question is, does the frontline of Asa hold off long enough to snipe the backline of Sobio? He gets half of it. Amumu's still alive. It's a one-on-one between the Alawi and the Irelia. Asa stays alive. Bio falls. Philip falls. Slooper falls. And we have our top 3.
Oh my God, Greya, Toddy, and Aeza are fighting now for the top 1. Let's see what these guys can do, because now it's now or never. You have to roll all your coins, all your money to get a chance to get another unit, but I think any unit now can change anything. It's the positioning that are gonna to decide who's gonna win this match.
That's right, it's a positioning puzzle. You can see the players doing lots of last-second swaps, trying to figure out what optimizes them against their next matchup. We see here Asa up against Greya, and on the left-hand side, Toddy up against Asa's Ghost. Let's watch the right-hand side as we see Asa's Duelist try and break through. The problem is because of the Diamond Hands and all the single target damage between the Zir2 and the Syndra, Asa's board just cannot hold up. Asa will surely fall. And on the left-hand side, Toddy, because he's fighting Ghost, is able to take that win. Asa taking a third, but for someone who's at the bottom of the standings, it's a good way to start the day. Asa is near the bottom and needs to work his way up. Greya and Toddy, on the other hand, though, are going to be locking in this day with a first and second place finish.
Let's see what these guys are going through carousel. I think you have to say about that, the most important strategy on this set is positioning. You can have all the units you like, all the items, the artifacts, but if you can't put your carry on the, if you put your carry on a corner and a Lux 3 insta-kills you, it's gone. That's your fault. If you put on a place that Cain can reach, that's your fault. Then the position is the best thing a pro player can have it. These guys, the two guys, have that.
Okay, this Kane's going to be looking to wrap. The question is whether he's able to get onto the Syndra. He was put on the opposite side. The hope here is that Kane's able to kill this unit, use Malphite as a blocker so that Kane can get into the backline. He's on the Elune now, and the Silas is on the Syndra already. The Kane gets onto the Azir, he gets onto the Syndra. I can't imagine that Grail will live any longer. This certainly will spell death for him as Toddy's team finishes up the rest of the units. And is it going to be lethal? It is. Toddy, Brazil taking game number 1 of day 2 in the Golden Spatula, Ken.
Yeah, believe in magic. Believe in magic. Toddy have this great game with the Reapers, going through the composition. If another player is going through the Reapers too, but he got the game really the way that he needed and pull off this victory.
And let's not ignore the fact Greya, definitely an underdog for a lot of people in North American that doesn't get enough attention in my opinion. But we'll shut up for now because we got plenty more games to watch on the day, and we're going to go to a short break, and right after that we've got the analyst desk to break down everything we saw from game number 1.
Era a minha primeira final de regional e chegar assim ganhando o jogo foi algo que me marcou muito e me mostrou que eu sou capaz de estar entre os melhores mesmo. Olá, meu nome é Pedro, mais conhecido como Bapizeira, e eu jogo TFT desde 7.1. Desde criança eu sempre gostei muito de competir e é algo que move muito a minha vida, a competição, eu tô sempre querendo ganhar. E eu acho que o TFT encaixou muito pra mim, sabe? Me encontrei muito no TFT porque é uma forma de você evoluir, de você melhorar como jogador, muito individual, né? Porque é um jogo de individual. E eu acho que foi perfeito pra mim. Bom, eu comecei a jogar jogos competitivos, acho que no console. Comecei ali no FIFA, no Rainbow Six. E depois que eu parti pro computador, foi mais pelo LoL até chegar no TFT, né? O que me torna único, eu acho que talvez a forma que eu me planejo para os campeonatos. Eu sinto que é o meu foco principal, ter uma estratégia bem traçada e algo bem pessoal para mim mesmo, tipo, enxergar as comps do meta e saber o que dá certo para mim, sabe? Acho que é isso. Minha grande inspiração, acho que com certeza é o Todd, o streamer e player brasileiro, porque o primeiro campeonato da TFT, quando eu tava começando a entender como é que funcionava o competitivo e TFT, foi um LCQ que o Todd jogou e eu acompanhei a transmissão dele inteira, assim, desde o começo, a galera vibrando e torcendo por ele. E algo que eu almejo muito ter isso pra mim, sabe? Ter gente torcendo por mim e torcendo pelas minhas vitórias. Bom, nesse clipe aí, acho que foi muito marcante pra mim, mas pelo contexto mesmo, porque era a minha primeira final de um regional. E chegar assim, ganhando o jogo, foi algo que me marcou muito e me mostrou que eu sou capaz de estar entre os melhores mesmo. O resto da final não foi muito bom pra mim, mas falando do clipe específico, eu acho que não só pela maneira como eu cheguei na final, mas pela minha estratégia foi muito marcante pra mim, porque eu tava utilizando a lenda puro e tava meio diferente do meta ali da galera, tentando fugir dos contestes e tal. E eu sinto que chegar na final do meu estilo de jogo com a minha estratégia foi algo único pra mim. Bom, eu queria agradecer a comunidade TFT que vem me apoiando, meus amigos também que estão sempre me ajudando.
Hello everyone, we are here to break down the action that we saw for that game number 1 on our main broadcast. Got Casanova and Hope-san to get through some of this analysis. And the first thing, what a way to start our day. I mean, we got Prismatic Party as the first portal that we got offered for our lobby. Hope-san, I feel like there was always going to be a lot of fireworks with that one.
Yeah, for sure. And it wasn't a prismatic party that no one chooses, and it was like random that one chooses. Everyone, I think most of the lobby were looking for it. You don't see much duelists or much Kayn in a type of prismatic lobby, but in this case it was the opposite. So Asa with a good early game managed to get the 8 duelists, and then Toshi with his Kayn managed to get the win. Greya, I want to really highlight the way he played the Syndra Fated comp. We didn't actually know what he was going for in the mid game, but then he pulled it out and got the Dryad Emblem to close it out in the end.
Yeah, going further with that, right, we saw he really wanted Silas with the items and then just never was able to find it because of how contested it was. Ends up playing it on the Ornn, and he kind of reaches this point in the game where he's completely capped out, and there's still like 5-6 players left alive, and he realizes he can't win unless he finds maybe a Dryad Emblem to help further cap the board. And so he finds an R, rolls down, and then right before the carousel, he makes sure that he has 5 Dryad online, plays towards this out knowing he's first pick, and boom, gets rewarded. Extremely lucky to find that emblem, but he played to that out knowing it was his best way to come back in the game and get a higher placement, and he was rewarded and found that second.
Yeah, but I mean, it was still amazing to see the fact that we had this Kayn composition from Toddy actually be able to get the win in those final moments. We saw that Silas too get hit right before that final combat. He had the 3 Hull Crushers on it from the Call to Chaos, which I think was also just spectacular to watch, and got the positioning right to have that Kayn as well as that Silas actually walk onto that backline. But Hupe, these augments, so interesting to be able to find the success here with the Kayn.
Yeah, for sure. It's not easy to get good elements in Prismatic to go with the front line of Kayn. Normally, it's a comp that you want to burst out, and he got exactly what he needed. He got the Bloodthirster, but it was Radiant. So it was almost impossible to burst out that Kayn, and he had time, even if he didn't have access to the backline, that he did, because Toshi positioning was actually amazing. He had time to ramp up, to get also the Jone working, and obviously it worked out for him. So very good adaptation to the augments he got. On the other one, Sobayo got the reroll augments with Prismatic ticket, but he hit early, but then he waited a lot to hit the 3-star that he actually needed. So the game was not locally in his favor, so he only got like a mid place in the 6th spot.
Yeah, he didn't pressure as hard as maybe he could have, right? Like, because he rolled very late. He ended up hitting the 3-stars on stage 5, when sometimes you'd see this comp roll more aggressively early on after econing to try and hit the 2 costs instead of playing for everything. He played for kind of a max cap instead of playing for higher tempo, which I think could have worked out, but we actually saw him take an augment that a lot of players took, which was this Lucky Gloves. And I think Lucky Gloves is an insanely strong prismatic augment, right? If you've got 1 extra glove and you can slam 2 of these, it's so impactful. And I think a lot of the players who took it, it was impactful throughout this game. I actually think for Bio, it ended up working against him a little bit, because you would look at this board and you see all of these 3-stars fully itemized, and it's absolutely insane. But his 2 carries, his damage dealers, his Lux and his Janna, felt like they were struggling for mana generation throughout the entire game in a lot of these fights, and they weren't actually able to accomplish what the comp usually is able to do, and they end up losing to boards that usually you would think they should be strong enough to beat.
Yeah, it was so tough to watch too after Bio had actually already had the Janna 2 and the Lux 2, at the beginning of stage 2, we were all looking at that board and thinking he was off to such a great start. But as the lobby started to get tighter and tighter, I mean, take a look at all of the player HP on the right-hand side. Bio just got into this unfortunate situation where you're on the wrong side of the matchmaking when there's a triple elimination happening right in this section. You see Bio go down, and not shortly after that, you also end up seeing the fall of Philip as well as Slooper. So yeah, you end up getting to this final 3.
Yeah, getting to the final fight, we see Asa with the duelist also falling down, getting to the final 3rd spot for him. And Toshi versus Grea was going to be the final fight. So a vertical of Triad versus this composition of Cain. Cain makes his way through the right and accesses the backline to give him the win. So totally obliterating Grea. Grea with a great spot. I want to highlight him again because Syndra is not performing well, but he actually made it happen in this prismatic lobby. But the win is for Toshi. The most recognized streamer of Brazil, 2 times regional finalist in Brazil, and now with a true option of going into a Tactician Crown if he performs well this day and also tomorrow.
Yeah, just showing how big that Kane can get, that composition being so incredibly strong, capping out so incredibly high, even when, prismatics don't necessarily always give the best options to them.
I mean, Toddy was already one of the players at the top of our standings heading into the first day, Jupe, right? In that 4th place position, and now being able to start off the day 2 with a 1st place. It's got to be feeling so good when we get a chance to look at our standings in just a little bit. Toddy's definitely going to be up there. We'll have to see where the rest of our players do fall. But unfortunately, or maybe actually fortunately here for Asa too, Casanova, we actually saw Asa get a chance to get that 3rd place after really needing it, looking at where he was in the standings entering into today.
Yeah, he started at 24 points, so today just has to be very big for Asa, right? He's one of the players who barely squeezed in to this top 24, but he has an uphill battle to make it into that top 8. And so even a 3rd, right? Like that is kind of where he has to average today. He almost has to average like a 3-0 to try and make it all the way to the top 8 from the point that he was in. So a really big start for Asa. The fact that this lobby was so tight and there were so many chances that this could have been a 6th or a 5th instead, that he was able to clutch it up with Duelist. He's got to be feeling good about that game and hoping he can continue the momentum.
I want to highlight also that Altenawa and Michael were in this race, always tied before, and now Michael gains the lead in this 1st place with a bad 7th spot for Altenawa. So the spot for Worlds, for Tactician Crowns for Latin America is now in the lead of Michael. So Altenawa needs to step up. Obviously, they have that challenge, that direct challenge. And also we would like to see, later we will see how Evolution is going. He's the one who's fighting it out with Bacera, also for that direct spot to Tactician Crowns from Brazil.
Wow, so much to look forward to as we are now going to get ready for our game number 2. So for that, we are going to throw it back over to Gang League 10 to bring us through this next game.
Wow. Thank you, Necra. Ken, welcome back. It's good to be here. We got game number 2 coming up, and we got to see Brazil put their stamp on day number 2, game number 1 with Toddy. And, I think something interesting about Toddy we didn't get a chance to talk about before, just real quick before we move on, is that he's one of only 2 Brazilian players in this field who have never gone to the World Championship. And I think there's something to be said about a field of Brazilian veterans where Toddy is now in that race to become another Brazilian who's made it to a World Championship before.
Yeah, think on the pressure that you are having when you is the only one now that didn't go to the World Championship, and Toddy is the biggest stream on Brazil, and he's co-streaming right now. Think of the pressure, Gangly.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players, I think, struggle to stream and focus and entertain all at the same time. Toddy's been such a great example of that. But we are on a brand new lobby now, lobby number 2. We got some representation from all over the world. We saw Altanawe in the last game. This time we get to see Michael. My personal favorite, a little North American tri-state bias here, is that we get to see Pakigam. This is a player who traditionally has always performed exceptionally well. He has top 8'd almost every single first cup that he's entered in each individual set. He has 5 top 8 finishes in the first cup in TFT, and he typically tends to fall off. This actually hit the first time since set 5 he's made day 2 of a regional final. So to me, if this says anything, it might be that the big brain of Pokegom's here to stay, and he's going to be competing against some real killers in this lobby like Koala and Dish Soap.
Yeah, Dish Soap is one of I want to talk about, because for me, before yesterday, he was the best player that we got on the competition of the Golden Spatula, but the performance that he did yesterday was not very good. He's good, but for the thing that we are expecting from Dish Soap is below what we're expecting. So let's see if today is a new day for him and he can shine bright like we think Dish Soap can be.
In fairness to Dish Soap, there's not many players that if they finish with what I think was like 30 something points in the day, we look at it and we're like, oh, well, that could be better for him, right? It's not really his fault that the bar is so high, but you're right. I do consider him to be, you know, a significantly favored player in the field. If there's one player I had to pick who I believe will win the entire event, it would be Dish Soap. And this is a player who is recognized internationally, even in the Don't Talk If You Don't Know power rankings. This is a player that the Brazilian and Latin American panelists were ranking as the #1 spot. But I also want to draw attention to someone like Sox. This is the player who is the #1 overall qualifier point leader going into the tournament, was not able to prepare in the way that he normally would have liked due to some real life obligations, and says, you know what, I'm going to use one day to prepare as much as I possibly can. And it turns out one day of prep is actually enough when you're just a genius, because Sox is currently in 3rd place overall, 39 points. And I love this. I think Sox to me represents a similar storyline to a lot of the Brazilian players, because he is one of the originals in North America. He's been here from the beginning. And I know I've heard some people say that even though he's competed for so long, he still struggles with nerves. And I think there's something to be said about, you know, there's this relationship between being incredible at the game, having a history of being able to perform, but just because you're there doesn't mean that the nerves, that the stress, that the mental blocks don't affect you anymore, right? This is a very high stakes tournament, and Sox, like many players in this field, has been able to navigate through those challenges and currently finds himself in the top 3 of the standings.
Yeah, he's playing very, very well yesterday, and let's see today how long he can get on these games, because I want to talk about Koala too. Koala did win the Tacticians Cup. He got the 2nd, and he's a very good flexible player. He likes to play a lot of compositions, and I think that's one of the most important things that the players on the Golden Spatula has too, because the flexibility is the way that you can pivot for something that you are going through, like Reapers, and another 3 players are playing that composition, then to go to the duelist, maybe that you see a spot, then you go for a AP comp. It's very important. Koala is good at it.
Koala is a player that I had a lot of trouble pinning down exactly, right? How strong do I think he is? He was able to win the Tacticians Cup #2, but he also did struggle in some of the Brazilian sub-regional events. And so he's a player that I would consider one of the most volatile in the entirety of the field. He knows how to he knows how to navigate high roll. The question is, how well can he resist low roll? As we have the game started, the players have loaded back in, and it looks like we did start the game off with the Azir encounter, which is going to move the I believe it's just the second 2 augments in the game. So I believe we'll still get the 2-1 augment, and then it moves the 2nd and 3rd in the game.
I think that's it. The 2nd and the 3rd. Okay, let's see how the guys are going to play with this change. Now you're seeing the Pokégon. He already got an Aphelios. Let's see if he'll use that or just hold for get some more gold.
Fun fact for the people of the world listening right now, Pokegom is the only player in this field to have already won a Tactician's Crown event, because That is what we used to call our tri-state events, and Pakigam did win one of the installations of that series. So Pakigam's already won the Tactician's Crown. He doesn't even have to qualify for it. He's got it under his belt. This guy, though, I mean, for anyone who doesn't know Paki's history, this was one of the most dominant players in the early days of TFT. Back in sets 4 and 5, he came out swinging. I think the way that we see Dish Soap and Setsuko in North America is the way that people saw players like Pakigam and Milk back in those early days. He's extremely intuitive. He's able to find edge, and he largely made his name playing around assassins or melee bruisers. And so in a meta where Reapers and Duelists seem to be pretty strong, it may not be a coincidence that Paki's found himself on his first day 2 of regionals since set 5.
Let's see if we can get. We got the Fortune Press. Maybe. Let's
Lucky
see.
Ricochet
I like
as well. Two augments that do kind of give you the go button to play around Kai'Sa. The only thing is he does have a rod and a tier in his bench right now, so he'd have to figure out a way to salvage those items. That actually makes me feel like maybe Fortune Crest makes a little bit more sense. I don't know if he had a Kabuko though. I don't think he did. No, he rolls past it.
I didn't see. Yeah. She didn't. He didn't have. But here is going for a trick shot. Let's see if he can use that composition. He got the 3rd position on his last game. So let's see how he's gonna do that.
You know, we're talking before about he has to figure out a way to kill this rod and tier. The nice thing is actually with the makeup of his items, he could pretty reasonably just slam a Sojin and Morello and play around those 2 items.
Yeah.
And then late game, you play the Morello on the Teemo, and then of course you can play the Spirit Sojin on the Kai'Sa, as long as you have 2 other damaged items, traditionally the Last Whisper and the Infinity Edge. So this actually does not seem too difficult to play, and actually the thing is having the Sivir 2 means that he's going to have pretty decent tempo on stage 2 as well. So I think Paki's a player that I want to keep our eyes on throughout the entirety of this game.
Yeah, of course, because the argument that he gets, he will not change the comp from trick shot, but the Morello is a really flexible item, aggressive that I see that people can use in a lot of compositions. We got Teemo with Morello, we got Kindred with Morello, we got all the AP carries can use in Morello, so it's really flexible item. I really like the way that this item can be used for the players.
JD Zelinsky has Exalted online, and I'm not sure if he has the Venerable Piggy Bank or if this is just an early game Exalted, but we can expect JD to try and most likely full Lost Streak playing around that. And on the flip side, though, we have someone like Michael playing around this Story Weaver, which is traditionally a very strong level 2 slam. Did lose the first round, but it doesn't mean that he's not going to be strong through the rest of stage 2. We saw someone like David Ace yesterday on the broadcast, I believe, I believe it was David Ace, who played a Lost Streak Story Weaver game, which I was very surprised to see, right? Because you do traditionally see this with the high tempo, but we've been able to see it both ways, playing slow, econ heavy, and the fast tempo into more of a level 8 type of play.
I really like Story Weaver. It's one of my favorite comps. If you get the 5-star Weaver earlier, you can build a really great win streak and economy that you are sure you're level 8, maybe you're level 9. To get the Irelia, that is the golden star of the Christmas tree of the Story Weaver composition. Without an Irelia, better. Without Irelia 2, you can't win with this comp. So let's see how he's gonna play that comp.
Okay, we do see the Venerable Piggy Bank on the side of JD Zelinsky, so this is going to be a very econ-heavy start for him. You can see he's at 28 gold right now. He has the option to potentially sell both units on his bench, both the Yasuo and the Kog'Maw, or he can actually just sell the Venerable Piggy Bank, of course, to make up that gold. So JD able to hit that 30 gold threshold right at 2-4 is very, very nice.
Let's see everyone moving at the same time.
Chaos.
I like the chaos. I like the chaos.
If you're Bruce, Koala, or Pakigam, you are very happy about this. especially Bruce and Koala, who are both contesting one another for the 100 streak through stage 2, does give them the option to try and maybe get a slammable item that they wouldn't have otherwise had. Koala does pick up that vest, which means, if I'm seeing this correctly, it means he can slam a Gargoyle Stone Plate, and we have the second augment coming in at 2-5 because of the Azir encounter. And wow, Koala finds learning to spell on this 4 Arcanist board with the insta-pick. Didn't even consider his other options.
It's one of the best arguments for me. And Sox is with Lucky Paws. We are not gonna, we don't see that yet. I want to see now how Sox are gonna play this game. I really like Lucky Paws. I really like the way that composition can be. And let's see if we can get the units that we need to get through this game.
Yeah, Lucky Paws, one of the hero augments that traditionally has not actually been considered as strong. And so for one reason or another, Sox does believe that it's going to be good from his spot. I'm not exactly sure where he was at on 2-1, if this was an encounter or an augment that he thought was just better than the rest. But the hero augments traditionally have been a bit more conditional, apart from things like even the Storied Champion, though. Yeah, there are just a few more conditions that traditionally need to be met. And the Lucky Paws in particular is interesting because you need to both maintain economy while also killing units, because the Kabuko will farm you gold, which he'll use to gain additional stacks that give him additional HP. But you also need to make sure you're not spending too much gold so that you can hit the Kabuko early and try and streak through stage 3. So there's kind of an interesting balance, and it can get very toppled very easily if you dig too deep and don't hit, or if you don't have enough tempo in stage 3. So I think stage 3 is going to be extremely telling of where Sox's game will go.
Yeah, Sox won the last game. So let's see if Lucky Paws can assure that he won the second game. I agree with you. It's a composition that we are not seeing so much, and we are not seeing doing very well so much. But I really like when you got to play Lucky Paws, the way that he needs to play. We are seeing now Michael with 5-star Weaver. I think it's a really strong point for that composition, and we are seeing maybe, he is going to win against Soap right now.
Okay, we can see Koala loses the streak there. Bruce maintains the streak, and JD with the uncontested loss streak, which means Bruce and JD Zelinsky are the two big winners of stage 2. Yeah. Bruce, although it is important to note, Bruce and Koala, actually, did Koala level to 6 and lose? Because Koala's at 6 gold right now.
Let's see, just a second.
Koala did. Koala leveled to 6 in that last fight and lost to what I'm assuming is Bruce. This is disastrous for Koala's game. From a spot that it looked like he would be able to very freely streak, he doesn't hit any of the upgrades, and instead tries to make up that power by leveling up and loses his streak. Is able to get his econ back up to 20 gold, which I will say is actually quite nice from that spot. Wow, that's a hit. Okay, does find a Syndra as well. So maybe it's not as bad as it seemed about 30 seconds ago, but I was very scared for Koala for a moment.
Yeah, but okay. Now he's a lot more stronger than he was before.
He rolled a 0.
Yeah. 0 interest right now. I'm really scared about that. He needed to grow up his economy for 2 gold to 50 again. But with that Syndra, with that Zoe 2, maybe he got the power that he needs to go until that.
Well, I think the biggest reason here is the learning to spell augment, right? So this augment is going to make you more powerful every time that you get a kill or a takedown. And so what Koala is thinking right now is, I just lost a significant amount of gold due to the fact that I leveled and lost. He has escort quests, so he can make up that econ 1 by winning round. He says, I'm going to full send it, try and hit Zoe 2, try and upgrade my Alawi. He finds an upgraded Aatrox and a Zoe, and so if he can win streak through stage 3, he'll be able to build up that gold once again and maintain that advantage while giving additional stacks to this Zoe. But if he cannot maintain that streak through stage 3, it's going to be a very difficult game for Koala to navigate.
We are seeing now Michael, who is with his Story Weaver, thinking if he put an Ari, if he's putting Bruisers with Rek'Sai. We didn't see if he got in the last second, but now we're seeing JD with the possibility of going to Reaper or Duelist. He's really open for right now for the composition that we are going to do. But Michael, can assure you, we are going to win this round.
JD someone did snap his loss streak last round, right? Or wait, it actually looks like someone might have snapped his loss streak in stage 2. So, because he's on a 2-loss right now, which means he did not get the full additional interest from stage 2 by loss streak. I'm wondering who actually lost to them. It might have been Pokygom based on the HP. Speaking of which, though, Pokygom has Fortune in. Yeah. Is going to be able to push his luck, gets a 2-roll. Doesn't seem like it's anything too crazy right now, just the 4 stack. So he's going to be losing through stage 3 and probably just taking a very small cash out towards the end of the stage.
Yeah, waiting for the round to start to maybe buy that Teemo. Let's see how he's going to play. Of course, he's going for the lose streak. He's going for more and more cash out on his Fortune. Against Bruce, who is if this Kindred 2 with a lot of good items, with a really good front line with this Illaoi. Of course, against a Fortune is a free win, but he's very strong right now.
Yeah, Bruce's board is just monstrous. This Kindred 2, the Illaoi 2. Pocky is happy losing, but does not really kill much on that board, and so he's going to take pretty hefty loss. Does dip below JD now. Flip side, Socks. I believe that's just 5 Kabukos, and he's got another Kabuko 2 on the bench. So this is a little dicey, and I'm not exactly sure how fast he needs to hit Kabuko 3, but when I look at this spot, it does not incite confidence in Socks having a strong placement, if I'm being honest. I'm happy to be wrong. I'm not super well versed on Kabuko, but what I do know is that having 5 Kabukos and not streaking, not building up the additional health early on in the game tends to have a pretty significant effect later on as well.
Yeah. Talking about Fortune, because of Pokemon, I think one of the most difficult strategies to master is maintaining a losing streak while losing a small amount of HP. Players like Setsuko are master in this art. This allows you to get the result that you want, the defeat. But if a lose streak of Fortune, you didn't maintain preserve the most of HP that you can get, maybe in the late game that you cost you a win, that you cost you a position that you want. So it's really important to know how to preserve your life and still lose the rounds that you want to maintain that loss streak.
Bruce playing Slammin alongside the Buried Treasure, so has so many components on his board to give him combat power, and he's pairing that really well with the Slammin Augment, right? So he has the economy coming in through the Slammin, and he has the combat power through Buried Treasure, and I think it's a really beautiful example of how these augments can synergize one another to make a really strong combination. This is going to be the cash out for Pokygom, though. He pushes his luck.
Let's see how much Pokemon can use.
Oh yeah, he did push his luck. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I thought surely I misread that for a moment.
Yeah, he pushed his luck. I'm thinking of how much he can lose and continue on his lose streak, but preserve his HP, because he's now with 52 of HP, and every turn now is gonna cost a lot. Now on the round 4, every turn does a lot of damage, and that's really scary for me, the way that Pokemon is playing.
Yeah, so I entirely agree. I am horrified for Pocky right now. he does have a lot of damage. Here, like the upside is Pokegom has a Team 02 with Sojin and Morella, which means he will do a significant amount of damage, and he's purposely not upgrading his front line. The goal is for his front line to crumble very fast into the fight, so that Teemo can get a few casts off and kill all the weak units. The problem is, by rolling that 5, I believe that means he's not going to cash out until stage 4-5. And that's a very long time to be losing health every round, and I don't know if Pocky's gonna have any HP left by the time he cashes out.
Yeah, that's very, very scary for us to see right there, but he's a really good player. I think he knows what he's doing, but let's see if that works for him. Well, we are seeing Sox right now that already got that Kobuko 3 stars. Now he can use his economy. He can push for another levels. He can go to 6, to 7. Let's see when he is going to stop, because the real important unit he already got. And now is JD.
JD rolling down very deep for this Reaper board. Finds Yone 2, finds a Silas 2, but no Canes quite yet. Oh, he does have the 1 Cane on his bench, so he's probably going to swap that in. He's able to play Exalted to get here, which is really nice. But yeah, now has the 4 Reaper and Exalted combination. Very strong position for JD, and once he can get that Cane 2 online, it'll be significantly stronger, even more so.
We are seeing Koala right now. Koala gets the 8th position on the last game, just 1 point for today. He needs to get a good position now. He's going for this comp with Bruisers, with Ghostly. Maybe that Ghostly comp that we are talking yesterday. Let's see if he can work that comp.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty far away. He's looking a little broke, and he has 5 Zoes, 6 Zoes. And he doesn't really have the upgraded frontline, still sitting on a Lowy 1. And I think, to be quite honest, this looks like the effect of leveling to 6 on 2-5 and losing to Bruce. By losing that fight, it had a catastrophic effect on his mid-game econ. And while he was able to use the escort quest to get that back online, he would have, I mean, I'm not talking about 1 or 2 gold. We're talking about probably 10 plus gold that Koala was missing in that mid game that he missed out just due to interest and that loss fight.
10 gold means 5 rolls that he could use to get more of that Zoes, more of that Ilawis, and he didn't reach that he needed. And now, of course, he's already he's until with a lot of life. He's 58 with life, but that's a problem for the next round.
Pocky at 16 HP right now, 10 loss streak, and I don't think he cashes out yet though, right?
Oh my god.
I don't think so. He's gonna have 1 more turn. He is rolling here though. It looks like he's trying to find a Kaisa 2. The question is whether or not he's gonna be able to make a board that is strong enough that he kills things, but not strong enough that he wins. And he's still rolling. He's got a lot of pieces, but not everything on his board yet. Playing 3 trick shot. There's a 4th one in his shop right now. Oh, he also could play the 5 fortune. So it's possible he had the 5 fortune in, and that's maybe what gave him the go ahead to try and play for the 1 more cash out. But 16 HP, if he takes a horrible loss here, I believe he can lose.
Yeah, I think that could be really, really greedy for him to go for more run to push her luck. Maybe he wasn't really pushing his luck for this round, because I didn't think he is gonna lose with.
No, he's okay. He's okay. He's okay. He killed 4 units. If he had taken an 8-unit loss, he would have died. He killed 4 units, was able to get his last life, certainly now. There's no way you're staying alive after losing with 4 HP. After this carousel, though, we are going to see a huge cash out from Pokemon at 67 stacks. Oh, and he finds the Zaya. He's going to be able to get Zaya off the carousel.
Yeah, it's
huge
perfect
hit for Pokegom. The king of New York finds a stabilization. I don't want to jinx it, but it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think he
first.
Yeah, the cash out, it's gonna be the thing that we're gonna see. Okay, Pokemon is back to the game, or okay, Pokemon grab an 8th position, because 4 life. He can't lose any round for now because of that.
Here we go.
Let's see.
Huge cash out. I'm a child on Christmas right now. Let's see what this is. Wait, no, it's not. It's actually.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's one more. Wait,
Oh my god.
Pakigam has to has to survive one more round. I thought that it was a 4-5 cash out, but no, because he rolled a 5. He had to survive one additional round. Finds Teemo 3. The problem is there's no front line on this board. He finds the Kai'Sa 2 as he sells the Galio pair in order to make Kai'Sa 2. Now he has Teemo 3, Kai'Sa 2, and he's up against Koala, who barely misses the Zoe 3. This might be a winnable fight for Pakigam, who could stay alive and get the fortune cash out.
Oh my god, he really needs this win. He needs to stay alive one more round. Let's see, the front line is already gone.
Okay, wins the fight, and it goes down to 60. So still 60 stacks on this fortune cash out.
Let's see how that cash out is going from him, because he's alive. 4 life. Oh my god.
Why do you do this to us? This is horrifying.
Oh, let's see. Now, if you press push your luck, I'm crazy.
Okay, Tactician's Crown.
Yeah.
Wait a second. This doesn't look that good. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is not that bad, but Tactician's Crown and a bunch of 4 costs. He needs combat power right now. He doesn't have a Galio 2. He doesn't have a Silas 2. He doesn't have an Ornn 2. He's sitting on pairs of everything. Silas, you gotta sell something. Quick, he gets it in last second. He's gonna be able to TG. The Silas gets 2 really strong items on it as well. But I'm not entirely sure that he's quite out of the woods yet. That cash out was not what I was expecting.
Yeah, I think even he was expecting something more interesting for his game. He will win this round against Will. I think he will win some rounds, but when get a real strong composition against him, maybe will be the round that we'll see that Pakigam is going for this match. I don't know if he will get a top 8 or 8 position, or maybe he can get a better position of that, but it's really bad for him right now.
So something to keep in mind is that the fact that people are only playing on 2 augments does mean that, generally speaking, the power level of the lobby is lower than average, right? So
yeah,
the fact that he has a fortune cash out with only 2 augments live does mean that it's higher value, right? That fortune cash out is more impactful to your game than it would be on average. So it probably will be a significant impact in his game until that 3rd augment. But once players start to get the final versions of their comps, the fact that he has the Tactician's Crown allows him to play Ink Shadow on level 8, which is extremely strong. He had the Udyr, and I believe he was able to play that. I'm not entirely sure, though, that this is one of those games where he's guaranteed a first place finish. It's very scary, and I think it's going to come down to him paying attention to all of his matchups and not messing up any positioning.
I think he sold that Udyr. And that's really sad for him. Koala gets this his Zoe 3. Now he got a lot more damage that he got before. And now with her head buff too, let's see if he can get more and more, because he already got 24 life, 24 HP.
Okay, Koala, like you said, 24 HP towards the bottom of the table up against Bruce, who used that tempo to play into this Syndra Dryad game. However, Bruce has been losing a lot of HP the last few rounds. Doesn't have the Ornn 2, which I think a lot of people consider kind of the pinnacle of this comp. You need to be able to have an extremely strong front line, but the Syndra able to one-on-one against that Zoe takes it out. Koala not able to break the front line. Is down to his last life with only 12 HP.
He don't have gold for a roll or for upgrade his level. He got 6 loss streaks, and Pakigam is now with 3 win streaks. Let's see if he stabilized his game. I really don't see that comp with so much bright eyes, but it's okay for now. Let's see if he continue winning.
let's not forget he has the Teemo 3, right? This is not a spot that you would traditionally be in with the trick shots. The fact that the Teemo 3 gets the extra bounce due to the lucky ricochet is not insignificant. I would consider it a huge upgrade. The fact that he also has Morello plus the Giant Slayer on it means he's going to have an easier time dealing with the bruisers, but if he doesn't have the single target damage to kill this Kabuko and just get through the raw HP of that board, this might actually be his last fight. The Kabuko's now on the back line. They make their way through.
Oh my god.
Kaisa against it. If Kaisa can have one more cast, she might be able to do it. The Kabuko's going to cast him. He's going to one-shot the Kaisa. It comes through, and wow, the Kaisa clutches it up. Pokygum stays alive.
Oh my god, I'm getting through the medic to see my heart because this game Pokygon is doing on the minimal, the details for getting to this victory. He's already with 4 life, he's 4-win streak, and Koala gets a win too, and then Koala is still alive too. Let's see for the next round because these guys, oh my god, oh my heart.
Yeah, and Pox was sitting at 60 gold as well. So Sox is chilling. He wasn't sweating one bit from that fight as Pokygum holding on to every fiber of his being to try and win. But now we are seeing Koala up against the Reaper comp. We talked about this before. These melee matchups, if they are able to break through that front line, are really strong into these mages. And he doesn't have something like the Alawi 3 or an Amumu 3 to withstand. And because of that, Koala is going to fall unless Pocky's got him. We'll see. Pokygum looks like
got the win.
Oh, Pokygum did get the win. Okay. So Pocky stays alive for another fight.
And for Koala, it's very bad right now because he got 2 8 positions on the day, and he needs now to get a lot of top 1 places and things like that because 2 8 positions is really bad for start of the day.
Keep in mind, take a look at the top bar. Coming up after the carousel, we've got our 3rd augment, that missing augment from the Azir encounter that we saw at the start of the game. So this is the point in time where people are going to hit a very strong board state, and I think if you're Pokygum, you need to find something here that makes you extremely strong.
Yeah, I think it's time for Pokygon to encounter something that can change his game because he is on the edge. He need something really important. We see a Shen 3 on Wilf. I really like Unified Resistance. Let's see if what he really needs to stay on the game.
Yeah, Wilf on this 5 loss. We're talking about a Pokygum, but Wilf's another player under 10 HP right now. He does find the Shen 3 this round, able to get the combat caster. Generally speaking, a very strong, powerful augment. Going to be able to buff the front line of Wilf quite a bit. Question is that little bit of shielding going to be enough to allow that Shen to get 1 additional cast, to buy time for Senna to get that 1 more cast? And the 2 players at the bottom of the standings are going head to head to find out who's going 7th.
Let's see, because one of them are going to the 7th position. For now, the front line for Wilf is going to be destroyed, but the problem is the damage that are trespassing that. Yeah, Sen is dead, Wilf is dead, okay.
And all the climactic ending kind of comes a bit more abruptly as that Teemo snipes out the Senna, right? And that we talked about it before, though. Traditionally, you have the Kaisa 2, but the fact that he has a Teemo 3 means that he now has access to the backline in a way that he wouldn't have otherwise. Pokygum stays alive. I don't think he's out of the woods yet. I don't think he's guaranteed a high placement here, but he can stay alive for 1 more round. As we see Dishsoap, who we haven't seen too much of him from the beginning, since the beginning of the game, but he's playing this built different comp. A really cool composition that allows you to play all of the 4 costs because of how powerful they are just on their own. You can see he itemizes this Ashe. He has 2 different Nautiluses in his front line, and he's just using the raw power of these 4 costs to try and win a fight here.
I really like that composition exactly because it's a real strong composition, but needs to be played very well because you have to echo, you have to control your HP, because when you got a level 8, when you got a level 9 is when you are gonna be online. Oh, Dishsoap. Yeah, Dishsoap is our top 6, but I really like that composition.
I do too, and it is powerful. It does extremely well, but yeah, we saw it there. The Yone 3 from JD Zielinski, just too much. JD utilizing all the power he had from the additional economy to hit Yone 3, and Dish Soap does fall, while Pokygom stays alive and climbs one step closer to getting a top 4 from a very, very scary position.
If Pokygom wins this match, oh my god, I wanted to go to the United States to shake his hand, because my friend, he is going through the 8th position with 4 life through a fortune that he stacks too much for getting not so good benefits of it, and now he is on the 5th position already. Maybe he can go for the dream for the 1st position. Let's see.
Michael on a 2-loss streak right now, but with a very strong board. Look at this. You have the 7-story.
Going for level 9.
Oh, Pocky level 9. Great call out there. Michael able to get his board online. We see the matchups. Michael only able to play against either Bruce, who I believe is playing that Dryad board, or JD Zielinski, who we saw with the Yone 3. He doesn't have the gold to get that Galio in, and at 14 HP, this might actually be enough for him to just die. Question is whether that Galio could actually be the deciding factor. Hits a ghost though, very fortunate for Michael. While we take a look at Pokygom, who's up against Bruce's Dryad board.
How cold-blooded do you have to be to build an Echo going through 50 gold when we are 4 of health? We are seeing that Pokygom are going, oh my god, Timo can do? Oh my god!
It comes out the set, the burn is enough. Pokygom once again on the edge of defeat, hangs on, gets one more fight win. Socks down to 4 HP, Bruce at 13, Michael at 14, JD at 19. These are 5 extremely close players in health, and the smallest optimizations in positioning are going to be the difference. We're hanging on with Bruce right now after that loss to Pokygom as he goes level 10 now, has 6 Dryad, 5 Fade, an extremely powerful board with the Dryad set 2 online as well.
Yeah. JD go to level 9. Pokygom got Rakan or Zaya 2 of course, but the strongs of this matchup right now, oh my god, I don't know who is going to win. JD is only the one I think that he has 2 lives right now and go to 2 rounds. Let's see, because now we are seeing Socks with 4 lives, and this Lucky Pals with this Nunu, this Kobuko is really good for him.
No single target damage left to get through that Kabuko, so Socks will win and Michael will fall.
Oh.
And with that, we have our top 4. Pokygom has survived through the gauntlet. Finally, we get a fortune game where someone's able to top 4 with it after their cash out. Pokygom, the king of New York, coming through, clutching up, trying to make the Cinderella run to get himself into the top 8, and he's staying alive with a very strong lobby. JD Zielinski with the Reapers and a Yone 3. Socks with the Bruisers with both Rek'Sai and Kabuko 3. I don't know how much farther Pokygom will be able to go, or if it's going to end up in the hands of something like JD, who has this extremely contested Reaper board.
Let's see, because now it's the time for to decide this match. It's coming for the time that's no more. We have more rounds. Let's see that Reapers loop that Yone destroying the front line, but when he comes back, he will destroy too. And yeah, Bruce is up.
Bruce falls. Pokygom on the right-hand side. It's Kabuko versus the world. He's so tanky, but Kaisa and Timo are enough. Pokygom hangs on for 1 more round. He's going to be up against JD Zielinski to try and win this game.
He is with 10 win streak. Pokygom's been a monster on this game. Oh my god, we see JD get an emblem. He's got Last Whisper. Let's see how these guys are going to use these items. And let's see, that will be the last round of the game.
There are no significant upgrades for JD Zielinski apart from Wukong 2, but Pokygom, I just noticed, still is sitting on Galio 1, was never able to actually get that online with the Galio 2, and that's a huge difference for this Reaper matchup. That taunt can make all the difference, and if he's not able to actually taunt the melee carries away from his ranged units, then Pakigam may not be able to hold up. The question is whether this Kai'Sa and Xayah positioning is going to be able to burst down the Kayn and Yone, or if Yone, when he casts, goes in the back line. No, he goes the opposite direction. He's gonna have to go the long way around, but the front line is dead. Kai'Sa and Teemo fall. Pakigam with a great fortune cash out, but it's not enough as JD Zielinski goes first off the back of Venerable Piggy Bank.
It was a really good run for Pakigam, but JD got a real great composition with that Yone doing a lot of damage. These Reapers really positioning very well and got the win.
JD Zielinski came out of the set swinging with a win at the Ascension of the Ages and a top 4 of the Tacticians Cup #1. I was on the record criticizing him for a weak back half of the set, and I take it back because he's showing up here at this Golden Spatula. He's made it to day 2. He's getting a first place. He's making a very serious fight for the top 8. Congratulations to JD Zielinski on that win, and Pakigam for the top 2. But we've got a quick break coming up, and after that, an analyst desk to break down all of the goodness, the heartbreak, and the panic that we got to see in that last game. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a minute.
My name is Dobbs. I play TFT since Set 1 and I'm from Brazil. I compete in TFT because I love the way the game works. It gives me a challenge. I enjoy trying my best and getting to improve in the game. And that keeps me thinking that I just need to keep going and get better. I'm a person that likes to compete. I like competing anything, like a video game, a soccer game. When I started competing TFT, and then I realized that it's so great, and I just stayed, and I just want to keep going. The way I play to the game, I play that with energy, with anger. I might get crazy sometimes, but I always.
Welcome back, everybody. We are continuing our coverage of day number 2 of the America's Golden Spatula, and I've got Casanova and Hope-san back on the analyst desk with me to break down the action of that second game. The biggest story here, fortune. Could be better, could be worse. Sometimes it's exactly what you need, but for Pakigam, wow, what a performance.
Yeah, still not able to convert for a first because just Kayn is so incredibly powerful, especially with that Venerable Piggy Bank getting all that extra gold, but such an incredible way to turn things around. I love that he was holding the extra Teemos on his bench, just seeing if he could actually hit the 3-star when it wasn't affecting his econ, especially because he had taken that trick shot augment from the start. And I think the difference of Teemo 2 versus Teemo 3 is the difference of 7th place versus this 2nd that he got. I don't think Pocky would have survived nearly as long without that little Yordle popping up the puff caps.
For sure, the 3 comps in the first place were amazing. Jay Zielinski with a piggy bank, Pokkigom with that big cash out that enabled him to play, also with the team of 3 and Kaisa as secondary carry, and finally Bruce Lol that even got to level 10, and he was able to get also a great comp in place with the 6th Dryad. It wasn't enough for him, and I wanted to highlight also Sox that he actually played for the 3rd time in the tournament, the Lucky Paws, so we had the Kobulko one-shot in everyone all over the place, so actually great performance from everyone. And Ghostly not working, Koala and Wilf going for the reroll, one with Zoe, one with Senna, not with the best result so far.
Yeah, but it was the ghostly units here of JD Zielinski's board, the Kayn able to get the job done. The Yone 3, I feel like that was just the cherry on top for this particular composition. When you take a look at the Kayn being the carry, Yone was able to show up and do just as much work. The Gifts from the Fallen too, I feel like this is such a powerful combat augment to have, Hoope.
Yeah, totally. It gives you a lot of strength, and that's what you want, no? You want the last units remaining that normally are the Johnny, the Kayn, are the ones that you want to funnel all the power into it, and together with combat casting, they will enable them to be almost immortal and have that access to the backlane that is so important. Also, Exalted usage throughout all the game gave him a lot of experience, and then the final power that he needed to close out the game with a great first place for JD Zielinski.
Yeah, and GD might have had, you know, one of the highest caps Reaper boards that we've seen in a little while. But also, I think this kind of goes to show why the Syndra board has fallen off just a little bit. This is the 2nd time that we've seen like a pretty insanely capped Syndra board with like 6 Dryad online just get dominated by the Reaper board. It just wasn't even close. It could not compete with this board whatsoever. And I think that's one of the reasons that we're seeing it fall off, because the most popular board for trying to cap out late game, the board that everyone kind of feels is the strongest, seems to counter it. So even though you can get it a little uncontested, you're probably capping out at like 2nd or 3rd.
Another story though is we gotta have to talk about the fact that we actually saw Story Weavers. This was one of the first games that we've actually seen that augment come up so early, but not necessarily able to convert over into a top finish for a comp that is sort of expected. Like if you hit the right augments and you hit the right spot, you should be able to convert that over, but not to be. It was gonna be a 5th place for Michael in this game.
Yeah, totally. He got a good early game. He was able to pressure, but then on the level 8, when everyone is pumping up their composition, Michael is trying to go to level 9. He finally gets there. He gets the Irelia too, but it wasn't enough against the cap comps, mainly of Pokkigom and what we were seeing of the rest. So now we're seeing a little of Pocky trying to go for that. This was a nice clutch from the Teemo. You were saying it, Kaz. If the Teemo 3 doesn't exist, this is 7th place for Pokkigom. But thanks to this Teemo, he actually obliterated the rest of the competition.
There were 2 fights that were so clutch, right? There was the Teemo there that we just saw against the set, and then there was a fight, I think, a little earlier on against Sox that would have put Pocky in 6th or 7th, where the Kobuko was casting in front of the Kaisa, and if the auto attack goes off, that ends this game for Pocky. And so 2 fights of him just having to hold his breath and have 1 unit clutch up at the end to actually make it all the way to that 2nd place was so insane to watch.
Yeah, Pokkigom was one of those players that is in the bottom 8 of our standings right now. So like he needs multiple good games back to back to back in order to be in a spot where he can actually make the final lobby for the weekend. So it's going to be another 2nd place for him. JD Zielinski continuing to also do well and better his placement in the standings, because it's only 8 players that get a chance to move forward to tomorrow, and 4 games left to do that.
Yeah, I mean, JD was also at 33 points. You were saying that Pocky 33, right? JD also tied, even though, you know, we saw in the standings Pocky was in the bottom half. There's a lot of ties at 33, right? So both of them really turning things around, getting closer to that top 8.
Negra, your favorite reroll, the Jonet reroll finally appearing. We were talking about the King normally is the protagonist of the comp, but now actually the Jonet did a lot of work for him, and together with the additional power that he has with his augments, actually was able to cap it out, access to the backline, and win it for him.
I love that you just have a couple of options with that comp, right? You have the Yone 3, or you're able to rely on the Silas or the Kayn to do a lot of big damage. And when you have all of these compositions in the lobby that are running all of those powerful backline carries, it's pretty great to be able to have those melees, especially after the Story Weaver's out of the lobby. It's just a nice touch, finishing touch there on that comp for sure. But as we take a look at our standings now, JD Zielinski with a first is definitely going to be able to catapult himself up towards the top of the standings. But here is dangerous territory. What's
Ego.
Yeah.
Ego has gone 8-8 in these 2 games. He needs an 11th or better to get the spot from Babzera. And starting out with back-to-back 8s, now sitting in 19th place, when he started the day all the way up at like, what was it, 9th or 7th? Ego needs to pull it together or else he's not going to be able to get that qualifier spot.
And it's the same story for Coalesbelto. We've seen 8th for him. Relic also in a bad spot. Now in the middle ground, this also will not be qualified. Remember, tomorrow is only 8 spots for the final lobbies. And now we see Replay also having a bad day from the great day yesterday, mainly playing Duelists and that. Bishop also the surprise with bad performance so far. Still 4 games ahead, Necro. So I feel they still have the chance to cap it out, at least to advance to that final day tomorrow, but actually in a danger zone.
Yeah, and calling out just Michael and Altanawe, just 2-point difference right now. Michael in the lead, so we'll keep our eyes on that throughout the rest of the day.
Well, take a look at this too. Wajan Iverson, our points lead from yesterday, actually starting off today with 2 bot 4s as well, with a 5th and a 5th. So it's actually going to be Greya that is able to take the points lead after a 2nd place and a 1st back-to-back to kick things off. So I think this race is definitely starting to become a little bit tighter as we look forward to our next games. But as you said, Hope, 4 games left, and we're reseeding those lobbies. So it's going to be very exciting to see what is going to happen after we get all of our players set up. A couple new competitors that are going to be going against. So we're going to do that during the break. And when we come back, we're going to have game number 3.
Every story needs a weaver, just as every tactician craves the glory. Within the Garden of Greatness, they will find their place to shine and their chance to conquer the Tactician's crown. Welcome to the Teamfight Tactics Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. From July 12th to 14th, the set's best 32 will use their genius to weave their own story, contending for glory and a piece of the prize pool. 4 regions, Americas, EMEA, CN, and APAC, each with 8 slots to send their representatives to compete among the best. And now, let us step through the umbral and admire the path to the crown. Once the gathering begins, Tactician's performance will be evaluated by points. The first place earns 8 points, while the last earns 1 point. During the first 2 days, our contenders will face each other in 4 different lobbies. Each day, they will play 6 games, changing lobbies every 2 games. It may feel like walking on porcelain, because every misstep could shatter their chances. As day 2 comes to a close, only the top 8 get to keep their brushes and advance. And on day 3, greatness will demand more than just skill. The tacticians who surpass the 20-point barrier will face their ultimate test. Only one will win the last game to settle the myth, become a legend, and conquer the Teamfight Tactics Tactician's Crown. Witness the final masterpiece. The Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown starts July 12th.
back. We've reseeded the lobbies, and we are ready to keep the ball rolling here for day 2 of the America's Golden Spatula. I'm going to be here with Hufe-san to cast this next game. I'm so excited.
Totally, Negra. I'm very comfortable with the meta. It's a meta that the most played comps are not the ones that are having the best performance, but we're seeing, like, for example, in the last game, Kane winning the lobby, but it's because they're using the elements that the game is giving you in a better way. So actually going for the better elements, going for good composition, and actually being flexible in the way we can get it. So now again, Sobayo making the dance move. He's actually living the dream. I love to see him. He's actually streaming right now also, Negra.
Oh, I hope everybody is checking out all of our players' perspectives for those that are competing and streaming in the tournament right now. I'm also so appreciative of the fact that Bio actually has his camera on. I would love more player cams, please.
Okay, let's see the possibility of Sportal. We have Little Legends. No one going for that. Maybe Pokemon thinking about it. Making a move in the next end, but the most players going for 3 champions, something a little more towards the less variants, the less possibilities or something different. So only Sobayo going for the component out builds. Always better to go for a specific comp, but it will have 3 champions. So maybe according to what they get for the early game, they will be able to decide maybe what's the path they will go and what the preference they will have. They also have the possibility of selling this Necra and simply go for a little economy in the early game.
Yeah, for sure. But I do love that this gives you so much flexibility when it comes down to being able to hold pairs. Maybe it does get you off on the right foot to give you some amount of direction. Otherwise, as you said, I think the economy is just as good. Even better here for Weijin, as he actually gets a couple of 3-cost drops from that orb.
Yeah, interesting. Also, we see that Bolivar previously in previous patch very prioritized. Now we're not seeing it enough, but actually it's performing well. When we see the reroll of Duelists that we haven't seen it live, but 2 games of reroll Duelists have appeared. They have had good conditions of victory, like good placement. So for now, Weishan holding on to the Kobukos. Maybe once again we will see the lucky post. In the previous match, we've seen it from Mismatch Socks. And now Weishan from Fnatic trying to hold as much of pairs as he can. He has also a pair of Cho'Gath in his store. Let's see if something he tries to prioritize. There it is. He buys everything and has more options, obviously, coming out to the next and the final rounds of minions.
Yeah, he sold the Thresh in order to make that possible, and now that Volibear is also going to disappear onto the board, actually. So already gets a little bit of a duelist start here. Hope, do you feel like this is something that's he could potentially lean into?
Yeah, 100%. Duelists, and when we talk about Duelists, we talk about Kane also. So it's actually the same archetypes. Items are very similar, and also the early game will be very situational. But as you said, Duelists first. Maybe you get an augment better for Duelists. You can try to pivot into the 2 compositions. And also maybe Ashe, but as we know... Oh, there's Keepers.
Oh, there it is.
So, you said it. I'm seeing him rolling the other 2s, but Keeper is perfect for Team Hammer. Maybe the Slam of Last Whisper could be good. And also, when we hear about Keepers, normally we play Duelists, but actually it's one of the best augments also for Kane. So he will be very flexible, and there it is. This will be the angle for Weishan, and on the right side, we're seeing the rest of the augments appearing now.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a great start here for Weishan, especially getting that early Volibear from that orb. But yeah, as you say this, we have Koala that's actually picked a Wandering Trainer, so I would love to see what emblems he has gotten. We've got Epic for Setsuko, gonna get a little bit more XP. Patient Study as well, so very XP focused across the board when you look at Bio and Pokygon taking those augments too.
Yeah, probably they will be going for a Lustrik, trying to get the 3 experience per level. If they win, it's not the end of the world, but normally you want to lose in the early game when it's less penalized to go for that Lustrik and gain as much experience as gold as possible. And now we're seeing Setsuko on the other place, who takes Epoch, so he will try to play a more tempo line, going for front units, highlighted units, 2-star units that give him a lot of strength. And now he has the Ari with the Shojin also to give him the presence that he needs. He also has the Yasuo, so maybe we will see a Syndra, but obviously or options are still available, such as the Lutes or anything else. Pocky, as we were saying, Necra going for the Lustrik. He actually has a very simple table or board, and maybe trying to go for Fortune in the stage 3.
already has that Kobuko, maybe get a chance to get something like the Zoe to get that fortune online, but it also depends on whether or not you can get the other pieces of that puzzle, like the Tristan. I feel like some of those 3 costs are a little bit harder to come by, so we'll see what Pokigom decides to do. I'm so nervous for him though, every time, Jupe, when I see that Pokigom is considering the fortune, just because of how that last game went, it's so high risk, high reward.
I know, but he knows how to handle it. But actually, he was 1 life against, but he had to win the final round, and he actually did it to manage to close it out. But I think he has to now. It's like that's the dream of this type of player. They need to force the possibility of the luck being on your side and play around that high variance, because if you account that everyone is so good in this competition, you need to have that edge, that significant something that normally you rely a little on luck, and Poki is willing to do that. He's willing to go, accept the high variance and the possibility to go 8th, but with a possibility of also closing out the lobby and getting a first place. So now we're seeing again Sobayo also going for a duelist start. But as we know, this could be duelist, this could be also a transition to Kayn.
Oh, I mean, take a look at the treasure armory that Bayu was able to get. You already have the Radiant Edge of Night. That's the perfect item for a melee carry.
Yeah, you want it on Kayn mainly. In Lee Sin is decent, but I think Sobayo knows that there's already a keepers that's preferably going for duelists, so they can split the comp. They can say, I don't know if they're using chat right now, but it's very usual, even on screens for this America, that starting the lobby, they will call out the comp that they will be playing. Not so much as the traditional, the past milk that he used to say, I'm Garen, no scout, no pivot, maybe not in such a dramatic way, but they're actually are capable of signalizing the comps that they want to play for the other, at least not to prioritize it and have the possibility of getting a good spot for it.
We actually saw that happen at the NA Regional Finals last set for Remix Rumble, where there were so many rerolls, the 2-cost, the 3-cost rerolls, everybody was calling a different one at the very beginning of the game so that they weren't contesting each other. We got some really interesting games off of that, but I don't know how much communication is happening if we still see a lot of players that are going for, you know, multiple Lilia lines, multiple Kayn lines as we enter into our next carousel.
Yeah, interesting carousel. We have a Diana that could be interesting for the ones that are going for that Lux line, but we see that priority is only to go for the items that they actually need. David going for the sword with the Janna, and the poor Bard, even if it's 3 costs, he gets Relic is the one who gets it. Relic not having the best day today. He also has a start of going duelist or going Kayn. He has the Jone, so he goes for economy, the highest cost units he can get. And now in place is Weishan. Weishan, Heavenly. We were talking about this, Necra. We have the Heavenly and we have the possibility of going more deep into the Brawler. Both have been used. Do you have a favorite one? Do you prefer to play this type of lines of Kayn with Brawlers, or do you want to play with Heavenly? What is your thoughts about this?
I've typically been playing with the Heavenly units early game just because they're so much less expensive. You know that you're going to be able to have pretty stable traits when it comes down to just being able to get those low cost units. But I feel like there's always so much more combat power with the Brawlers as just an ability to help make that just a little bit tankier. So I feel like I always try to transition to Bruisers later on.
Totally makes sense. Yeah, I think both are very, very capable of transmitting into a good placement. Also, something I would like to see on next tournaments is like forcing players to put the cam on. I don't know if that's forcible, but seeing Sobayo so happy, concentrated, playing, actually gives another taste to the tournament. I heard in China, for example, there sometimes they have to use like double camera. So there's some setups that are trying to be put on for the future, but for now we see the good pictures from them, and this is the best side. For example, Philip here, I love his trend even in this set, winning one of the cups and having training so much with one of the other in this lobby, Weishan. So actually team in the same team, in the same study group, and they will have maybe a similar read on the meta.
Yeah, that makes it tough though when you are actually in a lobby with the rest of your study group. Even though you might know the same things, are you able to actually differentiate yourself from the rest of your study group so you aren't contesting each other? Right now, Wage and Iverson is playing the duelist line, whereas Philip looks like he's keeping himself open with that Radiant Blue buff to go to something like the Lilia with the Kog'Maw as the item carry. So at least they're not going to be contesting each other in that regard.
Yeah, for sure. So now we're seeing a little more of Relic with Toronto Ultra. Relic trying to go for the Kayn. Obviously, trying to go for the Johnny in the mid game as a good carry that's preserve HP, but then this Qiyana will give a lot of work for him. He's actually in the middle placement of HP, so he got a good spot for him. Now he wants maybe to ramp up a little on damage. He could think of a Titan's Resolve, maybe if a bow gets here, but no, he gets defensive items, so maybe not the best lands for him, Necra. 2 armors, one cloak, it doesn't look the best. He already have healing items. He needs power. He needs like a more offensive material here.
Yeah, like a sword would be able to make you the Edge of Night for at least like your Kayn if you want to, so it gets rid of at least one of those chain vests. But what do you do with the other ones? Maybe a bow to get a Titans?
Yeah, a bow, you can go for the Johnny. A secondary carry. Normally you have like a lot. You said it in the pause. We have Johnny, we have Sylas, we have even the Kindred that normally only holds the Morello, but you can also use him as an additional carry here. So normally you only need offense here. Normally the tanks itself, when you go for the 4 Brawlers or you go for the vertical of Heavenly, are not that important. What you need is actual damage to be able to exit the front line and finish the fight as soon as possible. So this will be a good win for Relic, and we started to see a little of the archetype of Pokemon. He already has the static shift, and he have a Nashor too. So probably Janna, Lux angle, something with good AP. Now we're seeing the second augment selection, and we will start with David As.
Okay, let's see. Well, David actually ended up having the Janna already online and also has the Diana, so maybe a little bit of contest with Pocky for those Janna units.
Sure.
And I kind of feel like either Jeweled Lotus or Magic Wand here would be a lot of extra oomph behind a comp like that.
Totally. Extra humph for any of the two ones. I don't know which one is the best here. Maybe Lotus will give a better cap in the late game, but Magic Wand will give you a better tempo for this mid game. But I think he will go for the Lotus. He's checking maybe Little Bodies as a possibility. Don't know. As you said, you Lotus, very high cap when he have the 2 carries on board with good items. This additional crit damage would be amazing for him, and maybe even be able to surpass the front line with the Lux and be able to attack directly. But now we see that Pokemon is also playing this line, so we have 2 at least going for the Lux plus Janna reroll. Maybe one of them will try to pivot into the Lilia, or maybe they will try to fight it out together.
Well, it's going to be a tough one because they both have quite a few of the pieces online, but it is going to be Pocky that ends up winning out this initial fight. Maybe he can develop that board a little bit later to make sure that he's actually going to be able to get all of the units that he needs. But for the meantime, we're going to be checking on Bio's board, who is going to be making a couple of adjustments. Found the Kayn already, so he's going to be able to slot that into the board. Just needs to get the extra couple of Reapers online, but you can see that the Kindred is already on the bench waiting to get put in after he finds another Yone.
It amazed me the power of Kayn. Obviously, Kayn 1 is very powerful, but he had the Qiyana too, and once he saw the Kayn, he sold her immediately. He didn't even thought about it. Bye, Qiyana. Thank you for your work. And now Kayn is doing the work here now, trying to go for more of the vertical of Bruiser, trying to get the Heavenly in. But this game will start in this stage of 3. With these items, it's actually such a huge menace. Only maybe countered by CC, so that looks doesn't have mana generation. So if he's capable of escaping, trying to go around it, it could be good for him. But actually, no. He started losing. He has only 1 combat outed. Necra, I'm hoping that with the second combat outed and having that Kayn too, obviously we will see him ramp up. Meanwhile, Philip holding items with the I was thinking in Spanish, the frog or the renacuajo. How do you say when the frog is little? When the frog is still having hatch, that is like it has like a tail. The what?
Tadpole.
They had,
Right?
well, that's what I call the Cogmog normally in Spanish. It's like a little renacuajo going for, and for now he's simply holding, and we'll probably see a Lilia on place for him.
I love that. I'm gonna start calling Kog'Maw the little tadpole. That is great. I think that's a great nickname for that, especially when you know it's as a placeholder for that Lilia later on. As you check out Philip's board. It definitely seems like that's the angle. Holding onto the Annie, you're going to be able to get that Invoker synergy online, and at least the Kog'Maw can help to try to push you through the rest of this stage 3. But Philip has been losing, so maybe able to turn that around into a win streak later on. If he's able to get that maybe Kog'Maw 2-star.
Yeah, that's the problem. He wanted the Goldman to start a lot before. Now we're finishing stage 3, and he will be rolling probably on 4-1 or 4-2 for that Lilia. So that Goldman that actually is very good at damaging comp and preserving HP by not having him 2-star and him being the item carry, actually making lost a lot of HP. Now the fight is up against Wei Shen with the Duelist and Sobayo already with the Kayn. So it will be interesting because also Relic is playing this comp, Necra, so maybe 2 will play into Kayn and 1 will play into Duelist. Let's see how the final split will be made about this. And meanwhile, Pokégon is still winning, or managed to win again here with the Lux, and he already have 5. So 2 Lux 2, implemented 2 in the bench, and now we're seeing a little about Setsuko going for the Fated Vertical, at least so far, and I think he has a perfect spot. Good items for Syndra in the late game with the Nashor and the Shoji.
Yeah, and you were able to find such an early Ornn as well, so you're already able to start building items upon that tank. You can see the cloak there, so really easy to be able to get yourself something like the Dragon's Claw as just an additional way to beef up this Ornn. And you could also start getting those Dryad stacks online as well, knowing that you do have your Kindred already, so it does help out to know that you can have the potential to go more vertical Dryad once you're able to find that Syndra.
Yeah, when we're looking at the augments, most of the augments are great in the late game. For example, Stand United is better in late game. In case of West Cyberson, also going for the gift from the Fallen, their late game would be amazing. So the final power that we will see on stage 4 would be very high for everyone. So even though they have been losing some HP, no one is in a risk on. So Bio maybe with 49, but I don't think no one is out of the game yet, Necra. So this 4-2 roll down where everyone will hit or not will be actually be very important. A lot of power will be so far, and this is actually the meta of TFT. Not so much damage in the early game, so everyone has the possibility to get at least with a Hail Mary to a good roll-down in 4-2, and now this is what we're going to see. Relic still holding up to the Quillana. He hasn't got a Cain, but he now plays in the Galio that will be the brawler that will help him so much with additional resistance so that he can access the backline with more possibilities. Give him a little more chance.
Oh, Relic got 3 tiers as a drop from those orbs. For a comp like this, that's so bad. It just feels bad knowing that you needed more powerful combat-oriented components to actually make like a second Edge of Night or something.
Yeah, for sure. He needs to try to get the 3 items on his carry. Maybe he has it. He could go for the Sylas. Maybe as a possibility, you could use the blue buff there. But it's not what normally you want. If you're going to do that, you need other items for the Sylas, and you need to hit the Sylas too. So I know Relic knows he's not in the best spot, but he will be able to handle this economy of item in the best way. So Setsuko again, David still going again with the Lux. So no one is still pivoting, Necra. I think we will have 2 people going up with the Super Lux, Super Janna, and a Mumu comp, and it will be very difficult for both of them to hit the 3-star.
Yeah, so what's interesting is that it's David Ace and Pokkigom, right, that are both trying to play the Lux Janna. And as you called out before, Pokkigom was sitting on 5 copies of the Lux so far, but it looks like David Ace might have a couple more copies of the Janna. Do you feel like 2 players can actually play in that tree if one focuses on the Lux versus one focusing on the Janna?
For sure, but also it's difficult that they do like a gentleman agreement. I will get the Lux, I will get the Janna. Normally you take away whatever you got because the game normally doesn't allow you to pick. But it's truly possible. Also, there's enough units for everyone to hit the 3-star. Obviously, 3 costs are a lot difficult. It's like the perfect you don't have additional copies. Like 2 people can have the 3-star, but no copies will be left, so that's very tough. In 2-star, you have more possibilities, but it's also very hard. And it's this type of lobby where everyone will be rolling so much at level 4, you will be very damaging in the HP. So I wouldn't like to be in the spot they're in. So here, Pocky. Also, Pocky very close. He only needs 2 locks left.
I was gonna call out too that Pocky's actually holding on to an additional pair of Zyras. What do you feel do you like the idea of going for like a Zyra 3 alongside this comp?
Normally you don't, but if you get it and you know you don't have a possibility of getting, for example, the Janna 3, I think you can make the change. Also, he doesn't have the cut healing, the wounds, so the Zyra has additional cut of reduction of healing. So even if you don't have an additional healing, if you have her 3-star, she will give you additional power about that. She's not prioritized for a reason. She's not the best in terms of pure aggressive damage, and he hits it. This is amazing for Pocky getting the looks because now he can breathe. He can now decide what he wants. He can go to level 7, try to go for the Amumu and the Laoi, forget about the Janna, and maybe expect for the contested or David As to die before him, and then he will have the possibility of rolling down later. So this is a huge hit for him.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we already saw in just this previous combat that it was Pokygum versus David, and it was Pokygum once again actually able to get the win over his contested compatriot. So I think that's definitely a good sign here for Pocky. He's going to be running into Bio's board, who has been able to hit the Kayn too. And it is definitely alive and kicking, that Kayn.
Yeah, I want to highlight the counter of Kayn if you want. It will be this Bramble Vest that gains so much time for him. At the end, it's not enough. He has very good items, Bio, so finally taking out the win. But actually, that Amumu hold on very much. He only has 2 items, but that Bramble Vest will be great to counter most of the lobby that is using Kayn or is using Duelist as the main form of damage. So great. This is an item that we're not seeing so much maybe in rank and ladder, but now in the tournament is making itself a place as a meta item because of the possibility of holding up so much for the Kayn and not allow him to gain sub EG assets to the backline.
It's always tough because I think that's the biggest threat to a lot of these backline compositions is how do you make sure that the Kayn isn't going to get onto your backline carries. And it can be really difficult to do if the Kayn is so powerful. That's why all of our Lux Janna players are also going to have to keep their eyes out, not just on Sobio, but also Relic. Relic, though, has yet to hit the Kayn 2. Only has the Kayn 1 right now with that Radiant Bloodthirster, and so needs to be able to get that 2-star online very quickly.
Yeah, very tough spot for Philip and Relic, both with a 6 and 5 lost streaks respectively. Now we're seeing a little of Philip. He actually hit a lot. He has the Azir, he has the 4 Invoker, 5 Mythic. His board is looking very good, but his life is not. So he actually needs maybe a little more front lane. Maybe the Naughty 2 will be enough for him. Also, the Annie still not 2-star, so he has a lot of damage. He only needs a little bit more frontline because if he starts to face off against the Kayn, against these units that also don't ramp up but do aggressive damage, it will be not good news for Philip. But if he managed to get the frontline 2-star, even against the Kayn, he will be in a very good spot.
It took him a while to get that Lilia 2-star, though. Yeah. I remember noticing that he had the 4 Invoker online, but it was still a Lilia 1. And so at least that's going to be a very big upgrade for his board, but you're right. Like, still missing out on the Annie. The Nautilus would be really helpful. But here's Relic, like our other player that's on the lost streak, and still a Kayn 1. Sees a second copy of Kayn in his shop, but that's it. That's so difficult. You're also sitting on a Kindred 1. That doesn't feel good.
Yeah, it's a very tough spot for Relic. His helmet looks actually pretty good, but he needs the spot. He's actually losing 7 lose streak, and he doesn't have his carry. Normally, Relic rolls a lot at 8, and the fact that he didn't hit is very bad news for him. Facing off against David, as David's pretty strong with the front line, with the healing and the possibility of the Amumu getting a lot of damage in. Even though his comp is good, his comp is actually very good. He has the units, he has the items, he doesn't have the upgrades. Wins up against David that, but unless he gets the Kane quickly, this is not good news for him. So far, 20 HP, and Philip also starts winning. So very good news to the people in the bottom, but they're still very far from hitting. Yes, Necker, what do you saw?
Look, Hui, for Pokegom, you're already going to be able to get some stacks here onto the Amumu. So Amumu 3, Alawi 3, very possible in this game now.
Yeah, it's perfect for him, and actually is very good in the comp. You have a lot of damage of AP. You have a reduction of magic resistance with the static shift. So the Yone actually has been buffed. So the damage in area is very good for him. And even though he's not someone that gives you a lot of synergy, maybe in this place he could be useful for a while. With the deep roll down here, trying to look for additional upgrades. He gets the Morgana, trying to look for the Morgana too, and maybe rolling for value to be able to get more items. Yeah. Diana, and trying to get units before David that gets it from him.
Yeah, like definitely looking for the Diana. Has an opportunity here too after getting the Amumu. Did you see that he actually sold his Janna too to actually get a little bit more money and reposition those items onto the Lux? So you're at least going to be able to beef that up. You give a lot of those items from the Janna over to your Hui as well. So that's a big deal. This is actually a pretty good upgrade here for Pocky if he's able to beat David to the punch on this Diana, only 2 copies away.
For sure, and a commitment, no? A commitment to use this way for a long while and trying to go for the Amumu 3-star as his win condition. Going up against Relic, Relic not enough. The Amumu getting a lot of tank damage again with the Bramble Vest, so Relic in a very difficult position here. No, but he wins in the right. So later we will check about him. And now we have additional speed. Not much different here in the encounter. Everyone will be a little faster, Negra.
Oh, I'm so sad. In my lobbies, we all have this unspoken truth where you start to roll around as quickly as you can around that Sivir, so you create like a tornado. These players are too serious.
But is in the lobby with your friends, or like someone start doing it and the rest like go ahead and
it's my ranked games. It's like just unspoken. You know that's what happens when you see Sivir.
For sure.
Sivir makes you speedy. You gotta show it off.
Do you have a favorite encounter? They have been very volatile. I love the Kane. No, most people don't like the. Do you like the Kane? Really? That's your favorite, or you only like him?
Yeah, no, I love the Kane augment.
Yeah.
Whether it works out for me or it doesn't, I've actually only had it like 2 or 3 times this entire set.
Yeah, I think it was nerfed in the beginning. Not much Kane was appearing, and they buffing a little, and we started getting a lot more. So Relic trying to go for this. This not appear as good news. I think we will lose him. 7 life, and Relic again with the 8th place, not hitting his main carry 2-star. Very bad news for him. Philip taking a loss here, but still alive with 4 HP. Very bad news for Latam. Relic with this finish will be very complicated for him to advance to day 3, Necra.
Yeah, well, hey, as we were talking about the Kane encounter, unfortunately, Kane deceived Relic, just not able to show up in his shops there. It's going to be very, very tough because there are 3 games left in the day, but he was already sitting in the bottom 8 of the standing. So would need like 3 first places back-to-back to have a shot to make it into that final lobby. Philip also in a very tough position right now. Was doing a little bit better in terms of total points heading into this 3rd game, but still very middle of the pack. Kupe can't afford to take a big loss here.
Yeah, he can. He has a good damage. The front line again missing the Annie, trying to make the copy with the Wei. Let's see if it's enough. But the Ashe is making a lot of ramp up. The Amumu still holding up deeply, going for the backline, and he clears up. We lost Philip now in 7th place, so bad news again now for NA. David wins, Bio wins, Pokégon loses, so the ones in the top or in the middle start losing, and Koala's Belt is the one with the win streak. 64 HP, on fire absolutely, and now we start seeing legendaries, emblems, and final possibilities to get the final cap of the comp.
Oh, wow. Wei Shen wants to take the mythic emblem there. Interesting.
Yeah, let's see what he finished performing. Normally in late game, this is an emblem that allows you to maybe take out a unit that you no longer need, or profound in this significance, but we see that no, he actually doesn't need it. He has only griefing or maybe looking for the unit, the Irelia, that is so amazing for him right now. And well, he will have the emblem for decoration, cosmetic.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, it still gets to give you some stats, right? Give
Yeah.
a crown over to your Wukong.
A little HP. Yeah, it's cool.
Not too bad. Yeah, I mean, the Tristana 3, though, what a massive upgrade here for Wei Jun to have hit right before this next combat. You can see all of the keepers just being able to stack as well alongside that unified resistance. So a lot of shields for Wei Jun's units as he enters into this fight versus Pocky. Able to get the 3-star look, still looking for that Diana 3, just one copy away, and that front line just unfortunately not going to be able to last enough before you do see this Lee Sin in the back. Pocky takes another hit here, is still alive, and it's So Bio that's going to be going down there in 6th place. Oh, David as well gets knocked out.
Yeah, we have the top 4 confirmed. So Pocky, Wei Shan, Setsuko, and Koala. Koala maintains the win streak, so very high for him. And we see now the board that is giving this performance to Pokygum already going for this. He has the Lilia, normally not in this comp, but he actually mixed it out. He has the Lux 3. He also has the Lilia, so Griffin Lilia for the other place. This is a good adaptation from him and actually well performed. Normally, he's mixing 2 comps in one.
Yeah, and you also have the boiling point too, right? I think that's at least the porcelain augment there, at least to help out with maybe a bit of the tankiness from the Amumu and as well as just the Lux casts. But you can finally get a chance to see why Koala is as strong as he is, and that's because this is the Ashe and the Warden's composition. The Ashe 2 online with the Radiant and Infinity Edge is going to make sure that you're going to get crit so much if you're on the other side. And that's it. Pocky is out.
Yeah, Pocky out at 4th. Good 4th for him. He was contested and managed to get a 4th with his comp, being creative in the end, trying to transition to the Lilia comp, but also using the Lux 3-star, so actually a great placement for him. He was looking for more, but it's good. And now we see why Koala Esbelto is still with the win streak. He has the emblem of Sniper in the dummy, so this is great for him. Great news. Also, when he gets the set, he will actually be able to get the Umbral in also. So it will be amazing for him. He will now probably surpass level, go to level 9, and try to look for that set that is so important to cap even more his board, and he's still winning.
Yeah, you also, is that crash test dummies as well as the second augment?
It is for sure, yeah.
Yeah, so the dummies are going in and they're stunning, just buying so much time for the snipers to actually start to ramp up. Finds the Lysandra to at least put in on the board, but looking at just a couple more items. Where else do you find some big upgrades here? I guess you're using the Lysandra until you're able to get the set.
Yeah, for sure. Lysandra to get the set. If you get the set, you get the possibility of getting fated in. So normally you get the Syndra. After you get the Syndra, you link the Aphelios with the set, so you have additional damage in the Aphelios and a little more healing for the set. So he needs everything to come together, and the set is the one who will allow him to be. He's still very strong. Now he starts to losing against Wei Shan, so the duel is very strong. And the Tristana 3 start making damage. We haven't seen him so far, at least in the broadcast, but when we see the stats of day 1, we saw some games of Duelist reroll performing well. So Wei Shan detects this, goes for it. We see now the reason why the set is not appearing. Setsuko going for the Dryad Fated. Good augments for him, and also playing around mainly the Syndras, the carry, but if he managed to get the Azir 2, he will also be a big threat for the rest of the lobby.
Absolutely, but it's about getting there, right? Only 12 HP left for Setsuko, so is going to be in 1 life territory and is going to run into Koala. This is the true board as well. You can see the stun there from the dummy, actually going to delay this Syndra's ability to start casting, as she's also stuck having to cast onto the dummy. The Warden has to be able to brunt the force in that front line as the Ashe continues to wail away, and another stun comes through so that the Syndra is just stopped in her tracks. So Setsuko not able to actually get those upgrades to his board, goes out in 3rd place, and our final 2 here are Koala and Wei Jun Iverson.
Okay, so we will see a Koala with 6 Sniper on the left, good front line. He has to use double Nautilus. He doesn't have the set still, so he decides he needs CC, the crowd control against either Setsuko or now against Wei Shen, that is his final boss, will be amazing. Trying to go to hit this Tristana, trying to hit the Irelia will be amazing to stop the ramp up of the velocity that the duelists have. So final placement, Koala versus Wei Shen Iverson, Brazil versus NA.
Still have a little bit of time though for both of our players are not in danger of getting eliminated from just one fight loss alone. So maybe Koala, you can see him just holding on to a couple extra ashes in case there's an opportunity. Potentially get an Ash 3 online. That could be a big difference maker in whether or not Koala is able to win out this game. Might not even need it though, as Wei Shen is going to take a big hit here. Not able to get this duelist comp to get onto that Ash in the back.
Let's see if there's something that works for him. Maybe the Heavenly Crown could be very good for him. I don't know if Koala is going to get it away. Wei Shen doesn't move, doesn't want to give him ratio, and Koala knows he's winning. So he only wants to negate the possibility of comeback for Wei Shen, and so takes away the Heavenly Crown. And now no healing, no additional healing for Wei Shen. Good spot for him, well detected.
Look, there's the set. Koala's able to find a set. Is actually going to buy the extra copy of the Ash just in case, but does actually have a set to put into that single Nautilus's place.
Okay, let's see some positioning here. Wei Shen trying to put the positioning so that the angle of the Nautilus is not perfect, at least trying to avoid that the Irelia gets the performance. And in the end, he changes again to Protector. So 16 HP. Could be elimination here or second place for Wei Shen, both with great performance so far. Important to note that the Umbral will give also execution value to this set. Good damage in the AoE. Good CC against the Tristana, so Tristana is not doing the damage that she must. Access to the backline from the Lee Sin Necra doing the damage, and now he turns the tables away. A good win for Wei Shen, and I don't know what happened. In the last one, it was a total win for Koala Svelto, and now Wei Shen turns up in his favor.
I mean, the Aurelia, I think, just got taken out so early in that previous fight. So Wei Shen didn't necessarily have that pressure that this Aurelia could actually put forth at the same type of backline pressure that Koala has. And the fact that the Lee Sin was able to actually get onto those snipers in the back did make a big difference in that previous fight. So it's going to come down to positioning again. I feel like, Hope, as we might be into the final combat here if Wei Shen doesn't go down here.
Okay, Wei Shen decides to split the front line with the Irelia. Irelia should be very protected here, so she will be the last to fall down. The set gets the Lee Sin and turns it into the back, so Lee Sin will have a lot placement or a lot difficulty to go to the backline. Lee Sin doesn't get to the backline this time, so bad news for Wei Shen. Now the Ash already ramping up with the Ginso Rage Blade, and it's a win for Koala Svelto. It's not enough. 1 HP for Wei Shen. He still has the dream. He still has the possibility of summon one additional point in this game number 3.
Wow, that is such a big deal. You're also so close to maybe getting some extra gold. Maybe Koala is able to find 3 extra copies of either the Nautilus or the Ash to potentially get one of those 3 starred in this game. But we've got a PvE round first to see if any of that gold could come through or an additional item to help out either of them.
Yeah, for sure. 44 gold for Wei Shen. He can go to level 9 here, maybe include an additional Dragon Lords. He can make some additional decisions here. Let's see what he goes for. Rolling doesn't make a lot of sense, so there he goes. Maybe the Malphite will be a good performance for him. Malphite gives a lot of armor and resistance, and that's what you need. You need to surpass the possibility of getting damage so stronger, and Malphite, even though he's a 1 cost, his stats for the comp are actually very good.
Yeah, the Heavenly stats are going to come online just a little bit more here to help round it out with the Kiana as well as the Wukong. But as we take a look at what's been happening here on Koala's board, he can actually afford to take another hit, and he's holding an Aurelia. He's actually going to hold an Aurelia, not that he needs it in the comp, but to deny it from Wei Shen being able to get that 3rd copy.
For sure, Wei Shen has Irelia and has Wukong also to buy in the store, but that's only the copies, the secondary copies. He will need another one. And now we see the face-off again. Good CC, crowd control against the Lee Sin, making up a good ramp-up. Still alive, both carries from Wei Saberson, but the ramp-up again from the Ginso takes it away. Koala Svelto with the win. Great performance again for Brazil, an amazing performance also from Wei Shen. I love it. I love it, Necro. Again, we're seeing duelists performing greatly in these finals of America. And in this case, Brazil with great performance, and Wei Shan also maintaining his high position and flawless execution in TFT.
Yeah, I mean, Wei Jin gets a chance to get another second place to boost up his average placement even further, and Koala was in the bottom 8 of the standings heading into this game. So a big first place for him may just keep him in the running to make it to that final lobby. We're going to find out all of that and more when we come back from this break.
Nunca me había... No era algo que había pasado muy seguido y bueno, para el segundo día prometí que si llegaba a la final me tatuaba una Neko.
Welcome back, everybody. We just finished up game number 3 at day 2 of the Golden Spatula for Inkborn Fables. My name is Gangly. I'm here on the analyst desk alongside Casanova and Ken. Cass, it was a pretty cool game. I think there was a lot of really interesting things to talk about. The place I want to start, though, in particular was Koala. Off the back of his first place finish, started off the day with 2 8th places and came back with the first. The thing that stood out to me, though, is the rise of Ash. I think a comp that people weren't really putting that much stock into, and I think a part of the success of this comp came off the back of his 2-1 Augment, the Wandering Trainer that gave him the Sniper +1.
Yeah, we talked a lot about just Wandering Trainer and the kind of random emblems at the start of the day, and just how they can enable quite a few compositions. And a lot of times we actually saw Porcelain being the one that created a lot of success going into the reroll with the +1 Porcelain. But one of the better ones to get a +1 for is the Sniper, and we did see that get picked up, which allows you to play towards that 6 Sniper. Getting the Warden emblem towards the end really rounds it out and allows you to play the full suite of 6 Sniper, 4 Warden, even try and crank it up even further later. But I still think it has outperformed our expectations quite a bit. And in general, I've been impressed with this composition. And the fact is, you always get it uncontested because nobody is angling this as their primary win condition.
I think that if you go for the composition of snipers with 4 snipers, you maybe can get a top 2, a top 3, but I don't think you can win the match. But with 6 snipers, I think you can win, and Koala showed us that you can win with that composition.
I want to draw attention to his itemization too. Being able to have the Zenith Blade, the Radiant Infinity Edge, is one of the counters to these melee matchups that traditionally are really hard for Ashe, right? Ashe wants the long fight. We saw the Ashe board absolutely dominate Setsuko's Dryad board, and one of the texts that was largely produced by Dish Open North America was saying, hey, you need straight damage on this Ashe in order to burst down those melee carries, because if you give Lee Sin or Kayn an opportunity to wrap, then it's curtains for Ashe. So I think Koala had all the stars align in some ways. The Zenith Blade, the +1 sniper, and on top of that, +1 Warden, which may not affect his actual cap, but what it did that I thought was really effective was it made his level 8 so much easier to play. Now, Cass, another thing that stood out to me about this game was this contested line of the Janna Lux from Pokigom and David Ace. The thing that surprised me personally was taking a look at Pokigom's spot. David refused to pivot, and they both stayed on the line, and eventually Pocky going 4th and David going 6th.
Yeah, I think maybe for David, we did see, you know, early on, he committed to the line, potentially committed even before Pocky, but Pocky's spot ended up being just significantly better. And I think David, it might have just been not having as much experience in the AP line and not wanting to try and flex out of it, feeling like he was already too far gone into the composition and just saying, you know what, screw it, I'm just going to compete for this, especially because he's a little bit more behind in points. And so kind of recognizing that, hey, I could play this maybe a very poor Lilia or poor Syndra game and just bleed out to 5th or 6th, or I just try and play in this reroll line, and if I high roll Pocky and I hit first, I might be able to turn this into something good. And that might have just been where David ends up going, because yeah, his spot ended up being just significantly worse than Pocky.
Yeah, I think there's a lot that players are still playing for, despite the fact that, you know, we're halfway through the actual event. We've got our standings coming up. The most important thing to consider is that we're cutting to the top 8. So with with us being halfway through the games of the day, these players that are in the bottom 8, these players like David Ace, Wilf, Asa, they are largely out of contention. But it doesn't mean that players like Ego Illusions, who does need that 11th place finish, is entirely out. You have to imagine, though, that he's going to need a Cinderella run. However, as we go one step further, we can see those middle placements. We see Altanawe here, and I don't think we saw Michael on that first standing, which does tell me a little bit about that race. Michael now in the lead, and we're looking at the people right on the outside of the bubble. And here we are with our top 8 right now, halfway through the day. We've got Bio, Michael in 7th place, Setsuko Sox, Toddy, Eoso, Lucas, Greya, and Weijin. Ken, I'm seeing 3 Brazilian still maintaining their spots in the top 8.
Yeah, the Brazilian storm is here. It's raining and it's powerful, but we have to see about the Michael running against Atanawe. He's really, really good, but let's see too how it's gonna be for Ego, because he needs more points.
That's right. Ego Illusion still in the running, still in the race. He's got to tighten up the last three games of the day, but he's not out of it yet. Weijin, Iverson, and Greya both on top. We have to see how they maintain for the back half of the day, but the casters are ready. The game is set. That's going to do it for us at the analyst desk. We'll catch you after the next game.
Thank you so much, Gingli, Casanova, and Ken. So exciting to be able to have you once again, Juve, to cast through this next game. And what an interesting race that we have between Altanawe and Michael. Almost a full placement in between the two of them. And we get a chance to see how we're actually going to see Altanawe perform in this next game.
Yeah, for sure. Now we're going directly against Michael, and the game is ready. So we will start with game 4 of this final Golden Spatula America. Everyone going to the assignment elements, mostly the less variable of the rest. No one wants to go for training Celtinos or Anvil Buffet. Maybe Wilf going for a little variance there, Necra, and I'm happy to see that, because it mixed it up a little.
I mean, Wilf, as the analyst just called out, is towards the bottom 24 of our standings in 23rd place. So imagine if you are that player that has nothing to lose and you decide to make the lobby super high variance with that pick. Not going to come through, though. It is going to be the majority that wins it out. So we are going to be having the ascending augments.
Okay, now we're seeing the POV of Lucas with his Kiki. We haven't talked about Little Legends in the transmission. Do you have a favorite one, Necra?
Ooh, I do. It has to be the fluffed of Poros, the big ball of Poros. What about you?
Oh, I love the Pengu, the Feather Knight, but the dark one is that for me is the Pengu that is evil. He accepted the evil in his heart, but he decides to be a good guy. So that's an archetype I love in life. So that's why he's my favorite.
I love that. I think the Pengu is definitely one of my favorite overall in the Little Legends. I feel like the river sprites have gotten really creative though. Like the Boba Tea one is so fun with the river sprites. The potion from a couple sets ago as well, I think has always been fun too.
Okay, let's see a little about the game. In production, just for you to know, they love the shark. So maybe some... Interesting, yeah. In Latin America, there's a team from Freds that got eliminated yesterday that is Isurus, and they actually used the shark because it's the same for the team. So a little interesting topic here. We've seen Euso Lucas now with the Kobuko. If he gets the Augment of Kobuko, this is the perfect spot. Necra, he has good item. He has the possibility to slam the spark, and that tier could easily be a... No, he has the redemption. He has perfect items to play Kobuko. He only needs a little luck to get in the Augment now.
Oh, but he didn't even pick up the fourth one though, and not going to see it either with the ascending augments. You do have the silver as the first option. So what do you go for here usually? Do you try to go for something that's going to be eco-focused?
Yeah, he needs to pick. If he wants to slam items, he can go a little more launch money and be... 30k really is amazing. Yeah. I love it. Caretaker Ali gives you the possibility of knowing what units you have, and he got the Neko. So probably he can try to think about going for this Neko and playing around it to play, for example, Lilia. That it will be a good comp with the item he has, and he ensures that Neko will be a good tank. And because the game will give him so many Nekos, he can use it as a holder for a tank and then transmit the items to a good tank such as Annie in the late game.
That's a really good idea. And I love that you're able to just go ahead and start playing with this. I mean, you see the Static Shiv slammed right away onto the Kog'Maw, so can already start to carry some of those items for Lilia. You can see how that damage is starting to rack up, but the front line is just a little bit stronger here for Greya so far. Even though that Nico is able to stay alive, I think we can also get a kind of a good idea of what Greya wants to go for, seeing those Kog'Maw with items too.
Yeah, he has also the Pandora's item, so he can handpick any items he wants. Normally, if that happens, we normally see a reroll. It could be a Kog'Maw reroll. Now, also with the Kog'Maw reroll possibility, this show, his items are not good for it. I think he's only like holding it for the early game. So let's see what he has. He gets the silver ticket. So possibility for him, I think he will go for the Senna. Even though he has two Kog'Maws, he already has the Senna, he has the Caitlyn. I think it will depend on the next shops, Necra. If he gets maybe a full deck of Mythic Kog'Maw Cho'Gath, he can go for that and maybe try to play the Lustig. And if he gets more of the Ghostly units, he will go for the Senna.
And he had a good shop for it too. Being able to have a Garen pair, just in case you are able to get the Jax too, I think always is a really nice front line to have with a composition like that. But as we take stock of the rest of the lobby as well, I mean, we see Prestivant that has this Yasuo too. You also have the Caitlyn in the back holding on to a Shen on the bench, alongside what I think is a Teemo that's hiding. Yeah. So interesting that Prestivant is also keeping himself pretty open to being able to have like ghostly or trick shots.
Altenawi, on the other hand, going for these locks, he already has the duplicator in his augment, and in 5 more turns he will have an additional one. So it will be fairly easy for him at least to 3-star one unit using these components, these duplicators. He loves to play the Lux comp anyone wants, possibly the best comp to play in AP line if you hit. So Altenawi will maybe go for this line, especially because of the Shojin he already slammed.
That's a really good point. And you know that another champion duplicator is going to be coming a little bit later as well. But it's so interesting to see how you might try to play into that a little bit later. Are you going to itemize the Lux? Not having seen the Janna yet. But also getting an early Alawi, that's such a nice hit for Altanawe to have for this comp.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm amazed about the augments. Everyone has an augment that is made for rerolling. Altanawe has the possibility of duplicator. At least three tacticians from here have the silver ticket. So everyone wants to reroll. I don't know. I feel they will be contested. For example, Ego is now going for the Zoe. So maybe Zoe 3 into Story Weaver or into Ghostly. So actually, because there are so many possibilities of rerolling, I don't think they are contested so far.
Yeah, look though, there's 4 silver tickets. Milk, Wilf, Dish Soap, and Ego all have the silver ticket.
I wasn't prioritizing so much silver ticket in my ranked games. I will do it from now on. And it's amazing because we see Ego Illusion, Zoe. We see, for example, Milk probably going for the Janna. So we will have to see what he does. He can play it for tempo, but I don't think so. Wilf may be going for the reroll of Kog'Maw, but he also only has Kog'Maw 1. And Bishop also with the Kog'Maw start. Let's see what they both do. They cannot both play that comp. It's very difficult to hit both of them, and they have to roll early. So maybe one of them will pivot out of it. Bishop going for the tier. So he wants to play this Kog'Maw, the Toddler. I forgot the name again. Can you remember, Necra? The Toddler?
Tadpole?
The Tadpole. Okay. I got it. I got it from now on. So Tadpole, a comp that we haven't seen much, is now being contested, so maybe one of them will pivot out of it.
Yeah, I mean, at least when you do have the Kog'Maw, you could go for the Lilia instead. If you're not able to get the 3-star Kog'Maw, then you know that the Kog'Maw could be your item holder for a little bit later. And you still have the Mythic package, as Wilf has also been able to get an early Tahm Kench. So you have the 3 Mythics, already going to sell a couple of the bruisers that he had on the bench in favor of picking up another Kog'Maw, and also has a Nico. But this is a lot of players that are going for these low-cost rerolls, Coupe.
For sure. And if they don't contest themselves, they are actually helping themselves. So a lot of units will be out of the pool. I would love to see Euso Lucas. I would love to see Grea. He's the only one with a 4 win streak. If he managed to maintain it, in this case, Prestiven going for the lose streak, trying to activate the fortune, and now we see the reason. Grea already have the Kindred 2, amazing item holder. Even if you get a 3-star, it could be your main carry in the Fated comp, but normally he's just an item holder, and then we will see the Syndra. Good stuff for him. He can handpick the augments with the Pandora, and this is a great place for him. We already saw him good with a great second place in last game using the same comp.
Yeah, we also ended up seeing the Syndra earlier from Grea as well in game number 1 that was also able to result in the second place. The Syndra got the 6 Dryad as well with the 2 Dryad spats. So this is obviously a line that Grea is very comfortable with, and there are not that many people that have wanted to try to contest the Syndra Dryad line.
For sure, he should have a clear path for playing it, and now we see a little Dishop wants to go for the Super Kog'Maw, so now he actually committed to it because blue buff is very difficult to utilize in the early game for other things. So he will go for this. He's a little far, Necra. Maybe he will roll to 20. We have seen more deep roll down to 20 to 30 normally in the next level because you want to get those high odds in level 4. He needs to get close. He's far away. So he needs a little luck here. The augments will help him so much. If he gets something 3-star, it could be a good ramp up. And this goal helps so much. So he starts rolling now.
Oh, well, that's great. You're able to get a 2-star Caitlyn. That's going to be an extra copy for you as well to try to get that 3-star if you are going to try to go for this Kog'Maw reroll. Silver ticket helping out a little bit to be able to get a couple of them. That's going to be a pair of Kog'Maw there. That's going to be another Caitlyn too. This is a huge roll down here for Dish Soap, and he's starting to hit a bunch of these low-cost units, Coupe. There's
amazing! 30 gold! He can keep rolling if he wants. Yeah, he's very close. He can get... He's rolling for value here, making sure he gets the unit that he needs, and then recover economy. Maybe get a little closer to the Kog'Maw. He's also close to the Caitlyn. He only needs 2. He doesn't break 20. I like this, but actually a good spot for him. We need the front line also 3-star. That way the Kog'Maw will have the chance to ramp up to get additional range and access the backline. And now we're facing up against Milk that will also play with AP. Milk didn't hit a good backliner, but he hit the Ilaoi 2-star. So he has a great front line, and that's making the difference against Bishop in this face-off.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, the tanks haven't died yet, so this Kog'Maw is just not going to be able to chew through this damage fast enough. And Dishsoap was able to hit the Kog'Maw 3, but is going to need to be able to find those extra upgrades to that front line, as you were saying. But as we head into our second augment choice of this game, it's going to be gold, because we are on the Ascending Augments portal. And so a lot of combat power to be had here, I think, from a lot of these augments choices.
Yeah, he's playing Fortune. He has possibility of going for any comp he desires. Normally, we see the Kai'Sa here, but maybe he can pick something else, Spirit Guardian or Stand United, to play something more horizontal with Stand United, or maybe try to pivot to Ashe. He has the possibility to slant the Ginso. He doesn't. He goes for Keepers, so maybe Kayn or maybe Duelist will be the choice for him. He saw that mainly there's a lot of AP in the lobby, and Kayn is perfect. If you have a lot of AoE damage, Kayn doesn't care. He only cares about focus damage against him, so it will be perfect. So a good spot, a good read on what everyone else is playing in case of Prestiven.
We're seeing another Kog'Maw here from Yusa Lucas. This has to be for Lilia, though, because it's... I feel like you're so far away from being able to get that Kog'Maw that
sure.
This is just Lilia.
Yeah, if you want to reroll Kog'Maw, you need perfect items. Sometimes it's only a Kog'Maw 1. I got scared for a moment also when I saw it. But yeah, this is mainly a transition. Probably going for the Lilia because the Janna Lux is already contested. But we see in his bench that he's actually holding Diana and holding Janna. So it will be interesting to see what will be happening here. Grea loses with the Fated against Dishsoap. So also interesting for him. And now we see very, very close deep roll down for Wilf. Now breaking out the 10 gold. He only is one looks away. He has the Amumu too, so good roll down for him. He has the components of the comp. He needs to hit that looks and then try to recover a little of the economy. If he doesn't, he will start to burn out a little because he lost all that economy in quotes for nothing. So he really needs to hit, but maybe try not to break the 10 gold from now on.
It's so tough because how do you weigh out that board strength? Like, do you need the Lux 3? Should you actually break that economy in order to make sure that you have that Lux 3 start? I guess hope you hit it naturally now at this point, so you aren't going to make yourself totally broke. But it's a tough thing to have to weigh out. Do you need the strength or not?
Yeah, you can also wait for Carousel. Maybe that's what he's thinking, trying to get to the 10. If he's lucky enough to naturally roll it, as you said, or try to get it in the Carousel would be amazing for him. He starts winning. He's not weak in any sense of the word, so a good win for him. And now let's see if there's a Lux in Carousel that will be that priority for him. Additional artifact.
Whoa.
So this will be amazing for some and very bad news for others.
Oh boy, I see an Infinity Edge there. I feel like, a Triforce. And for Prestiven, that's going to be an immediate pickup. Does have some duelists, like with the opportunity, I guess, with the Fortune to maybe try to go for something a little bit later on, like a Kai'Sa, but you do have the Keepers as well, so Prestiven could make that transition.
Yeah, Tenawa with the Manasane going for the AP line would be great for him. And Dishsoap in the left, he start hitting again. He has the Caitlyn 3-star. That is so important because you have two units that are very good in the focus damage. So you one by one start melting out the composition of the rest. And even though if the Caitlyn doesn't have items, she can one-shot a lot of the units of the adversaries. Now we see Prestiven again, as you were saying with the Infinity Force, a lot of strength for him. He doesn't have 2-stars that are important for him. He's still in the loss streak, trying to go for the Fortune. I think he already made the cash out Necra, maybe a small cash out with a little component, maybe one component, a little gold. And now he faces off against Grea, trying to get economy and trying to wait for that big roll down on level 8 that will probably be on 4-2.
Yeah, was playing the Fortune and then did transition out of it. Probably important to note that Prestiven is like the least healthy in this entire lobby, and hitting the Keepers feels like it's a great transition point to be able to just try to lean into the duelists. Tristana is still a 1-star though, and is going to lose out that duel to that Kindred 2 across the way, so Grea is still gonna maintain so much health as Prestiven gets even closer to 0.
Okay, Wilf again recovering a little of the economy. 2 components now for Aphelios. Ilaoi 2, very big for him. getting additional front lane, and now getting the... he's trying to close out the damage or the items for the tank. He goes for a Fist Glove with the additional tank. His tankiness is amazing. That's already done. He has a significant wall in the front, maybe one item for Amumu. Now he needs to hit these locks. He's trying, as you said, Necra, to hit it naturally. He's winning. Even though he didn't hit the locks 3-star, he's winning. If he wins this one, it will be amazing for him, getting the threshold of 3-win streak. A lot of gold will be generated coming into neutrals.
Yeah, and then maybe even the possibility of more money coming out of those wolves as well. There's going to be Milk. Now, has the Janna 2 still looking for maybe a Lux or so, has one on the bench with the rest of this Story Weaver package. That's so tough, though, because there's a lot of players right now that are trying to angle towards Janna, towards the Lux. Is Zoe as well also going to be contested, as Altanawe is going to be playing through that line with the Ghostlies?
Yeah, I don't like the spot of Milk. His item, he has 2 mana generation items, but that normally don't synergize between themselves, Adaptive and Nashor Tombs. He didn't have the option, he had to slam it. He's trying to preserve HP. So now Milk, with the HP he has, he's not thinking of winning this lobby Necra, he's thinking of getting at most a 4th place, trying to get as much point as he can, because the game was not good for him. So he's actually contesting in the best line that he could do, that is actually here. We're looking at Wilf with this, so he will not be able. Maybe he will try to pivot out of it, maybe try to play some tempo line according to Sage, or going to the Lilia, but not the best position for him. On the left, Bishop trying to go for the front line 3-star, still 1 away or 2 away from the Cho'Gath. That is so important. It gives you so much strength. And there's the logs for Wilf, and this is what he needed. He's winning, now he gets the logs, so great news for him.
Super good news for him, that's for sure. You're also going to see the Malphite 3 get hit, the Cho'Gath 3 as well. So both of them able to hit their 3 stars as Dish Soap makes those final upgrades to the front line. Still looking for an opportunity to get this 2-star Alawi, this 2-star Nico, holding on to one of those, just a couple other Altruist copies as well in Heavenly units, just to see if you can add in those extra stats later on. But that's going to be a big deal here as Wolf now gets a chance to test out this Lux 3.
Okay, bad news for Prestiven. We see him with 0 gold. He actually made a run for level 18 4-1. He hit 1 Lee Sin, but I think it will not be enough for him. He doesn't have the Tristana 2. He doesn't have a fake Irelia, like I call it, low probability Irelia in level 8 is what you want to see here. So very bad news for Prestiven, 31 HP. Now Greya facing up on the other place and starts winning again. Greya with a lot of gold, Necra 90 gold. He will give a great rollout, and as we know, we are in Ascended Augments, so now the Prismatic will be very important. Thinking about the Dryad Crown here, the Titan's result, we don't love it. So even though the emblem is good, we don't like the item. So maybe he will look he will look out for Bulk, for Lucky Gloves. These are not the best choices for him. So let's see what he decides.
Yeah, it's so tough because, like, you want to have the emblem at the end of the day for the additional Dryad piece, but it's so much better to have the items, as you said. So it is going to be the Lucky Gloves getting picked here. Get a couple of upgrades as well, getting the Ornn 2 as well as the Gnar 2 as an additional opportunity here to grab a couple extra copies of the Kindred. That's going to allow for potential to pivot out into the Syndra once you're able to find that. There it is in the shop. So you can sell the Syndra 2 that you have on your board to put those items on that Syndra once you have found the 2-star.
Yeah, he will think about it. I think he will maintain the Kindred.
Oh yeah, he does, because look, he actually just puts the Lucky Gloves on it. That's great.
Both are perfect, both are okay. This is a little riskier because he's level 8, so the probability of Kindred is now reduced to 27%. So it's not easy to hit, but he has the possibility of Lucky Gloves and getting good items for the Syndra. If he's capable of hitting Syndra 2 with Lucky Glove plus the Kindred 3, it will be a lot more stronger, but it's the greedy play. He goes for the greedy play. Let's see if it works out for him.
Yeah, meanwhile, we got a chance to check in on Prestiven. Prestiven actually did hit the Lee Sin too. So with the Infinity Force, it's going to be a pretty big menace, but we'll have to see if Prestiven can actually round out the rest of this board. Picked up a Heavenly Spat as well, so you do have the opportunity to get those stats online. You've got the Kiana itemized. You also have the Soraka in there for the Heavenly stats. Not too bad.
No, not too bad at all. The Lee Sin will be doing a lot of work here. The problem, the rest of the comps are also strong. His Almers are okay, but he needs to ramp up with the best units. He needs the Irelia here, he needs the Wukong, and he's still level 8 with no real possibility of going to level 9 Necra. So this is not the best news for him. Going up against Liquid Ego with the comp playing around Kayn, playing actually a mixed board. He has the Kayn in the front, but actually playing AP in the back. So actually not the final composition for him, holding up to the Kayn. So this is like a mix of a comp we haven't seen so far, that is Zaira with Ghostly, but he only has 6 Zaira. So normally when you play AP Ghostly, you want to go for the Zoe, because the Zaira is not good enough. Even though the side is not good enough, he doesn't even have a 3-star. So this is very bad news for him, while we see EusoLucas losing against the Lux 3-star.
Yeah, the Lux, the Nico. There's a Nico 3 on that board as well. Or at least that was somewhere. We've been splitting around boards so much. EusoLucas actually has the 3-star Nico. There's a lot of 3-stars actually between all of these compositions.
Yeah, we saw it. We were preventively thinking about it because of the silver ticket, and it's good to see. It's good to see everyone helping themselves, getting hit of this unit. So Neko, without the augments, normally you don't see a Neko 3 without the Drop Blossom augment. So it's good to see here, in case of EusoLucas, also getting the Lotus with a lot of damage. Additional Lilia 2, very important for him now. So he ensures a good front line with the Neko, and now with the Lilia 2 with great items. This is a great spot for him. His preservation of HP is okay, and also the fact that he has the Dual Lotus, this is looking very good for him, Necra. And the Lissandra, if he's capable of getting additional items, he will be able to itemize an additional tank. That is all that he needs to start performing well.
Yeah, that Nautilus is looking extra spicy for that reason. But I forgot that the Nikos were coming out of the Caretakers. So definitely a good opportunity there to be able to get this Nico 3 online. It's going to be going up this 3-star board of Dish Soap. And yeah, I mean, you're able to get the Malphite there. Oh, with the item as well that actually splits it into 3 units. Dish Soap has a really unique front line.
Yeah, the trench coat making a little possibility there. The Neko is totally... It's 3-3 Neko, so if you want to have a trench coat... Also, he's generating a lot of gold, because the Diamond Hands activated 3 times. So he got additional gold for all the 3 Nekos. So actually very good for him. Now Grea, already with the Thindra 2, he decided to sell it. So he did what you said. He's thought that he was too far away from the Kindred, and hitting this Syndra 2 is also obviously a lot better. So he decides to go for the change, and now he sees in a very good spot, preserving a lot of HP. He can try to go for level 9, trying to catch the set and go for the 2-star Azir.
That would be a really big deal to just spike the power of this composition. Maybe even getting a chance to get another pair of Lucky Gloves to make sure that Azir would be itemized. Could be really nice here. This Azir has just been able to get some big casts off into all of those clumped up units. And it's a Cinder at the end of the day that's going to be able to deal that finishing blow. Precedent now is going to be so low, alongside Milk going to be at 20 HP, but Ego on that last life, only 8 HP left, Hupe.
Yeah, you don't want to be in that spot. The comp that Altenawe has is more difficult to accomplish than the one that Ego Illusion has, because this is a 3-star, 3 cost for Altenawe. Ego Illusion is not able to get the Zaira 3-star, so very bad news for him. He's possibly 8th place here, unless he gets the shop of his life. Altenawe with great augments for him. He gets additional damage, he gets the boost on Ghostly also. So now these additional units will be good for him, probably going for the front line, trying to gain as much possibility of tempo and time for the ramp up of the Ghost to assemble, and trying to look maybe for the Morello here into the Morgana and try to cut healing, especially to fight it out against the Canes.
Those Canes, though, they're going to be very difficult to get through. Ego is putting all of those eggs into the Cane basket. It's so tough because this is a difficult position for Ego to be in. Ego was the only Brazilian player that had an opportunity to catch Bapzera in those qualifier points. And the fact that he is on 8 HP, and was already coming into this game lower in the standings, means that he can't afford to take an 8th place here. That would all but shore it up here for Bapsera as Ego's frontline is getting eviscerated. This Zoe 3 at the back is going to eliminate Ego from this game. Hupe, that's disastrous for Ego to try to catch Bapsera for those qualifier points.
For sure, only 2 games remaining for him. He will have to have the run of his life, 1-1, 1-2, to have a possibility to get to that 11th place that he needs to surpass Bapsera and gain that direct access to the Tactician Crown. Bishop loses. Now Milk, with the possibility, people in chat were saying he's not in the best spot, but he actually won here, and he pivots out of the comp, making the possibility to get a good ramp up from now on. So Lucas trying to roll down for the additional front line, now getting the Janna 2. Doesn't make a lot of difference. Janna doesn't have items, and now he decides to change a little the archetype of the composition, going for 3 Dragon Lords, getting a little of additional superability for the whole, and let's see if it's enough for him. 2 Irelias, regretfully Necra, not possible to get it in this comp.
No, it's not gonna quite work out that way, but at least you have the Udyr on the bench for the Hwei to start to get some copy stacks onto, so maybe you're able to get something like an additional Rakan. If another one shows up in your shop, you can make that a 2-star pretty immediately, but you gotta keep winning out from here. It's a good win for Yuso Lucas. It's going to be a big hit, though, onto his opponent across the way, as Dishop is also still trying to hold on. The HPs in this lobby are getting so close together, Hupe. Precedence on 1 loss left, but we have 3 players that are sitting around that 20 HP benchmark.
For sure, Grea is smiling right now. He has a great economy. He's stable, so he should be winning or losing by very few units. And the one in position of danger is Prestiven, without possibility of going level 9. He only wants to scrap as much positions as he can, as we see him with less than 10 HP, the only one. So positioning will be so important for him, trying to get as maximum value of the keepers. He decides to move in the end the Kijana so she can access the backline also of the rest of the lobby, but regretfully Altenawe moved to the other side, so Kijana is not able to access the backline to the important unit, but there she goes. She's hitting good. Altenawe destroyed her completely. Let's see, Lysine is also alive, and he's still alive, so it looks good for Prestiven. It doesn't seem to be enough for the Zoe, so good performance for him, staying alive. Altenawe loses again, and now we have 5 players Necra with less than 20 HP.
Yeah, and for Altanawe, that was a big hit to take. Remember that Altanawe and Michael, they're in this race for qualifier points, and the one that ends up in the best placement today at the end of day 2 will be able to make it to the Tactician's Crown. So Altanawe really wanting to make sure that he can make up some of that lost point differential, so doesn't want to take a 7th, doesn't want to take a 6th in this game.
Good for Bishop, he gets the Heavenly Crown, even though he's playing the Kog'Maw. Is very good for him. Having this additional healing will enable the Kog'Maw to survive, even if, I don't know, some additional damage from Lilia, from Luxus gets to the backline. So this is a perfect spot for him to get that additional healing without getting an additional item of healing in the Kog'Maw. You did full damage, and now... Oh, Shen 3 for Altenawe is huge here. He only needed a little more time for the Zoe to start ramping up the Ricochet for Sei. So now this is a great place for him. He lost the last fight, and now we see Grea in the left going already to double 9. This will probably be the face-off we will have next round.
Already get the Silas in, so you do have the Bruisers up as well alongside just the front line. But as we take a look at the Shen with the Hulk Crusher as well, I mean, it is going to buy so much time for Altanawe. Wilf on the other side has this Lux 3, still looking for the additional copies of the Janna and the Zyra to try to get a 3-star over there as well. Also missing out on this Amumu means that this front line just might not survive long enough. And the Shen 3, it was worth it. This Morgana gets a chance to cast again, but this Zoe's still so healthy.
So good for Altenawe. Wilf very close to getting Janna 3 and Zaira 3. He's 2 off from Janna, 1 off from Zaira, and he should have a good possibility of ramping up if he gets it. Bishop, on the other hand, getting a good itemization now with the with the Radiant Thief Gloves in the Caitlyn. And Wilf here, as we see him, close only to the Zyra. And it's important to get her. He needs any additional damage he can get. His front line is very good, but the rest of the lobby is also so strong, Necra. Let's see the face-off. 21 HP for him. Bishop, the only one in danger zone. And now we see the face-up against the Euso Lucas. So very good front line, trying to protect the Lilia as much as possible. Let's see if the Lux damage is enough. But no, Lux is going to the corners. So now the trench coat would make a lot of additional damage, and it was different from the Neko. And I think this should be enough for Euso Lucas to wrap it up against Wilf.
Yeah, I mean, the Lilia is just able to get all of those damage orbs, and splitting out that damage on the cast is going to make sure that everything in the backline gets hit. So Wilf takes a hit here, not out of things just yet, as you saw Lucas does grab that win, but Dish Soap is going to win as well. So take a look at how close everybody in this lobby is. Hube, we might get a triple elimination after this dragon is said and done.
Yeah, it's something that people don't talk about much is matchmaking. It's something that you cannot control. Obviously, you have to preserve SP as much as you can, but there are some face-offs that you can 100% win, and there are some tough face-offs. So luck will certainly be a factor in the next round. So they will need to position for the one that they know or they have the highest chance to win. And this is very important. If you have a fight that you already lost, maybe you don't position for that one. You ensure your chances to win the one that is more important to you. So Altenaue rolls down, finds additional units here with the Galio 2, and on the left, like Milk, trying to get additional objects. He gets the Wukong. So good comms on either side, Necra. Altenaue more going for the ramp up, trying to gain as much time as possible. And on the other hand, Milk trying to go with the burst together with the Morgana and the Lilia.
Ooh, the Lilia positioning is going to be so important, though, just to make sure that your matchmaking pool is not going to get walked on by any of these front lines. And as we see, Altenaue versus Milk, one of them is going to get eliminated here. Coupe is going to be so close.
Let's see if it's enough. Morgana and Lilia both hitting the Zoe with one life remaining. She goes into the front and hits the Morgana. So Altenaue seems like he's winning, but he doesn't have additional damage. And he managed to clutch it out in the end. Altenaue defeating Milk. So now we have confirmation. Ego Illusion pressed even, and Milk goes in 6th place. So bad info for him. Also Bishop at the end with the Kog'Maw. And we have finally the decision of the top 4 for this game 4.
Oh my goodness. Dish Soap 2, one of those players that's been sort of sitting in the middle of the pack all day, just right outside of that top 8. Really wanted to get a top 4 here just to push himself into that position. Take a look at what's happening on the left-hand side, though. Wilf able to hit that 3-star Alawi. Gonna boost up this front line so much after hitting the 3-star Zyra as well. So there's double carries here for Wilf to rely upon to try to get a good finish. Wilf is one of those players also just hoping to increase his standing. Can't make it into this top 8 realistically. So this is a big deal. He could upset the lobby.
For sure it is. Now Altenaue against Soluka. Altenaue now decides to get the Zoe all the way to the corner very far, so she's not so promptly, but Eusoluka is so strong. His front line is superior, so he eliminates Altenaue, confirming 4th place, unless Grea loses for more. I don't think so. Grea at 13 HP should be in a good spot. No, it's Wilf. So it's Wilf with the top 3. And now Altenaue with the top 4. Grea again with a good top 2 at least, going up against Euso Lucas, both fighting it out. On the left, a very beautiful comp of Nico, as you were saying, with the tail character, ensuring getting the 3-star. And on the right, Grea again with the Fated, already with the set, and most importantly with the Azir 2-star.
Yeah, still just looking for a couple more copies of set in order to make that a 2-star. But yeah, the Azir 2, definitely a big deal here. Gonna help apply a ton of damage into these tankier pieces that's on Euso Lucas' side. But this could be final fight as well. If Euso Lucas wins, this could be Grea getting knocked out.
Let's see the composition. All the eyes on the bottom. The Lilia trying to play it out. Now the Nico is totally obliterated, so let's see if it's enough. Azir making good damage. He needs a good ulti from Azir to make it happen. Grea with the possibility, and he closed it out in the end. One more life for him. So actually, this will be the final face-up, Necra. Possibilities here. Maybe the Umbral will be good for Grea if he doesn't want to include the Sylas. So maybe that's a possibility. No, he decides he wants to cut healing a little more, so he goes for the Capa de Fuego Solar, for the Solar Blade, and trying to burn as much as possible. And now, again, positioning is key. We need, Eusolucas need that the Nautilus is able to focus on important targets, and on the case of Grea, he simply needs to maintain himself alive so that the Syndra can ramp up and gets additional orbs to hit as much as possible and burst out the amount of DPS that she needs.
Ooh, it's going to be so tough. It's going to come down to a lot of the positioning here and see whether or not these backline carries can actually do it. Coupe was already so close in that last fight, with that Azir barely hanging on with a sliver of HP, so can it get the job done again?
Let's see now, Exolucas trying to hold all eyes on the Naughty. The ulti from him will be very good. He hits the Azir, so the ramp up of the Ginso will be very slow. Syndra trying to ramp up also with the damage. Now the trench coat giving a lot of additional Neko. It seems so good now for Exolucas. He took it away. Grea again with the second place, and the win goes for Brazil. Ken is smiling right now. The magic from Brazil is real. So Exolucas takes a great first spot, together with the 49 points that he has. Necra, this is 57 points for him, getting him to a great spot, starting out and only 2 games away from day 3.
I mean, you saw Lucas and Grea. They were sitting in 3rd place and 2nd place in the standings respectively before those 1st and 2nd places. So Hupe, these standings are sure about to look very interesting. We're going to get to those and the analysis of this game after this short break.
Wow.
Nunca no era algo que había pasado muy seguido, y bueno, para el segundo día prometí que si llegaba a la final me tatuaba una Neko. Mi nombre es Altenahue, soy de Argentina y juego TFT desde el Set 1. Compito porque es de las cosas que más me gusta hacer. Lo hago desde que tengo memoria, siempre juego a un deporte, principalmente fútbol. De todas maneras, siempre que juego algo, a cualquier cosa, lo juego para ganar. Y bueno, otro motivo es poder dedicarme de esto. Poder vivir de lo que me gusta es un sueño para mí. Realmente mi historia competitiva empieza en TFT. Sí, lo intenté o deseaba que pasara en otros juegos, pero bueno, en su momento no tenía ni el conocimiento ni las herramientas, por ahí tampoco la habilidad, pero bueno, siempre fue algo que quise intentar, y el TFT llegó en su momento justo para que lo pueda empezar con esa historia competitiva. Creo que esta pregunta es bastante difícil, pero algo que puedo decir que me convierte en único es haber llegado a finales del mundo. Quizás no único, ¿no? Pero reducimos el pool de jugadores. Y lo otro sería, bueno, haberlo logrado desde la TAM, que bueno, que es una región que está en crecimiento. Y bueno, que nos esforzamos muchísimo para tener este tipo de oportunidades. Siempre fui de seguir mucho a los deportistas argentinos en el más alto nivel. Tengo mucha suerte de haber sido, no sé, contemporáneo a Messi, Ginóbili, Del Potro, Maravilla Martínez, entre otros. También soy muy de seguir así los Juegos Olímpicos, sea el deporte que sea. Mientras haya una bandera argentina, yo lo miro, aunque por ahí no entienda. Y bueno, lo mismo con los esports. Me gusta seguir siempre que haya un argentino compitiendo. Y bueno, por ahí mi inspiración es esa, poder ser como ellos, pero en el TFT. Este es el primer día del mundial del 6.5. Es de la Watch Party que había hecho Cheche, donde él mismo realiza un clip que es realmente muy gracioso, donde están apoyando y festejando que yo, pudiese rolear 2 necos y en el último rol tener la Jinx, poderla doble nequear.
Number 4, day 2, the Golden Spatula. Sorry, not regional finals for the Inkborn Fables. That was okay. So, Cass, I want to set the stage here because we've talked all weekend long about the importance and the influence that things like the Orin artifacts can have, and I think that game was kind of the perfect visualization of how things like encounters and these prismatic orbs can really sweep how the game kind of ends up, right? And the thing that stood out to me was how multiple players had multiple Orin artifact combinations.
Yeah, I think the biggest one that we have to see here is like Lucas winning the lobby was very heavily due to what he found via the Orin artifacts, right? Like his board was good. He might have been on the top 4 regardless because, you know, Nico 3, pretty powerful tank. But because he was able to find Diamond Hands and Trenchcoat as his 2, the combination of the 2 was such an insane front line. It bought him so much space and so much time to be able to build the rest of this board and actually cap out above everyone else to get the first. So really good job recognizing how strong that can make him, picking those 2 items together and then playing it out. And it was just incredible because you look through the rest of the lobby, there's some strong combinations. Will having 2 frontline items on that Amumu 2 was insane. That thing was a beast. It was not going down either, but none of it could contend to being able to get the 4x invulnerable Nico from the Trenchcoat, being able to just buy so much space.
And the +4 gold, the Diamond Hands, right? It's one of those combinations that's so powerful. Go for it, Ken. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, I was gonna say that I think that's the most important thing, that's to recognize that he really needs the front line to be tanker enough for the Morgana and the Lydia. And having that Nico is perfect for his composition. That was the most important thing for how he can get the first spot.
It's important to also zoom out on the big picture, right? We saw players like Altanawe and Ego Illusions, who were the 2, I guess, kind of main characters going into this game. And Ego Illusions, with a tragic game, takes the silver ticket. And I think just because of the nature of having multiple reroll lines contested, it felt to me like he just lacked direction entirely, ends the game on this level 7 board that just, it looked disastrous. And with an 8th place finish, you have to imagine that Ego Illusions' run can, barring a miracle, might just be over.
Yeah, basically looking at his points right now, the highest total he can make is 56, which potentially could be 11th place if he's lucky with how the rest of the tournament goes and how everyone else's placement goes. So essentially, at this point, Ego needs to go 1-1 to even have a hope of still getting that qualifier win. And we'll see if he can pull it off. We know this is a player capable of getting those first, but it's going to require him to play flawlessly and still get a little bit of luck from the Mort gods himself. So I don't know. It's definitely going to be an uphill battle for Ego.
Yeah,
he really needs to pull it off. He needs to work on this game to mental encounter his game right now. But of course, Babzera is on his house, really happy right now seeing this game with a popcorn.
You're right, absolutely. Babzera is watching, and with every 8th place finish, knows that he's one step closer to getting the automatic spot, the Tactician's Crown. For anyone who's just joining us, the story there is that if Ego Illusions gets an 11th place or higher, he gets the automatic spot of the Tactician's Crown. If he falls below that threshold, it will go to Babzera. So now, we look at the standings here with only 2 games left. All of the players are going to be competing for that final 8 spots. The players on the last page here, Bruce, Philip, Prestvan, 3 players who had an excellent set on the whole in the regular season, struggling on the last day. I have to imagine that maybe with a 1-1 finish for some of these players, it's possible, but they're absolutely on the outside looking in.
Yeah, based on what happened in EMEA, it was like 60 to 62 is the general estimate for top 8. Now, that could go lower. It could be 59, could be 58, right? It can go even higher just depending on how everything shakes up. But with that said, exactly those players you called out, anyone out of that 43, I would say, yeah, if you can go 1-1, maybe there's a chance that you squeeze in that 8th position. You can actually find a spot into the top and just have to rely on a little bit of luck as well.
We see Altanawe in the 16th position at 46 points. And once again, no Michael. These 2 players playing heads up, one-on-one against each other. The player who scores higher on the day gets the spot at the Tactician's Crown. Michael going first in that last game. Now I want to take a step back and look at this top 8, because if this ends right now, this could be the 8 players that end up in the finals tomorrow. And there's a few players that really stand out to me, in particular Eoso Lucas, a player who I think was not favored by many people going into the event. He's made it to the World Championship before back in set 5, but Greya is the one that catches my eye. This is a player who is so unknown to many, many players, even in the North American scene. He used to go by Melton Hart. He competed back in set 5, had some final day finishes back in the Challenger Series back then. But this is the guy that Pokigam, another player in that top 8, has come out and said publicly, this guy knows how to play TFT. He's incredibly intuitive. He's a fast learner. And if you give him a shot, if you believe in him, he can make a deep, deep run. And it's beautiful to see the two of them, that friendship, that connection, both making a deep run in the regional finals. Now, we've got game number 5 coming up in just a few minutes. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple minutes and we'll see you there.
I kind of discovered the Senna tech before most people. Like, I had a good read on the patch. So I played so much Senna. I am pretty sure that I was the player with most games of Senna on this tournament. Hello, my name is Relic. I am from Venezuela. I represent Latam. And I play TFT since set 1. I love competing in TFT. First of all, I am kind of addicted to competing. Like, it's my main hobby in life. I live by competing. I have been playing other video games as well. I was pro in 4 video games already. One of them being League of Legends. It was my main game, let's say, in my career. I played there for 4 years professionally. I went to Worlds as well. And TFT is different from those games because it's a game that you decide everything. Like, it's not a team game, and every game is different. I think I have my own view of the game on when to risk it and when to not, and I think I show it in Worlds that.
Welcome back, everybody. We got 2 more games on the day, and Cass, this is where I think the pressure really starts to mount for all the players, but I think more importantly, this is where you kind of have your do or die moment, right? We've been following this Altanawe versus Michael storyline, this Ego Illusions versus Bobzera storyline, and with only 2 games left, you don't really have much more time to make up the difference.
No, I mean, at this point, Michael has a 10-point lead over Altanawe. He essentially needs to go first and have Michael go kind of last to really have a good shot of making it. There's a little bit more wiggle room than that, right? Just making up 10 points over 2 games. It's possible, but it is incredibly difficult. So Altanawe needs Michael to do poorly, and he's in the same lobby. So there is a chance that he can just, place very highly, Michael plays very low, and then we have a final game that's just going to decide it all between these two. And Altanawe is just going to have to play the best TFT of his life.
Oh man, the fact that they're both in the same lobby for the final 2 games means that they have a direct impact not only on their own placement, but on the others as well. And Ken, we're kicking this game off with the Bard encounter that starts everybody at level 3, which means everybody will be will have the additional what's it called?
Shop odds?
Shop odds. Thank you. Yeah,
okay.
the additional shop odds
Where we going?
give you options for the 3 and even the early 4 cost if you start to like power level through stage 2. How do you think this is going to impact this early game?
Yeah, it's changed a lot because now when you start with the level 3, you have to thinking about if you're going to a composition with slow roll, with a composition with units with a low cost. But now I think the guys on this match are going through another way to play. I think that I want to say about Altanaue and the Michael thing, this face-off that we are seeing through these last 2 games is, if I was Altanaue, I am going to do the same comp as Michael.
Oh,
because
okay.
If I get the units, I was leaving his out. I was going through making him to doesn't get that units. But of course, if he get the units I can, then I'm out. But he's already out. He's all or nothing right now. Then I think it's the best strategy for him right now.
I mean, that could do it, right? Because if you hit and you're still able to go like top 4 because you hit and you make it so Michael doesn't hit, I mean, that's certainly a way to make up those points. I could see it happen, definitely. And maybe we'll see if Altanaue goes for that strategy, tries to grief it down as we get our first augment selection here, Gangly. I think one of the other big things that we can see out of the Bard is oftentimes with the better 3 cost odds, we'll have to see if any players ended up on Fortune early on, as Slooper able to pick up the Not Today, which is just so good in the Kane line. And so we kind of know where Slooper's wanting to go here.
Yeah, not only does he get this Not Today, he gets it while playing pretty much the best opener that you have into this Duelist / Kane flex play, right? He has the Kiana, the Darius, and because of that, it's going to have a very easy time not only playing this early game and having a very clear transition from every level, he also has a very easy transition into level 8. It's going to make sure he doesn't get dizzy on that roll down.
Interesting. I was thinking he would. Okay, he buy the Kiana right now. I was thinking why he isn't buying that second Kiana, but now he buy that. The first round against Wilf, he is not with a good position right now on his power placement. He's on 50 position. Let's see how he can go on this game.
Yeah, Wilf gonna need some very big games to try and make it all the way back at this point. You know, just needing maybe a 1-1 to try and get even more money. Everybody trying to stack that up. And now we see Slooper taking a loss early on. We'd expect some win streaking, but especially if the Kiana gets hit, that'll make it happen. As we jump over to Dish, who is playing this 2 healthy, looking at Senna as the option, having the Tattoo of Toxin. This is a really good setup to play the comp. We saw a lot of success with this variation yesterday, and maybe Dish can continue that success here, especially because 2 healthy is just so strong.
So he also is holding the Story Weaver opening on the right-hand side. I think something important to note for Dish Soap's spot is 2 healthy. I think the 2 primary AD lines is played in are in the center reroll, but also in just the 4 trick shot Kaisa. And depending on what Dish Soap hits on his Krugs, he might decide whether to commit to that early Senna and just try and get a top 4 that way, or if he thinks he might have the opportunity to cap higher by just going for a fast 8. I think he's going to be very carefully not only scouting the entire lobby, but paying attention to every shop to see what optimizes his stage 3, because I think that's going to determine what his final placement will be, more so than anything else this game.
Let's see now the Michael board. He's with 3 Arcanis right now. Maybe he's going for the Lux. With 1 Lux, now it's really early to see if he is going for that comp, but he already got a Shojin on the Ari, but it's a really good item for a lot of compositions. I don't think we know what composition is going through right now.
Yeah, I could see him lock in for this with the learning to spell, though. I could be down to just be like, you know what, I'm going to play Lux here. I'm down. So. I think it works.
I think it makes the most sense, right? Learning to spell, you traditionally want to play whatever unit you're going to be teaching to spell from the point on from when you get the augment. The fact that he has Lux on his board, already has the frontline units for this comp, to me says he's trying to give very clear indications to the rest of the lobby. Hey, I've got Lux Janna locked up already. Don't contest me. And to be honest, if you're Michael, and if you're Altanawe watching Michael's spot, I think you're starting to sweat because an uncontested Lux Janna with Learning Dispel already has the Spear of Shojin, has the RE2 to give him a very, very strong stage 2 instead of just the Janna 1 Lux 1. To me, says that Michael's in an incredibly strong spot to top 4 and deny Altanawe those placements that could slingshot the ladder.
Yeah, and we look at Altanawe. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Aeza's doing the same comp at the point. He has Mumu right now, he has a Lux. Ari is just a placement for change the items after, but let's see.
Yeah, it looks like it might just be placement because he's playing Patient Study as well, right? So he might want to actually push levels more aggressively. And you could do that still with the reroll line and just use it so that you don't have to spend money on experience and you can save them for the rerolls and still push to the levels that you're looking for. But there's also the option to just go for a faster level 8 and then just play for those AP lines as well. I wanted to talk about Altanawe's spot a little bit because we did see that he was playing towards the trick shots. And trick shots, when not played from Fortune, I think has struggled to play for first place. And it's not being played from Fortune. So looking maybe to try and play for top 4 if he sticks in that line. But I don't know if top 4 is necessarily good enough unless Michael is taking a bottom 2 placement. And I think he'd have to low roll a lot from this spot for Michael to end up down there.
Look at Grea's spot right now. Metabolic Accelerator with Fortune. I believe 10 stacks right now means that is a 2-1 Fortune. So Grea, oh my goodness. He's already in the top 8 right now. I think a first place playing Fortune would not only lock in his spot for top 8, but it would also severely grief a lot of the players who are in desperate need of a first place right now.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Setsuko doing a really good game with the Fortune comp. Today we see already another good game with Fortune. Grea is looking great with that composition. I just want to look how he's going to manage his HP because that's a real problem. We see that with picking on early today, and I hope to see how he's gonna manage that.
Yeah, and Grea rolled a 5, so not going to be able to see the push your luck for a while. Usually, I would say that's great because you would kind of just cash out at that 5, and it's kind of towards the end of stage 3. However, with Metabolic, I feel like Grea wants to be able to push one more time, and 5 makes it really awkward because you get to 5, and then if you push and roll another 5 or 6, it is really doomed. So I don't know. I'm curious how Grea will play this spot because. Yeah, normally that 5 would feel so good, but right here, I actually don't like it. I wanted like a 3 or like a 2 or something, you know, like...
I don't like it one bit. I mean, I do think that obviously playing 2-1 Fortune Metabolic right off the bat, it's going to be a good spot, but the reality is he's not going to get a high enough cash out that really feels like he's significantly higher power than the rest of the lobby, enough that the Metabolic Accelerator being his augment is made up for, and then enough to just kind of slingshot to first. I have a theory that his cash out will be enough to get a top 4, but unless this cash out tends to be something crazy, I would expect Grea to get a top 4 and kind of cap out there.
Nah, send it. Push your luck.
Yeah. I mean, Pocky did it, right?
Just roll like a 1 to 3, and you're fine.
Yeah, there you go.
Just don't roll higher than that.
Tiny Titans coming in at 3-2, and then you can push.
Yeah. Nah, push anyway. It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine, I swear.
I don't know. I don't know if my heart can't continues bumping after another game of push your luck all the time with the Fortune. Please don't do that.
I mean, he is the teammate of Pokygon, both of those players on Team Liquid. And if there's anything we watch, anything we learn from Pocky is that these players are maniacs. So I wouldn't be that shocked. I'd be horrified, but maybe not that shocked.
Not shocked, appalled, not shocked. Here we go. Grea fighting up against Asa. Asa playing the Arcanist in the early stages, right? Asa was the one who could potentially contest the Lux line, but the more, I'm looking at this, the more I feel like this is just going to be, playing into Lilia, playing into something else. But, however, there is the Archangel Slam, and this is something I talked about with Hoope. It's actually an item that he kind of likes in the Lux reroll line. Oftentimes, you're just not able to get the best in slot items. But at the end of the day, it ends up being quite good for Janna, just ramping up a ton of AP and then having bigger shields and bigger finishing power towards the end of the fight.
I think everyone is dancing now with Kubuku. Let's see.
Greya.
Except for Greya.
All right,
Except for
you see a
Greya.
couple players there even optimizing the encounter. Wilf being able to pick up his orb on its way out, maybe even make an econ threshold because of it.
Now we got
Wait a second.
silver
Greya,
pickups here.
Greya could actually find Tiny Titans. I want to keep my eyes on Greya's selection. Yeah. No, it's Harmesis though. Well, no, okay. So we're looking at Slooper. Doesn't really find anything that's too jarring. I think rolling for days makes a lot of sense here. He's playing for that level 8 roll down, so it does give you quite a bit of value. Golden Remover is also pretty nice to play because it allows you to slam pretty much anything on your Reapers and kind of interchange their items, which makes your transition a lot easier. So
Yeah.
I think either one of those options sounds very strong to me.
Yeah, I've always liked Golden Remover.
I think Gold Remover is really good because he can take the item from the Kiana if he wants to stay on the duelist. It's already was what he's going ahead, not more with the Reapers, and use that items in a better unit when it comes, because now he already got 7 Kianas.
Yeah.
Maybe he can go for the Kiana 3.
I think at this point you do play for that, right? Like you have 7 copies, 30 gold level 6. I think yeah, play for Kiana 3. You're already doing okay on HP overall, and I like Duelist overall as a comp. I think it works. It feels like a solid spot to do so. During that last augment selection, Michael actually rolled down quite significantly. He hit quite a few upgrades. This on the side, he was able to pick up Lux 2. He found Diana 2. I think the board is overall coming together for him. He didn't low roll egregiously hard on his level 6. He was still at 30 gold and found some upgrades. So definitely some concerns for Altanawe.
On board with Greya right now, trying to be, the optimizer in this spot. You have this weak front line. You're trying to hope you can kill some units, but the truth is, from this spot, when we watched Pocky play it a few games ago, he had the Morello Shojin on Teemo that guaranteed that units were dying every round, and then he had just had a horrible front line to make sure he always lost the fight. Right now, it's actually kind of difficult to kill units with this particular setup without making yourself too strong. So it seems like Greya is going to continue taking horrible losses. The nice thing is that you have this metabolic accelerator to make up the difference. It's just when it comes down to it and you're playing Fortune, every bit of HP does matter. So the fact that he can't try and get a few kills without genuinely risking his entire Fortune cash out is not a great feeling for Greya.
Imagine how worse it will be his HP if he is not with the metabolic, because now he already is with 49 HP. It's look really scary for him. Let's see when he cash out how it's gonna look his game.
Yeah, he probably can't push as much as I kind of wanted to see it happen. I think if he was able to salvage more HP in these fights with metabolic, I think there could have been an argument to try and play for like rolling a 3 or something of that nature, and just playing like a stronger board if you need to get a little bit more and not worry if you maybe win a fight during the time. But yeah, I think at this point we're just going to see Greya take that cash out as soon as it shows up, and it was nice to be able to grab a Kaisa off that carousel, so he at least has 1 copy of that trick shot when he makes his transition.
On the flip side, we did see Dishsoap committing to the Senna reroll, right? We saw it on stage 2. He was angling toward it. However, definitely missing quite a few Sennas, but he's very stable. And I think the nice thing about this, though, is that if you are able to actually stabilize that front line, it can take you very far. And the fact that he's potentially streaking through the entirety of the stage will make up quite a bit of that econ. But 16 gold with only 3 Senna is not a great feeling.
Luffy is a monster right now with his composition. He's a really stronger right now. Great front line. That Yone with great items. He should be on the first position right now because of that.
40 health, roll it.
Yeah.
Push it. Let's push. Let's go. Yeah, come on, push.
I can't. No. Okay.
No.
Oh, okay. So this is the exact cash out.
Kaisa.
This is the exact cash out that we saw Pokigam take just a few games ago. The difference in this setup, though, is that he already has the Kaisa pair. He also has he has 38 more HP, and he has a ton of gold. So the fact that he has all of these open resources makes this extremely valuable. I don't know. I'm still not entirely sold that it's going to make him that much stronger than the lobby, because he does still have that metabolic accelerator, but I do think that this is good enough that he's probably going to cruise into at least the top 5.
The fact that he maintains that cane makes me think that he can pivot in his composition, even not on the Kaisa way, but on the Reaper's way, or anything that he can use the left whisper he already has.
Possible. It's definitely possible. I think I would be surprised if he opted into contesting some of these players, though, like Wilf, especially with the Kaisa pair already. It's certainly possible, but I imagine that once he rolls down, as long as he can find some of those bruisers, which, you know what, is a bridge between the two of those lines, both the Kayn and the Kaisa, it's probably a lot easier for him to just play this Kaisa because he has the 4 trick shots already, though.
Yeah, he has like 80 gold right now. I don't really want to see what Gray does with all that money, right? Like he's so incredibly rich, and like he cashed out, but we haven't really seen what he's done with his cash out yet. So we'll definitely need to get a chance to see that. It looks like Dish Soap is still just econing back up before he rolls down. As you said, he's just very stable, right? He's just winning. So there's Caitlyn 3. That's a decent hit. Helps out the board. Even makes him even more stable, right? He just has some more backline access here.
He got a pretty good front line right now. That Shen, even on Shen 2, now with another Shen 2, he can tank for the time that Caitlyn and that Senna needed. I think he is pretty good for right now.
Yeah, on the other side, I mean, JD rolling down to 0, just trying to upgrade the board a little bit here. Doesn't find too many crazy upgrades, just kind of upgrading some of the 2 and 3 costs. And we just see JD, I mean, he was just trying to stabilize around. Oh, whoa. Huh? I think the items stacked on. Have you seen that happen before, Gangly, where the items stack on top of each other on the bench and you grab the wrong thing?
Oh,
he just slammed a redemption
onto trying to make the Nashor's Tooth. Oh my goodness, that is that is horrible.
That's like game losing a lot of the time.
And JD, one of the players in contention, he's in 10th place right now, tied with Disho right on the outskirts of that top 8. Oh my goodness, that is horrible for JD, and if he can't salvage that, that is absolutely going to be the difference maker in his placement.
Yeah, we've seen it happen before where they're just stacked on top of each other. I think we saw someone accidentally reforge their carry by the same kind of thing happening, where they're just kind of stacked up on top of each other. You try and go grab one very quickly because you're trying to move very fast, and it grabs the wrong thing. And yeah, JD is falling victim to it.
Very, very sad. Now we're seeing Slooper with the 4 duelists and 3 heavily. I really like this comp. He already got the Kiana 3. Now we are seeing Aeja. I really like the way that he playing this duelist. Slooper is on a 50 position right now on the competition. I think he can reach to the 8th spot. That's what he needed to get through tomorrow. Let's see if he can go for these 2 last games for today. Forget the position.
Ace's board coming online now has this Lilia 2, is lacking the front line that allows him to really stabilize, though. You know, this is something we've kind of talked about all weekend long. Lilia is so powerful. The problem is she really needs the front line to hold up, because her fights are going to turn on whether or not you get 1 more cast from that Lilia, and we saw it there. If his front line had lasted for 1 extra second, he would have won the fight. Ace, unfortunately, going to fall short there, drops to 45 HP. Certainly not out of it, though. And as soon as he can find something like an Annie 2 or a Nautilus 2, his board gets significantly stronger. And you can see him actually holding on to his gold at 19 gold right now, because the way you want to cap out your Lilia board is by not being stuck on level 8. It's by building a strong enough board that can ladder you to level 9. And once he gets that, I think he'll be in a much better position. Slooper, on the other hand, though, Cass did hit that Kiana 3.
Yeah. I mean, you'd love to see it, right? Stayed on 6, tried to hit the Kiana. Now level 7, trying to push towards level 8, and just needs to find the Lee Sin from here. And by having that golden remover, right, you're able to just slam on this Volibear. You've got some great items onto the Volibear that can eventually just become Lee Sin items to go alongside the Kiana. Golden remover will let you just kind of partition all this stuff exactly how you want it. Even be able to just slam down items onto the Tristana as an item carrier for your Aurelia as well. And I really like the use of the Golden Remover in this composition, since a lot of the units that you don't normally itemize are great holders for the units that you are planning on itemizing.
JD's already with 19 health.
This is not where you want to be, and very well could be because of that Lilia. It does look like he was able to get his items off, though. I'm not sure if he had to sell his Lilia, but he doesn't have a redemption on his Lilia right now from what I can see, right?
Am I raw reforge it?
Yeah, he got a reforge.
He did. You're right. He did. He reforged his items on the Lilia. Man.
Because now he doesn't have a Shojin.
Mm-hmm. And without any sort of mana generation component too, right? He does have just a vest and a bow. It means that even with the pick priority on Carousel, it's just not going to do it. Now we finally get to see this Fortune cash out board. Rhea, look at this spot. 4 Bruiser has the Galio 2, has the Kaisa 2, has a Zaya, and on top of that, you can see the exalted combination of the Galio, the Volibear, and the Teemo, allowing Rhea to not only cap this very strong on 8, but now he's able to slingshot himself to 9 significantly easier.
Yeah, it feels like he must have had like at least 50 gold to spend once he leveled to 8. He was so rich, right? He had like 80, 90 gold when we had like left him, and now just being able to get everything together for this trick shot bruiser board. He also has exalted tech in, which it's just, like this board is absolutely insane. This is definitely looking like a top 4, and this is one of those like fortune boards that can find its way to contend for a top 1 because of the fact that, you know, that extra tactician's crown is going to be able to give extra units. Level of 9, you're gonna have 10 units in, maybe even try and push to level 10 this game. We'll see. Depends on how rich Greya can stay.
He got a really good positioning on this last round because he changed the position from the Kaisa to the KO and put the KO on the corner. This exactly where the Zephyr on the other side it was. Then he pulled off this Zephyr. He could do the Kaisa do all the damage that she can do.
Let's circle back to Altanawe for a second, right? He is heads up against Michael in this lobby, needs to make up placements, but Cass, you talked about it at the very start of the game. He's angling these trick shots from the very start without a fortune opener, and we're kind of seeing the effects of that, especially when you compare it to something like Greya's board.
Yeah, he ended up contested with Greya, and now this might just be tournament life on the line. Going 8th here is very likely going to mean that Michael just moves on. In fact, it would mean that Michael is going to be the qualifier point person from Latin America, and Altanawe takes a big hit down to 1 life here. But if Altanawe goes out, that is it for Michael. Michael will be going to the championship.
This is a huge next few fights for Altanawe. He's able to find the Silas 2. Listen, Altanawe, 2-time world championship run with the final lobby placement in the both of them. The historical GOAT of Latin America, one of the most iconic players we've ever seen in the region, competing against the man who's straight on his heels, Michael, one of the most consistent players from Latin America over the last few sets. He's consistently been trying to prove himself not only as one of the best, but the best from Latin America. And with the two of them playing heads up, Michael is going to be making a statement to try and lock in his status as potentially overtaking Altanawe as the GOAT.
Altanawe is 1 HP. He needs to find the units that he needs. He needs Zaya. He needs a Galio, principally because he needs the front line now for that Kaisa do the damage that he needs. Let's see. He's already don't get the gold. It's really, really, really difficult for him to not get that 8th position.
Yeah, he doesn't find it. I mean, this is just going to be an 8th. This is going to be it. This is going to be Altanawe going out of the head-to-head with Michael, not with a shout, but with a whimper, not able to get a board together that will get the job done. Michael will be the one moving on, but Michael will be the one making it to the championship. It's JD Zielinski, might put the final nail in the coffin for Altanawe. The cast from Lilia are coming through. Somehow JD has put together real items onto this board, and it's just going to be Altanawe going down. Michael is going to be the LATAM representative headed to the Tactician's Crown.
Congratulations to Michael. A well-earned victory lap going into the last game or two of the day. But Michael making a statement. hot on the heels of Altanaue for the last few sets, and so many players have considered him the best player from Latin America right now. With another run of the Tactician's Crown, he might even be able to take a shot. He's never cracked that top 8 there, but he's got another chance in set 11 to make a deep run at the Tactician's Crown and prove why he could be the Latin American GOAT moving forward.
Michael's worst position today was a fifth position. He really has a good game today. He's on the 4th position on the competition right now. He's really doing a great job, and he deserves the spot of the Latin today.
Absolutely well earned.
We need to shift our attention, I think, to some of the other players towards the outside of the top 8 that are looking in. JD Zielinski and Disho both at 50 points, tied for that 8th place spot right now. With a top 4 for Disho for a first place potentially even, it would slingshot him over some of the Brazilian players who are just on the bottom of that top 8. These, to me, are the 2 main characters for the rest of this game.
Yeah, and I mean, JD with such a rough start, having that redemption accidentally get slammed onto the Lilia, having to take a blind reforge, turning it into a Hodge and a Giant Slayer. So fortunately, serviceable items that can go onto the Lilia instead of some random chaff. And he's trying to make it work, trying to hold on. But now Asa, this is the much better Lilia board. He's just going to have to see if his Lilia can get it done.
All right, pay attention to the Nautilus ultimates here. They're both going to cast at about the same time. Aces goes online and casts towards the back line of Lilia, while JD's cast only to the front line. The Annie is going to fall. JD's front line crumbles. And I think with that, JD, who looked like he was in a decent spot on the end of that horrible redemption slam by accident, is going to go out in 7th place.
Yeah, that's a redemption really was the biggest problem for him. He was doing a great job on his game. He was recovering for that situation, but unfortunately, we have so much good players right now, and JD got our 7th position.
Yeah, and JD with that will be at 52 points. It seems like he's still in striking distance of top 8, but it's going to require a first. It's going to require a big bomb to make it. And JD is going to have to really refocus, use the rest of this time to make sure he does not tilt from the awful circumstances that came up in this game, and see if he can get it done in game number 6. But still, we're not done with this one. As you said, Dish Soap a little bit on the outside looking in, but a first place here could solidify a spot, making it to that top 8. And Dish Soap looking to hold on to this first place position, playing that Senna reroll.
Found his first win last set at the regional finals with one of the most dominating performances we've seen from Dish Soap in his competitive historical career. Would be beautiful to see the merging of the regions to find Dish Soap in the top 8. The favorite going in for so many players trying to find his edge on the most stacked regional field we've ever seen. And Slooper on the other end of this board is another one of those players in the middle ground. He's 4 points below the threshold, which means if he can make up a few placements with a top 2, a top 1 in this lobby, all of a sudden he's straight back into the conversation.
Of course. The game of the 5th game isn't resolving all the positions of our competition, the Golden Spatula today. We need to see how much these players that can stay stable mentally for getting in a better position. JD is an example of this, because this game, that slam of the redemption really doesn't work for him. And now we are seeing the game of the Slooper. He really needs to get a really good position, maybe a top 1 position, to get a chance to still win on the 8 that goes for tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. Dish Soap already done kind of nearly enough with his placements in this game already, with how high his HP is. Very likely a top 4. Being at 50 points, a top 4 here puts him in a really good spot to make it into that top 8, whereas Slooper needs to get it that extra mile. Slooper's got to get that first place, maybe second place, to actually even give himself a shot in this 6th game to get there. So really eyes on Slooper, as Dish Soap actually takes a big hit here, so maybe not as guaranteed if Asa and Wilf can hold on. The Dish Soap could find himself in trouble, because when I'm looking at the scores, Gangly, you know, we talk about the big 4 all the time, but how often have we had all of the big 4 make a top 8? I can't think the last time we had all 4 of them, if we've ever had all 4 of them in the same top 8. But Weijin and Setsuko are already sitting near the top of the tables. They're likely to make it into the top 8. Dish Soap at 50, Replay at 49 points, both knocking on the door. There is a real chance that we have the 4, greatest of all time, at least in modern TFT from North America, make this top 8.
Yeah, it's very possible. I think one of the problems Dish Soap is facing right now is that, from what I could tell of his board state, it feels like he's a bit far away from a spike. And while he does have the HP that you mentioned to buy a little bit of time, the question is, can he buy enough time to either try and go level 9, which is what it looks like he's angling toward, or maybe find some additional resources if there's an encounter coming up, which there's not, or carousel with a Kai'Sa 2. It feels like it's going to take him a little bit of time, and I'm not sure if he has it.
The Slooper Aurelia 2 as well. That's big for Slooper.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to say. That Aurelia could have to win more win streak, but look of that board that Aeza got it. Maybe the Kiana can do the trouble, but...
Kiana!
Wow.
Oh my god, yes!
Oh, and it takes out Asa!
So close.
The board was so good!
And Dish Soap, despite losing, because of those 2 eliminations coming off the back of Slooper, Dish Soap now guarantees a top 3 finish. You can see him rolling down, does find the Kai'Sa 2, and at this point, he's most likely going to be capping his placement out at 3rd. Greya on that win streak and Slooper with an extremely strong board. But man, I think if you're Dish Soap, you are so grateful for the fact that Greya and Slooper were able to knock out Wilf and Asa more than anything.
Asa looked like he could win this game. That board was so incredibly strong, and the fact that Slooper was able to kind of steal that away with the Kiana surviving past towards the end and getting the 1v1 versus the Annie was so massive for Dish Soap. I think Dish Soap is stoked to be getting a 3rd here. Puts him at 56 points. That's well within striking distance of making that final lobby.
Yeah, of course. And Slooper and Greya has the similarity of his HP, 46 and 43. Now you're seeing Dish Soap lost this round, but very okay for him. 3rd position is very good for him right now. And I really want to see who is gonna win this game because Slooper and Greya is really strong.
It's a 5 Exalted board for Greya coming in. This is something we do not see very often. This is largely coming off the back of being both level 10 and having the Tactician's Crown that affords him these units that don't really fit into the comp. It looks like it's probably this Thresh and Morgana. And the fact that he's able to have level 10 and get such a strong flat bonus from the Exalted means that these units who are doing damage, like the Xayah 2 with 3 items, the Kai'Sa 2 with 3 items, the Thieves Gloves on this Silas, means there's so much unit quality. She wraps, she gets into the back line. The question is it enough? She's on the Xayah now as well. The taunt's gonna come through. It's too late, though.
If you don't win this fight, you're not winning any fight. The Kiana wrapped instantly and took out the back line. This is the thing with Trickshot. It's already such a high DPS comp, and then you add 5 Exalted to just compound on that is ridiculous. Greya probably just going to obliterate Slooper for the rest of this game, but really well done by Slooper to get to this position in this game, playing around a Kiana reroll, and he really needed this top 2. Really well done by Slooper.
He used the remover to get through the items and put the Gunblade on the Aurelia. Let's see if it's enough, because a little recovery of life maybe can do some change, but it's really difficult because Greya is really strong right now.
All right, looking like probably not the last fight because of HP, but probably going to be a repeat of what we saw last time. Question is, does this Galio positioning change anything? It looks like the fight's going to be very similar. I'm not sure if Kyung's going to be able to get that wrap. I think the Galio is 1 hex over, and that is probably going to be the difference with that taunt coming through. The Xayah and the Kai'Sa can free hit, and this is kind of what we were expecting going into that last fight. I think, Cass, you said it perfectly. If you don't win that last fight, I don't think you're winning any game.
I mean, it is sad that we have to have the slow trek to the finish line here, but it is more about looking at the future, right? And Slooper is just very close to making it to that top 8. He just needs one more big game like this.
I think it's a good opportunity for us to kind of zoom out on the 2 of these players' story, right? Greya is one of 5 players to have qualified for the Golden Spatula by both ladder and qualifier points. Other players who did that, you're looking at players like Dish Soap, Setsuko, Ego Illusions, and Michael. I feel like if you find yourself in a group of those players, you're absolutely doing something right and should be considered a favorite. And Ken, I feel like Slooper's one of those players from Brazil that maybe was not considered a favorite going in, but is showing up today in a way that we haven't seen Slooper in quite a while.
Yeah. It's been a while that we see Slooper doing his prime job, but got the win. Now for Greya, pretty good game for him, pretty solid game, and deserved the win.
Yeah, listen, that was a bit of a slobber knocker at the very end there, but Greya showed off what's made him such a threat all set long. He's been among the very best performers all of set 11. This is not a one-time thing, and finding himself even further in the top 8. But Cats, the thing that stands out to me is how we're going to see that top 8 start to lock in a little bit. We've got an analyst desk coming up and one more game, so I wish we could talk more, but I'm going to let Necra and Hoope do the talking. So we'll have a short break. When we come back, we got a little bit of a desk before our final game of the day.
Do you have so little faith in your own light? Only you can save us. But first you have to try. Once more.
Five games down, one more to go for day 2 of the America's Golden Spatula. And I've got Hoope-san back with the desk with me to break down the action of that 5th game. Hoope, this is so exciting because this is the point of the tournament where all bets are off. All these players are fighting for those top 8 spots to move forward to that final lobby.
Yeah, for sure. I want to highlight Greya the Great. Greya the Great. Amazingly, I got a pun naturally. It's amazing that you were recognizing this, Necra. He was playing AP for all the tournament, and now with a great AD comp, going for the Fortune, going for the 5 Exalted. amazing comp. No one has played Five Falte. I think Pino in a moment to get a little economy, a little experience, and he takes the win. Slooper with the Quillana 3. That was also one of the main highlights we saw. And in the bottom, Altenaue with his 8th place that we will later talk. And it's a great effect that it will have on the qualifier points participation going up into directly the Tactician Crown.
And it's amazing too because even though we saw Greya be able to get the win with this Kai'Sa 2 after that fortune start, we actually had 2 other players that had Kai'Sa on their board, one of which was more focused on Kai'Sa, Altenaue, unfortunately going 8th with that composition.
Yeah, for sure. Naue didn't have the spot. He tried to roll down. Only Kai'Sa was given to him. He was trying to flex it out. He's very knowledgeable for doing that. But Grea's spot was so amazing. He had the Kai'Sa early. He was able to go to level 10 and cap out his board. His elements were also very, very good. And now we're seeing a little of what was happening. Zelinsky in the left, going for the Lilia. Good tempo come for the Lilia, but Lilia wasn't performing, you told me, also in the break, in terms of him and also Asea trying to play with the Lilia, not getting any 4th place. And now Altenaue, as we see here, good items, but he got late. He got late to the comp, then faces off against Anani that it was almost impossible to break through, and finally gets the 8th place. Asa against Jay Zelinsky in the mirror match, finally not working out for any of them.
Oh, it's so tough because those are some of the best performing compositions that we have. Taking a look at Kai'Sa, if you're able to hit it and you're able to have enough HP and enough money to actually pilot that composition, then you can do really well with it. We saw the stats at the beginning of the day. Same with the Lilia. As long as you're not getting contested by somebody else, you're able to get that comp online alongside that 2-star Annie. Usually it's good enough, but the rest of this lobby was able to hit with such expensive boards and some creative ones at that. I mean, even if we go into some of these later rounds, I think the Kiana composition was the one that really took us by surprise. The 3-star Kiana, instead of leaning into a different duelist carry, was great.
Yeah, for sure. Slooper with the Quillana getting a good 7th place. Michael only with a 6th spot, but actually performing better than Antelaue, so the race was in favor of him. And finally, Will Fandito with the 4th and the 3rd place, getting the position. We have the standings, and I should say, Necra, the people who are now from 17 to 24 have no chances of qualification. Remember, for tomorrow, we only have 8 participants advancing, so we say goodbye now to Asia, David, Relic with a bad performance, getting a top 1 now, trying to make it alive. Ego Illusions also losing the 1-on-1 against Babsera. We will talk about that more later. Bruce, Altenaue, and Philip.
Yes, and on this second page, these are going to be the players that are still in contention for one of those spots. You can see Koala right on the cusp there with those 54 points, but everybody else within distance here. Even Milk has a potential chance to be able to make it into that top 8, that final lobby, depending on how the 6th and final game goes and where that point cutoff is going to be. Because when we took a look at the EMEA Golden Spatula just a couple of hours ago, that point cutoff for that final lobby was around 60 to 62 points. So Pocky should feel pretty confident. Get a 3, get a 2nd in this final game. Maybe that's going to be good enough to secure your spot in that final lobby. But at the top end, Coupe, Greya, Yuso Lucas, and Weijin Iverson, they're running away with things.
Yeah, it's a great spot to be in the top 3 because you not only ensuring your pass to the final day of tomorrow, but also your average placement is so good that even that gives you an additional possibility. We have a special slide, Necra, to see what will happen with the qualifier points. Because so far with this information, we already know 3 of the players that will advance to the Tactician Crowns next week. Sucks for NA, Michael at Babsera, huge history for the 3 of them. So happy for Michael, so sad for Altenaue. Babsera in the running it up with Ego Illusion with the not good performance from him, and Sucks, who we already knew since the start of the tournament that his great performance in both 3 cups of the Tacticians that we have in the America circuit gains this qualification. So we already have 3, but we need 4 more. We need 5 more, Necra. We need the 4 for tomorrow, and we need the average placement. So still a lot of race, and still the race for the 14,000 of the first place.
That's right. And depending on how Michael does, that could influence whether or not the placements actually trickle down. So if Michael makes the final lobby, and ends up getting one of the top 4 spots, then the 5th place player gets a chance to go to the Tactician's Crown as well. So a lot to still play for. There's still that prize pool that these players are fighting for as well. That final lobby, we got to see which players can make potentially that 60-point cutoff to make it. So let's do it. Jupe, we're going to go ahead and send things over to our casters to kick off this final game of day number 2. So Gangly, Casanova, Ken, take it away.
Wow.
Thank you, Necra. Listen, we got one more game. Cass, the thing that stood out to me from what Necra and Hube were talking about is that we saw Wajan Iverson, Aosu Lucas, and Greya running away at the top of the standings, which means 4th and down, even below the top 8, are significantly tighter. And I think this last game of the day is going to wildly swing those last 5 placements in the top 8.
Yeah, it also can mess with the points, right? Because they were saying like EMEA went with 60, and I think 60 is a good baseline for us to look at. But because those top 3 are hogging so many points from this tournament, it is potentially goes just a little bit lower, right? We might see 59. So players who are, at like 52, 53 points, they might not have to get first necessarily to make it. We're going to kind of treat it as though like they kind of got to play for first. They got to play for every placement. We're not going to be able to lock it in until we get those standings coming out. There's not enough data here to be able to be sure. So we're going to just be watching whatever bubble players we have in our lobby extremely closely and see if they can try and lock a spot.
Yeah, one thing now in mind. Go for it, Ken.
I think it's now or never. It's the time for you play your prime game. It's now the time for you to play with the fortune. If you like to play with a fortune, it's like the time to play with the best composition that you can, your comfort composition, and let's see who got the spot for tomorrow.
Patience and resilience have been the 2 kind of mantra words for so many players over the course of the 2 days, but the reality is you've got 1 game left. You don't really have time to be patient about anything else. If you want to show up, you have to show up right now. And one of the most important things that's going to swing your placement is how many of those bubble players end up in the same lobby. I know the lobbies are getting ready right now, but I have received word that we're going to have multiple of those bubble players all in the same lobby cast. We're going to have players like Pakigam and Koala, Sobayo, and Replay all in that same lobby. And Wajan, who's the first in the lobby, he's kind of just hanging out and trying to get his AVP up. Those 4 players right below, though, are directly competing for just a handful of points to get into the top 8.
Yeah, and by knocking other players down a couple placements by getting the higher, it improves your odds, right? It might even set up for it to be a lower figure for you to get in a little bit easier. So that's a big thing for us to look out for in this one. And still, my dream is alive of the big 4 all making it in, because Replay stayed on the bubble. Setsi defended his spot, Wajan defended his spot, and Dish Soap kept a very strong performance. So he's also on the bubble, but they're very close to making it. And I think having all 4 of the big 4 of North America in this final lobby, that is a dream that can very easily come true.
If you are dreaming with the big 4 of DNA, I'm really dreaming with the Brazilian Storm, because we have Koala, we have Slooper, we have Sobayo. That's just a little bit of points behind, and they really need to get really good positions on that next match. So let's see if they can get it.
I think a lot of people have underrated Brazil for a very long time, even going into the World Championships. Brazil has, I believe, yet to crack that top 8 apart from Slooper's run back in set 3. And for a long time, people haven't really regarded them with, I think, as much respect as they've deserved, because despite the fact they've had maybe a relatively weak regular season for the entirety of the Brazilian field, what they've shown this weekend is that the top of the top are capable, they're expected, in some ways maybe even favored against the rest of the Americas, as we're seeing all of the Brazilians that are left on day 2, apart from Ego Illusions, make this final last run. And Sobayo being one of those players that is going to be in our lobby, the thing that stands out to me is that this is a player who had extremely strong performances, Cass, in the regular season. He had final day finishes in both Tacticians Cup 1 and 3. The third, he got the top 4 finish to make it to the Golden Spatula, and so he was able to qualify despite not even being able to play in the Tacticians Cup number 2. So I feel like there's kind of a chip on the shoulder there, where he wasn't necessarily the favorite of the Brazilian scene, but every single time he showed up to a tournament this set, he showed up to play, and he's competed with the very best.
He's made it to the championship before. Wouldn't be a surprise to see him do it again, try and have a good performance. And You know, I think Ken said it best at the start of this week, because we looked at stats and Brazil was the worst performing region of the 3 in the Americas. But we believe in the magic, Ken. I'm with you. I believe in the magic now, because the top end of Brazil has been looking mighty fine in this event so far. And I'm excited to see if that Brazilian storm can compete with the Big 4 and make it into this top 8.
Yeah. I think the positive things of the Brazilian region is that we are very united. The players that are here in the Golden Spatula are really looking at each other and looking as a partners, looking a person that you can count to study, to understand more and more on TFT, and that's one of the biggest forces, strongest force of the Brazil as a region.
All right, let's kick off game number 6, the final game before the top 8 is decided. Inkborn Fables, Golden Spatula, Portal selection comes through in its prismatic finale. So, Cass, what this tells me right off the bat is that 4-2 is already a pretty important spot where a lot of people spike their boards. Once this augment comes through, we're going to see a huge difference in the boards of people who are able to stabilize and those that entirely miss.
Oh yeah, it couldn't be better for our finale than to have a prismatic finale to cap it off, right? We got to get that at the end, hype things up, get things exciting. Maybe we'll find a bailout coming from the prismatic for somebody in a rough spot. Maybe it just lets someone run away with it. But starting our game off with Weijin on the screen, points leader still has been able to maintain it even with Lucas's run of 1-1-2-1-1 throughout this day. Weijin still had enough of a lead to hold on, and he's trying to keep extending it because both Greya and Lucas caught up a little bit in the AVP race.
Let's not forget, Weijin Iverson, despite historically being in this Big 4, always a dominant force in North America, has certainly had a decent set, but not a set up to the standard that we've seen before. In fact, if he didn't qualify through ladder, he would not have qualified through qualifier points. And the fact that he's now kind of showing up, and he averaged, what, a 4.1, 4.15 throughout the regular season, and all of a sudden he's averaging a 3 over the course of the weekend against the very best of the Americas, tells me that Weijin Iverson's not only back, he's in form, and he's making a push to return to the world stage.
He's doing a really great job on this weekend. We are seeing now he, for now, doesn't have any composition, but of course we are head on the PvE rounds. He's just with Ari, he with Darius and Garen. Let's see what he's gonna play in this last game of the day, because like Kaz was saying earlier, now he just go for the AVP. He's not necessarily looking for the point because he already got the position for tomorrow.
Popping that for an anvil. Cass does find the Death's Defiance. That felt to me like the most takeable item there.
The whole thing felt like a whiff, but Death's Defiance not bad, right? That's definitely workable into the AD comps. It's quite good.
For sure, especially with this opener, right? He has the Duelist online already, finds an early Kiana who's going to be a beautiful item holder, does have the Even Shroud. I know there are kind of two schools of thoughts with Reaper. There are a lot of players that prefer to play the Last Whisper, and there are other players who actually prefer the Even Shroud. I've heard Pokygom even go on the record to say that he prefers the Even Shroud variation, but we've definitely seen more of the Last Whisper believers up to this point in time.
And on the other side, going up against Relic, who's gone for the Kobuko. We got the Lucky Paws, and we saw Sox being the only player really, I think, having success with this, playing it a couple times, but Relic gonna pick it up. And we know that this comp can work out, only having the 4 copies to start things, but Relic just feeling down to try and play some 1-cost reroll.
Impressive event goes for the Fortune Crest. He is going for the Fortune this game. Let's see how he can get the game with the Fortune, because I don't know if he is going for the 3 Fortunes or if how he gets the Fortune Crest. Maybe he's go for the 5 Fortunes, and I'm really looking through that.
I think Prestivan, a player that definitely would need this to be a first to even be considered in the conversation for making that top 8. He's at 50 points now. I think 58 would be the lowest end we could probably see this go for qualification. I doubt we'd ever see lower than that. It's not even likely that he makes it in at 58, but I think that that is the shout that Prestivan has to try and do it. And I think forcing his way into Fortune, I love to see it. Just go for it, Prestivan. Try and get that first, and nobody can say you didn't put it all on the line to try and earn that spot in the top 8.
in mind, our primary bubble players in this lobby, Pokigom, Replay, Koala, and Bio. These players all competing, obviously, for that spot, but directly against one another. And kind of to bounce off what you're saying, Cass, Prestivan may not actually have a very good shot even if he does go first, but I think it would have a huge influence on what actually happens to the standings if he can send 4 of the bubble players into lower positions, right? I think if Koala, Replay, Pokigom, and Bio all go bot 4, all of a sudden the door is opened for some of these players on the lower point standings to actually have a shot.
Starter packs offered by Shen. Definitely not helpful for Prestivan, but it does give some gold. I'm wondering if anyone was in the Duelist line and got to just get a bunch there. We know Bruisers was an option on this, and the Bruiser starter pack for Relic sounds pretty damn nice with the Kobuko startup. So we'll see if that actually makes a big swing on any of these boards. As Prestivan takes out Fortune, I wonder if there's another lost streaker he thinks he's going to run into here.
Yeah, let's see, because he drops the emblem, and of course he can put again.
Yeah. I didn't see this. Why didn't I think of it?
Yeah, he can see who is gonna play, and now put the emblem to be sure that he can lost and get more of the fortune. Very, very smart for him.
All right, taking a stock of the lobby thus far, we can see 2 players contesting the full win streak right now. It seems to be Wage Iverson and Replay on the back end. Prestivan and Relic both trying to contest that loss streak. They're going to be the main characters of the second half of this stage. Carousel comes. See if anyone picks up anything that really fills out their board.
Oh, I just want to call out quickly. Replay also went for an anvil and got mittens. So also looking at that 80 line, just like Weijin, definitely wants to be on like Lee Sin. I actually haven't seen it on Kayn. I imagine it's quite good on Kayn as well. It used to be kind of a tech for Lee Sin, and it just makes sense that Kayn would also use that very well.
Yeah, I think it's really strong in kind of that entire line of like the Reapers and Duelists, those melee bruisers, right? Anything that's going to give you the additional attack speed is going to make you strong regardless. So I think it's a really nice flex. And Replay is one of those players that going into the event was known for being willing to play the Duelist line. Yesterday, we saw on broadcast a lot of players opting to even play 4-way contested Kayn rather than playing Duelist without the keeper setup. But it's very possible with Replay potentially contesting players like Bio and Wage Iverson on the keeper line that he might just play something like the Lee Sin, like you're mentioning.
Especially since we see Bio looking immediately towards Kayn, right? We just see this Edge of Night slammed. It's a unified resistance. I mean, this wants to be Kayn 100% of the time.
Brazilians really like to play Kayn and the Lilia comp, and when you are starting with the AD side, you are going to be Kayn, of course, but of course you can pivot the composition, but it's the preferable.
Relic continues the loss streak. Prestivan as well. The two of them yet to fight each other, though. The nice thing about Prestivan's setup, we saw it before, he has the option to take the emblem out, put in another unit that is easily replaceable, and then whether or not he fights Relic, he can decide whether or not he wants to place that emblem on. But ultimately, it's going to come down to a little bit of min-maxing from the two of them to figure out how they can maintain their loss streak. I think it's going to be a little harder for Relic, who does have that Kabuko, the Lucky Paw setup.
If he upgrades now and go for level 5, he can put 5 fortune.
Yep, 5 fortune available. He has to wait until after, like, if he fights Relic or not, right? But once Relic has to actually start playing a real board, Prestivan can play 5 fortune. I think that's a really great call out, is that he can push his luck even further because he's going to be able to get that healing coming through.
In a Koala setup, playing the Storyweaver opener with the Ginsu's Rageblade. Traditionally speaking, once you slam that Rageblade, you're probably going to be looking more along the lines of the Ashe rather than the Kaisa line. Of course, he was holding the Bard pair on bench, I believe, which says to me maybe he's actually considering playing some sort of Bard setup even without an Orin artifact to really enable it.
Yeah, and Relic just fought Prestivan. Relic got the win. Prestivan able to get that loss. And now, just like Ken was saying, Prestivan can push to level 5 and just play 5 fortune because now he's safe. Nobody else in this lobby is going to beat him. Relic is even going to get way stronger, so he can very safely put that on the board and try and play to just get, you know, a kill or two while also getting that regen. And Prestivan is going to go for a very big game. That first place, I mean, hey, he might keep his tournament hopes alive. We'll have to see.
I'm really, really curious to see what that cash out is going to be, because with 5 fortune the fortune is really bigger, and let's see when Prestivan got that, because he's with a healthy HP right now. He's 7-1. He's a very controlled game right now, and always doing the same thing with the emblem crest.
Philip also adding Fortune in at the end of that stage, but I can't imagine that. I mean, I don't know if Prestivan's in his pool or not, but if he is, I think Philip is probably just going to accept that he cannot sack his entire board just to keep this Fortune alive.
Just items too.
Yeah. Okay, you might as well. And then if you hit Prestivan, then you know it is what it is. And if you can get a loss otherwise, then it probably feels pretty good to get those additional resources as he's angling towards the Ash.
Yeah, I guess Philip says, I want to cash out for 2 gold while I'm currently losing until I pivot my board. So he's playing Fortune for like a round. It's fine.
We didn't really talk about it, but Replay and Wage and Iverson both maintaining the 5 streak at the end of stage 2. And it looks like, oh, they're actually fighting right now to see who's going to maintain that. And it's a really close fight that Tristana's trying to get away. But Replay, who was level 5, I believe, right? It looks like one of them leveled and the other didn't. I didn't see exactly. No, it looks like they were both level 6 going into that fight. So Replay able to maintain the streak. Playing Duelist from ahead in the mid game is an exceptional setup for your level 8 board. And now I think it actually gives him even more freedom because he'll continue to play from ahead with more resources than the other players to either dig a little bit deeper than the rest of the lobby or allow them to dig first and then use his additional resources to hit whichever line is less contested.
And look at this, Replay is with 2 Darius True Stars and 1 Darius on his bench. Maybe he's going through Darius 3? Not very common, but...
I don't think so.
Yeah, why the 7 Darius? I don't know.
Maybe he'll hit it on accident and just be, you know...
Oh, yeah, he already stole it.
Yeah.
No, he
already sold it.
He's waging.
So Weijin just trying to rebuild the win streak from here, being able to slam the items on Kiana early on. It was interesting. Precedent took out the 5 Fortune and was just playing for the emblem. I'm curious if there's someone in his pool that he genuinely felt like he could beat. Maybe Koala Esbelto does not have very much power on the board. But Precedent also rolled a 5 on 3-2. So that is going to be kind of perfect timing for the cash out, especially since he can play the 5 Fortune. It's going to put him at, is that 4-1 that he gets that cash to come through? And that's going to be really, really solid.
Walla, like we said, is still playing around those trick shots. Does look like at this point probably is going to be leaning into the Bard unless he's going to plan on making a big transition into Ash, or if he can somehow try and find a way to get to a faster level 9 and use that Rage Blade on Zaya. But I imagine from his spot that he's going to lean more into the Bard reroll.
Look of the Pokégon gold right now. 109 gold. Is really heck of this game.
He put Fortune in and sold his board.
Yep,
so that's the one that Precedent was watching out for, was Pocky.
Yeah. Okay, so we're not seeing it on the screen right now, but we can see off screen that Pocky entirely open sold his board, potentially on the hope of maybe griefing Preston streak. We see it there on the right-hand side. The two of them went head-to-head. It looks like Pokkygum griefed Prestivan's streak, was able to maintain another loss as well. This could be huge as we see him now spending his gold.
Yeah, but I think Prestivan successfully pulled out his fortune, so he didn't lose any of the stacks.
If that's the case, incredible play and very, very strong heads-up play from Prestivan. Pokkygum does get some priority on the carousel, finds a cane based on his items. Slam does not look like that's where he's heading. It's probably instead actually just trying to prioritize this vest. Although I could see a world where he thinks he has so many resources, and I don't know what this fortune cash out's going to look like, but maybe he can still find his way to Reapers. But it looks like he's angling pretty heavily into AP right now.
Because Prestivan has the emblem, he can all around sell the unit that has the emblem and put again or when he needs to get the
Pocky just rolled a 5.
Pocky pushes his luck again. We saw this. Ken, we saw this just a few games ago. This man is an absolute
no man.
Pocky doesn't need a first. Pocky needs like top 4 and he probably makes it to top 8 and he is betting it all on raising the stakes here.
Oh my goodness. 56 HP is not the health you want to be at if you're really trying to, if you have to survive for 5 more rounds. I think Pocky might have to just lose and then sacrifice some of the fortune cash out in order to stabilize, because he's going to take some very heavy hits. And the last time we saw him make fortune cash out like this work, it was off the back of a Teemo 3. He does not have that same setup, and at this point in time, it looks like he's probably going to have to do some huge transition into a Lilia board, which is the more standard AP cash out from fortune. It's going to be a huge turn somewhere in stage 5 for Pocky.
Bro, I can't I'm with Ken. My heart cannot handle this because it's Pigot and Pocky. Both of them are going to have some very insane cash outs that they're going to have to work quickly on. And now if they both do it, they can beat each other and send one in 7th or 8th.
Ari's Kiss comes in.
Huge.
Oh my goodness.
For both of them. Oh my god.
It still feels pretty bad though, right? You still have 4 more losses to go through at 56 HP. That is horrifying.
Yeah, stage 4 is not going to be forgiving to Pocky whatsoever.
I will send the bill of the hospital for Pokégon because my heart doesn't handle all this pressure.
On the flip side, we've got Philip. He's not really playing for much in the tournament, but he's looking pretty decent right now, making his way to a very fast level 8, clearly angling towards that Ashe. I feel like this is the first time we're really seeing the Ashe line contested, because I remember there was another player that did look like they were heading that way. Philip right now, though, just the Caitlyn 1, Kog'Maw 1, doesn't have a lot of damage, but he's got a lot of money. Problem though is you got a couple other players in this lobby with a lot of money. Preston and Pokkygom, both incredibly rich players right now due to their loss streaks, and the fact that Pokkygom does have that econ augment of the Slammin' online as well. So I actually feel a little bit nervous for Philip if he does whiff on his roll down, because if you can't find that Ashe 2 and an upgraded frontline, he's going to fall very, very fast to this field.
Yeah, definitely going to need to hit quickly, but he's rich. I do think he's quite rich, right? So it's going to be 4-1. He's going to have a lot of gold to spend on level 8 to get there. So the odds are definitely in his favor. I know you were saying it might be contested somewhere else. I don't know if someone was just playing something early game, but I don't think I'm seeing anything. It looks more like trick shots are more heavily contested, and then the melee AD line. So I think this is looking like it has opened up for Philip, and now it should be free.
Koala at this point does not seem to be playing around the Ashe at all. It looks like he's more locked into the Bard. So if that is the case, then Philip is entirely uncontested in this lobby.
Yeah, and when we see the Ashe comp with uncontested, being able to get the units that you need, it's very, very more stronger and very, very more. Oh my god! Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, he found a set as well, so he can just play a bunch of Wardens here.
He does need a replacement Caitlyn or a Senna, though, so that he can get those items off that Caitlyn and onto the Ashe.
Yeah, he ends up using the duplicator for a Mumu. In a pinch, he could have duplicated the Caitlyn just to make the swap, but of course, a Mumu 2 is a very powerful upgrade as well, so needing to get that done. Philip has some HP to work with, so he's not in like a horrible rush to make this swap, but you don't want to just have this itemless Ashe on the board and a Caitlyn 1-star with all your items for too long. Really need to make this happen.
Yeah, but encounter Caitlyn or a Senna is a really easy thing for him to do right now. Maybe if he rolls some rounds, and now the prismatic, it's on our screen. Let's see.
Okay.
Power of chaos, power of chaos. Oh no. Okay.
I was like, egg, really?
Yeah, he's cashing out, so he just takes the egg. He's fine, right? Okay.
All right, Pigot, let's see it.
Looks like the double anvil. I believe that's the artifact and support anvil. So on top of this support, stationary support, he's going to have a lot of power due to these support items on his board. He's got a big turn though.
He needs frontline.
Needs frontline, needs backline, to be honest. Doesn't have anything upgraded there. Finds Sivir 2. Finds a Zaya. That's a big hit. Still need frontline though.
Yeah, really not finding anything. At least upgrading some bruisers that he can just throw in there.
He's got 4 seconds. Needs to pop these anvils and get some items on his board, though. Doesn't want to take any unnecessary losses.
Is Corrupted Vamp Scepter any good on any of these range? Just going to be Mana Zane instead.
No, yeah.
I think the ults are too important, right? Yeah, for both Kai'Sa and Xayah.
Yeah, unless he wanted to play around this Irelia on the bench, don't think there's a world where he could have really played that. Has some items for his backline, but yeah, like you mentioned, Cass, missing that front line is pretty devastating, and we're seeing the effects, though, of these big fortune turns. Pokigam also losing, going down to 21 HP, and I think Pocky still has... No, I think Pocky still has 2 more rounds, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
He likes it. He likes it. We already saw that Pokemon going through the 4 HP run. Let's see.
Next round.
Yeah. Let's see.
Okay, so he always cashes, though. He's not dying from 21. He's always cashing. But he's going to be on potentially 1 life after the cash, just like in that last game where he got second place doing the same thing. But he's rolling second. Prestivan rolled first. However, Prestivan didn't hit. Prestivan didn't find the Kai'Sa. He found a Xayah, right? So very possible for Pocky to hit.
Is going to be rolling on 9. You can see him 54 out of 80 XP already, which means if this cash out gives him gold, he'll be in a really good spot. If he gets no gold from this cash out, though, I'm actually very nervous that he won't have the resources to really fill out the entirety of the board. He's going to be absolutely 1 HP from this loss, though.
Oh my God.
Thank God that Ari's Kiss came through, too, right?
Yeah, I mean, that saved him. It actually bailed him out because he's down to 6, and I don't know that he could have I mean, yes, he could have rolled down this gold instead of pumping XP, right? This gave him the ability to be greedy, but without it, I mean, he'd be in a lot of trouble. Now he first picks a Xayah.
But Prestivan's on the other side with it.
Prestivan gets it.
Finds Udyr, though. Udyr's a big hit there. Allows him to very easily be able to get the Ink Shadow online, and I know he has the Orin. So in a pinch, he's not going to be just tunneling on the 4 bruiser setup. He's going to be looking for any strong front line alongside the Kai'Sa that lets him win this next round. And I believe Prestivan might even be in his pool now, who did already cash out. Pocky's going to have to work extremely quickly if this is indeed his cash out.
Yeah, he needs this cash out.
Looks like Prestivan is not in his pool. He has dodged Prestivan when it comes to that.
Set 2 double Warmogs. Finds the Radiant Bloodthirster as well. Oh man, there's a lot of stuff. Finds 1 Kai'Sa, finds some good units. This is still a little scary. Orin 2's a nice hit there. I just don't know if he really has enough damage on this board. I'm still a little bit scared.
He found no gold, like you said, right? He just found 1,000,000 HP for his front line, right? It's double training dummy with double Warmogs. Now, what he can do is make this set absolutely insane by having a stack off the 2 double Warmogs dummies. He has the time, but he has to survive to make that actually work because it's a Radiant Bloodthirster on the set. There's potential for it to get very strong, but the problem is Pocky needs to be strong now, not later, and he's losing this fight. It's very close. His damage is so low that he's actually getting farmed by a Kane 1. It should be enough, though. He's still going to get the win, but he's not showing a lot of strength right now. And even though he has this like scaling out back door of the set ramping up off of this HP in the front line, he really needs backline immediately.
But 1 more round can get that Kai'Sa that he needed. Maybe can get the Udyr that he needed. Let's see. Kai'Sa 2 for Pokemon. Maybe it's what he need for stabilize his game. Oh my God, my heart all over again.
We need to see where Pocky ends. Okay, that's really big. He's got a. He did sell the set. You're right. He sold the set. He's moving items around. He's going to be able to have this Sojin on the Kai'Sa. Yeah, Kai'Sa 2 is really big. Last Whisper. Apply the Radiant Bloodthirster on the Udyr, I imagine.
Yeah, it's gotta be Udyr.
And the double Zephyr here. See what it hits. He finds 1 target, gets Zephyr back from Phila.
Second one on. A lot of damage though, and the Udyr with the Radiant Bloodthirster is an absolute menace. That was a huge upgrade. Significantly better than the set. The set has some cute scaling options, but the power now, Udyr is way better. Plus the Behemoth synergy with the upgraded Ornn. And Pocky might have found some stabilization here, especially because he found the Kai'Sa too.
I think his game is really good right now. Of course, he has 6 HP, and 1 mistake can make the 8th position right now, and of course, it's not what he wants. He needs a good position to stay on the 8 players that go play tomorrow. So let's see, but his game is really solid right now.
A big thing to point out as well, we replay another bubble player 15 win streak. He has not lost 110 HP. Re-replay very likely to have punched his ticket into the top 8 because 110 HP, when we look at the rest of the health of the lobby, very unlikely for him to not top 4 from this spot. And that's probably all Re-replay specifically needed to make it to that top 8.
The strength of those Reapers, right? Playing from ahead, we called it out before, how much stronger that comp becomes when you're playing it with the resources. Additionally, the fact that he's able to maintain that win streak from the very get-go is unbelievable. And yeah, I think you're right, Cass. Probably secures him at least minimum top 4. I think with this health and the Ari's Kiss, though, might even be looking at guaranteed top 2 or 3, even if he loses the rest of the game. He's board coming along now. He's got some additional components. Still has to pop his anvil and place some items, though.
Giant Slayer.
Yeah, that's good, but the Eater gets suffered. However, look at this Lee Sin. This is like 6-7 seconds that he just did not attack a single time. That buys a lot of time for Pocky, and that does make a big difference in the fight. That Udyr is just going to be able to shred through this guy. Not even close. Waging going to take a big chunk from that, and Pocky going to stay alive.
I think Pocky made a great optimization there too. I was looking at his board before, wondering if there was a way for him to fit 4 trick shot. The DPS output of Kai'Sa is so much higher when you're able to get the 4 trick shot in. The fact that he was kind of stuck playing 2 or 3 for a few rounds made me a little nervous, but he instead decides to drop just down to the 2 Bruiser and the 2 Behemoth between Orin and Udyr. Now all of a sudden, he not only has extremely strong damage output, but he has very high unit quality alongside it.
And look at
Re-replay lost 1 round. He is with 97 HP right now.
He took a call to Chaos. I'm trying to see.
I think it might have been rolls or gold, right? Something like that.
Yeah. He's actually so rich. Level 9
would make sense when you think about how he was able to stabilize his position. If it was some resource that he was able to spend right away, that would make sense that he just used all of it to try and stabilize, almost like finding a think fast augment from back in the earlier days in TFT.
Yeah, it looks like it might have been gold considering 5-2, level 9, 60 gold. That feels like he got a big influx of gold from somewhere. Prestivant not being able to find much front line, actually in trouble against Philip. Prestivant gonna lose this fight. I think he lives, but just barely. And Koala Espelto, another player who's on the bubble, down to 2 HP kind of out of nowhere. Lost a bunch of rounds in a row, and now he's in big trouble. Prestivant needs to go first, and I think considering Pocky's board, it's not gonna happen. I think Prestivant's hopes are dashed, but can Koala just survive for a couple more placements? It's gonna be tough. It's all around the Bard.
Oh man, it's incredibly difficult. We talked, Ken, about how Bard really is enabled by the artifacts, and it feels like without those artifacts online, it just doesn't have that same cap.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the best composition for the last game of the day. Needing a good position to stay to play tomorrow, and he is against Polygon, who is really strong. I think that's the end for Koala.
Yeah, I mean, look at this Udyr. It's just going to regen back to full. Has the Radiant Bloodthirster. Gets on the Bard. And goodbye, Bard. Goodbye, Koala. Not going to make the top 8, but what an incredible run overall. A great set for Koala as well, winning the 2nd cup and then being able to make it all the way here on a deep run into the Golden Spatula. Very likely a top 10, top 12 performance here.
Yeah, nobody has a performance like that by accident. Koala proving himself time after time this set, why he should be considered among the best of Brazil, being able to win the Tacticians Cup #2, like you said, and make a deep run in the hardest field. It's going to be a sad send-off for our Brazilian star, but a great run nonetheless.
Yeah, of course. He really did play well for the set, entirely set, and now, sadly, is the last game for this set for him, but we know how good he can play. We know what he can do, but for someone to win, someone has to lose, and that's the time for Koala.
The head-to-head of our 2 Fortune players here. You look the front line from Pocky, infinite better, but when we look at the itemization on the back line for Prestivant, that is some ridiculous damage that he is able to put out. It's a question of, can his front line hold on long enough against Pokygom? I don't know if it can. And that Udyr is terrifying as it tries to get to the back line, but it's dealing with all of these trick shots. The front line's just kind of gone for Prestivant, but one more cast from Zaya. It's a little bit too late. And the Udyr makes all the difference. Prestivant gonna go down, and his tournament will be ended by Pokygom.
Wow, that Udyr gets onto the front line of Prestivan and just melts it alongside that Kai'Sa. And even though Prestivan's Kai'Sa was able to target down that Kai'Sa with the trick shot bounce, it wasn't enough. The output, that front line from Pokygom proves true, and he remains in this lobby with a strong chance at a top 8 finish and his first return to the finals of a regionals since set 5.
The game is real solid right now. With this Kai'Sa, with that Udyr, he's a monster, smashing the back and the front line when he can. And the problem is, I don't know if anyone has been strong enough to deal with that Udyr and that Kai'Sa. Maybe we are seeing the game that Pokygom again is going with 6 HP and will be second, or maybe that time the first place.
Yeah, what a beautiful pivot into Fortune by Pokygom, and it's made it all the way to what looks like it could be a top 4. So Bio goes down. He had 52 points. I think that's Bio's tournament as well.
Yeah.
Only taking a 5th. It's not going to get there. He really needed a 1st or a 2nd to get it done. Pocky with a top 4 being at 55 points coming in. That should probably wrap it up for Pocky, but he probably wants one more placement for good measure if he can get it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's guaranteed yet. Pocky was in that top 8, was on the very bottom though, right? He is the bubble right now. So I think if you're Pocky, you're happy with the top 4, but you're not sweating anymore if you can lock in that 1st or 2nd. So Pocky, I don't think he's done yet. I think we're going to see him really try and optimize his placement from here to see how we can get 1 or 2 more placements, or maybe just take the 1st.
Yeah, I mean, the player to really look at is going to be Replay, because Replay actually still probably needs a placement or 2 here to try and get that spot locked up.
Yeah, and we are seeing the Pokygom as he's Echo. He's going through getting more gold and maybe going through the level 10. Let's see if what he's going to do.
All right, taking a look at both Weijin and Pocky as they get started. Pokygom, let's see who comes in. Replay's Reaper board. This can be a pretty tricky matchup if the Kayn is able to get into the backline alongside the Yone, but there's so much front line there between the dummies and the Udyr and the rest of those bruisers that I think it stalls for enough time. Yeah, we're seeing it now. They're targeting it down. That Kayn is strong, but it will fall. Replay takes another hit. Weijin falls, guaranteed top 3 for Pokygom, and you have to imagine that's enough for the King of New York to find his place in the finals.
That has to be it, right? 55 points. He's going up to at least 61 here. That hits that initial range, and we thought, if anything, it'd be a little bit lower, not higher. So this has got to feel good for Pocky to be able to hold the spot. And now it's really Replay. 53 points coming into this. He held on to so much HP. He probably can never beat Pocky based on what we just saw, but he just has to out-survive Philip, and Replay should have a good shot coming in at 60 points.
And one more point, Pocky goes through the level 10. He's level 10 now, more stronger than the last round. Let's see if anyone can beat him.
Right, with 4 Bruiser online now, he truly fills out that front line. You see that Udyr, who has been the saving grace of this cash out, just gets into the back line. Philip's snipers are gone. Philip 1 Amumu away from 3-starring that Amumu from what it seems though, so does still have an opportunity to outcap his board, but Pocky is just looking so strong. This is a guy who time and time again has made top 8 at the first cup of nearly every single set, and when regionals comes around, he's been day 1 to every single time since set 5, but finally he's been able to click and show that late set Pocky can be just as good as early set.
Replay, so much HP, lost another fight there in between, probably to the ghost of Pokygom. Gonna be taking another beating from his buddy over on the other side. Pokygom getting a lot done, but if Philip can fall to the ghost, then Replay shouldn't have to worry too much anymore. And I think that this HP buffer, considering the power of Pokygom, is gonna be too much for Philip to overcome. And we might be seeing, look, I was saying I wanted the big 4 to all make it in. And Replay looks like he's going to be securing a spot as long as he outlives Philip, which at 1 HP, I think he's going to lock that down. This could happen, Gangly. It's all down to what happened in the other lobby with Dish Soap.
That's right. We don't know exactly what the placements are required for each individual player, but yeah, Replay just being 2 points behind the bubble. And you also have to keep in mind, one of the players ahead of him was Koala, the player who went out 7th in this lobby. So we talked about it before. The players have the opportunity to improve their placements, but have a direct input or output of how the rest of the players will fare for the rest of the day. As we're left now with the top three tri-state representatives left in the tournament, 2 of them fighting for their spot in the finals, and Replay finding 2 really big hits to try and outcap his board after his 3-loss streak. Question is it enough to deal with a fortune cash out like Pocky?
Replay changed a little of his composition. He puts a Rakan with 2 stars. Let's see if it's enough for against Philip. Maybe he can win, but let's see when he got against Pokemon.
All right, there's the fight. Replay against Philip. He can just lock it down now and get his 2nd place, and he's definitely got it. Philip goes down. Pocky not likely to lose. This should just be him beating up on Replay for a little while, but we'll see if the cap out of getting to level 10 for Replay can do enough. I was thinking maybe the out was like a 3-star Kane, and we're just so far away from that, so I don't know if it's happening. But even then, 2nd place, 60 points. That should be able to do it for Replay. We're not going to call it definitively, but we have to be feeling good if we're in either of these players' shoes that these placements should be enough to lock things down and make that top 8.
This has been a huge set for Replay. Going into this, there were still all these questions in set 10 about whether Replay truly deserved to be among the big 3. And now at this point, through his performance in set 11, he's surpassed Wajan Iverson in Disc Open career AVP. He has silenced that entire conversation, is now putting himself in a spot to potentially make the finals. And actually, whoa, this fight got very close. I was very scared for a moment. The Kane was able to get onto the Kaisa, but the Udyr and the Xayah keep it close. Pacquiao takes another win. It actually doesn't seem like he's invulnerable.
Yeah, but it's the deer, baby. Even if you get in the back line, you got to deal with the deer. I don't know if he's gonna get that done at all, but it's just a little bit closer there. And so maybe there's some little cracks in the armor here. And if the wrap comes a little bit earlier, then maybe the Kane can actually get it done in the 1v1.
Yeah, Replay maybe can have an army, but Pokégon has an Udyr, and that Udyr is smashing everything he see on his front.
All right, anvils will be popped from the 2 of these players. See which of them. That's the nice thing about them both being level 10. They both have opportunities to cap out their board with high-quality units who can utilize additional items. Cash, you called out the Kane 3 being an option. He's 2 away. He is 1 away. The question
does he have 2 lives? No, it's 1 life, right?
He might be 1 life. It depends exactly where his health is, but no.
Sell for it,
looks like
sell for it.
It's sold.
He is selling. He misses.
Yeah. Sell more for it. Sell more for it. He doesn't
survive, maybe.
Yeah, can he live from 21? I think if it's like 1 unit loss or something like that, it's maybe doable, but I don't know if that's going to happen. It looks like his whole board is just evaporating. Udyr gets on the Kane. Udyr just a little too strong. Gonna take him out. That's gonna do it, I think. Pacquiao takes down Replay. Pocky should be locking it up with that first. What a brilliant pivot into the fortune. Even when Prestivan was in the line, the confidence to do that and then pull it off. Pacquiao, what an incredible play.
Set 7 regionals day 1, set 8 regionals day 1, set 9 regionals doesn't make it, set 10 regionals gets day 1. Pocky for so long has been considered at his peak to be not only capable, but expected to be among the most elite of TFT in the entire world. There is nothing in this moment that makes me happier than to see a Pacquiao at the very top, a Tri-State top 3 to round at the final day. Tri-State's got a good chance of going to Worlds. We got 1 championship under our belt, and Pacquiao, a Tactician's Crown winner already at this point in time. It's an amazing feat to see Pocky overcome his demons this set, have an incredible run, and now he's going to have the opportunity to prove himself even more in the final day tomorrow. So that's going to do it, Cass and Ken, for our jobs on the show. I'm going to give you a second though, Cass. Ken, any thoughts before we end ourselves on the day?
Look, I'm just waiting for those standings with bated breath, because for me, that big 4 in top 8 is such a big dream. It is so exciting because in my brain, I'm like, is there a world that we send the big four to the championship as a squad? That would be absurd, right? And so I'm just sitting here waiting and hoping that that can be the storyline that we get to at the end of this weekend.
What can I say? That's if the game is that we are seeing today is that hype, imagine tomorrow, and with the prize that we are seeing that Polygon got already, I'm going to send him the bill of my hospital because my heart doesn't handle that.
All right, Ken, thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break. When we get back, we'll have Hoope and Necra breaking down that game and giving us the standings on who will advance to the top 8 of the Golden Spatula, Set 11, Inkborn Fables. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a minute.
Era a minha primeira final de um regional e chegar assim, ganhando o jogo foi algo que me marcou muito e me mostrou que eu sou capaz de estar entre os melhores mesmo. Olá, meu nome é Pedro, mais conhecido como Bapizeira, e eu jogo TFT desde 7.1. Desde criança eu sempre gostei muito de competir e é algo que move muito a minha vida, a competição, eu tô sempre querendo ganhar. E eu acho que o TFT eu encaixou muito pra mim, sabe? Me encontrei muito no TFT porque é uma forma de você evoluir, de você melhorar como jogador, muito individual, né? Porque é um jogo de individual. E eu acho que foi perfeito pra mim. Bom, eu comecei a jogar jogos competitivos, acho que no console. Comecei ali no FIFA, no Rainbow Six. E depois que eu parti pro computador, foi mais pelo LoL até chegar no TFT, né? O que me torna único, eu acho que talvez a forma que eu me planejo pros campeonatos. Eu sinto que é o meu foco principal, ter uma estratégia bem traçada e algo bem pessoal pra mim mesmo, tipo... enxergar as comps do meta e saber o que dá certo pra mim, sabe? Acho que é isso. Minha grande inspiração, acho que com certeza.
That's it. That's day number 2. Hope-san, we are here to break down the 6th and final game of day 2 of the America's Golden Spatula before we determine our final 8 players that are made it forward to compete on the final day tomorrow. That 6th game, the whole story going into that game was what are our players in the bubble actually going to do to try to achieve their goal of making it to that final lobby, and every one of those players took a very different approach.
Yes, for sure. We got a replay going full tempo, Bio also tempo with Kane, and Polygon and Koala a little more risky. Polygon taking up the first play as we see in the board with a very fortunate composition that he had. He had the Ari augment or encounter that helped him so much, and this is very relevant to the archetype of Polygon, really risking to get the first place and improving his composition, preferably with what the people or what the comps is giving to him. Bad news for Relic, he was already eliminated. Koala, who was also there in the bubble, didn't make it. Necra, so a 7th place for him. The same as Sobayo, he will beat maybe in the cut, but I believe it will not be enough. Weishan again with a great performance. And Philip, impressing of us with a failure 3-star, also having a great performance. And one of the V4 here, again, replay with his gain. One of the best comps he's been handling, also with a great 2nd place.
Yes, unfortunately, probably not going to be enough there. Taking a look at Koala's spot with the Bard, and also just looking at maybe where we ended up seeing Bio end up, as you said, 2 of those players that were really hoping to have good performances to push themselves in the final lobby. But who knows where that point cutoff is going to be for those top 8 players. Pokygon, though, I just want to circle back to this because you called out something really important, Coupe, and that is that Pokygon is so good at being able to navigate really tough positions in order to actually turn these risky spots into first places. And something that he did so well during that game, as we were sitting backstage talking about, well, he has set 2 on his board. Why would he give that up in order to fish for something better? And that something better was the Udyr that was able to grab that Radiant Bloodthirster plus the Giant Slayer and the Titan's Resolve to just wreak havoc in these backlines.
Totally, it's a comp that normally resembles against Kai'Sa and Saya, but the wing more of Udyr was capable of giving him the first place. Let's see a little more about the highlights of this Game 6, and we're preparing the table, Necra, to know who are the 8 that we're advanced to tomorrow. We see here Relic. He tried to go for a Lucky Pause. It's a comp that haven't been performing a lot, haven't been utilized a lot, but he had a good spot for it. Regretfully, only an 8th was enough for him. Pressed even risking out with the Crest of Fortune. It's very difficult to pivot out of it, so he and Pokygon were doing Fortune at the same time, so maybe the face-off of each other was very penalizing for each, and we see that Pokygon was a lot more strong, and finally Koala, Prestiven turns out to be in the bot 5.
Yeah, I mean, Prestiven, just such an unlucky position to have to contest each other. Prestiven got the cash out first as well, was able to find early Kai'Sa, was hoping to be able to convert that over into a better placement, especially being at that 50 points cutoff. Maybe a first place would have been able to actually get him into this final lobby. But as we started to wind down towards the end of this 6th game, replay Philip and Pokygon were the 3 players left remaining, and Pokygon was just handedly taking these fights. There was absolutely nothing that was going to stop him and get in his way with this Udyr. But let's take a look at our standings. Coupe, we're going to take a look at our bottom 8 players first, and unfortunately, Eco Illusions just not able to get there to that spot we were talking about, and it will also be Altanawe in this bottom 8 as well.
For sure. Remember, Ego Illusion was in the race between him and Batsera for the first spot, so Batsera is the one who gets it, and Altanawe with this placement also gives the spot to Michael. We lose Bruce Lol, Wilf, Relic, David, and Asea. Great performance from them throughout all the sets, and amazing tacticians that really resemble and are able to represent the region. We are now surpassing to the top for the rest of the players, Necra, to see how they have been performing. Remember, only 8 are the ones who qualified, and these will be the ones that will have for tomorrow. Weishan as the top leader for their 2nd day consecutive, and Elso Luca closing it out, the top 3, also including Grea, and we have Michael in the 1st place representing Latam.
Wow. I mean, if you take a look at the way that this final lobby has shook out, 61 points is going to be how Sox is able to get into this 8th place spot. Sox and Michael already have spots at the Tactician's Crown as well. So this could be really interesting when we take a look at who else can qualify through, placing 1st through 4th in the standings for the Golden Spatula, and also who can make it first with that average placement. So Weijin Iverson, Yuso Lucas, and Grea all having great shots to make it there through their total AVP over the course of this tournament.
Yeah, regretfully for replay, it was not enough. Yeah. Necro.
I was gonna say, we now get a chance to see like where that cutoff was. It's actually a tiebreaker, Houpe.
Yeah, amazing. The tiebreaker, we need to remember, is top 1 plus top 4. So actually Setsuko gets there in the bubble in the 9th place. one of the big fours falls out and doesn't get to the final lobby, so we will not have him in the Tactician Crown. Jaden Zelinsky with a great performance throughout the set. Replay, we thought it would be enough with this representation, but he just got outside the cutoff. Slooper from Brazil, Koala, they were, including Sobayo, Necro, they were very high. They were always in the top 8, but couldn't be able to clutch it out in the end, so we lose them, including Philip and Prestiven are the final 8 that are this close to get to the final lobby. So now let's get prepared for tomorrow. Before, I think we'll have an interview very promptly, but we can still talk about the players and how they were performing. I want to shout out Michael, I want to shout out again Sox, and for their representation and the possibility for them to advance directly to the finals, and Babsera, that even though he was eliminated on day 1, he should be happy in his home because he knows he's going to World with the qualifier points representative from Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, knowing that Babsera has made it and we know which players are making it to the Tactician's Crown based on qualifier points, 2 of which are in that final lobby, Hupe, everyone in the final lobby is going to make it to the Tactician's Crown except for 8th place. That's a lot to play for tomorrow.
That's actually a lot. Yeah, for sure. Especially, I think it will happen when, because the 2 of the qualifier points are already confirmed, and we need 5 more. So it's actually, as you said, it will be a tough competition tomorrow, not getting 8th. I think we've never had such competition, so it will be very interesting. What will be the gameplay? Will they be going for a top 4? We will be seeing less fortune. I don't think Pokégon likes that archetype. Poké here, he only needed a 4th. In the end, he needed a little more, and he decides to cash out again to get more fortune in. So I love that type of archetype of player. And I think they will keep pushing for the first place. Being the first champion of America is also good for the curriculum. And now that all the teams are looking for teams, they're looking for study groups, is also great for them. So I really hope that tomorrow we'll get the best level of TFT with these competitors and tacticians.
Not to mention that the prize pool is going to increase for every single placement that all of these players can get. $14,000 going to first place alongside the glory, as you mentioned, Jupe. But we do have Yuso Lucas with us on the line to celebrate their performance today in day number 2. Yuso Lucas, hi, how are you? And congratulations on your performance today.
Oh, hello, thank you. I'm very happy.
We're so happy to have you. Yuso Lucas, you've been in the running for the best average placement over the course of the tournament so far. What type of chance do you think you have to make it to the Tactician's Crown based on tomorrow's results?
Yeah, I not saw the score sheet until the end. I saw this just on the last game, and I did not know that I was second. And I think I have very high chances to go towards for the 3rd time.
Totally. Lucas, I wanted to ask you about your study group. We see a trend in the Brazilian aspect that you are very good at AP. You play the Lux line, you play the Lilia line. Lilia is not easy to be played. Normally it's a comp that is default when you don't get anything else. Did you have some type of preparation, special preparation with the Brazilian team or maybe more team? And could you talk about the importance of that in your gameplay, either your performance or the mental?
Or about Lilia, I think it's the only.
And about your study group, yes.
Yeah. About Lilia, I think it's the only Farkas that I think is reliable right now, and I was very comfortable to play. But I prefer to play 2 cost carries this patch. Okay. But about my study group, I think we did some preparation with the other Brazilians that are in Golden Spatula. But I really like to study by my own, and I think it's about this.
Well, in terms of the final 8 for tomorrow, Toddy has also joined you from Brazil. How do you rate Toddy as a player? Are you excited to see him there with you?
Yeah, I played with him with so many Pro Legends, that is the Brazilian regionals that is called. And he is a very talented player. He is also the bigger streamer in Brazil. So I'm happy to share this final lobby with him. I'm very happy that he made it. Yesterday, I think we finished the day with 4 Brazilians, and I did not see how it ended for them. I see that they did not pass, but I'm very happy that he made it. and very happy to play with him this final lobby.
Lucas, you're one of the most consistent players of the region, not only from Brazil, from Total America. You have the possibility of going for the third time to the Tactician Crown. Any recommendation for aspiring player of TFT? Because every time we see that the elite of TFT is always going to Worlds and is almost the same name. Do you feel like there's also an open space for newcomer talent, such as Babsera, that we started healing here like last year, and now he's performing very well? Do you have any recommendation for aspiring players that want to enter into the competitive scene of TFT?
I think if you're really passionate about the game, it's worth that you give a little more time, and I think you need to give a fair amount of time, and I don't know. I think you really need to spend time in this, and yeah, for sure there's space for new talents, like you said, Babsera, that. It was incredible, this patch, or this entire set, and for sure, yeah, it for sure had space for new talents. You just need to give enough time to it.
Okay, so work hard, study hard, and maybe they get a chance to be
Yes,
like you.
Perfect.
Do you have any shout outs you want to give, Lucas? Any, I don't know, you can have your space now, is your moment. You can say hello to anyone, maybe regards to someone, a study group, anything you want, or any message to the community.
Yeah, I need to thank the Brazilian players for the study group in this final rush, and for all my supporters that is always on my stream, giving me motivation to continue. I really need to thank them for this, and yeah, I'll try to make these words.
So we're so excited for you, Yuso Lucas. You've set yourself up so well for tomorrow that we are wishing you the best of luck, that you can continue that success. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It would be amazing to see Yuso Lucas go to the Tactician's Crown for the third time. Hope says sometimes third time is the charm to be able to get it done. So we're really looking forward to how he, as well as the rest of that final 8, are going to perform tomorrow.
Totally. Michael is already confirmed also on the third time going to World. Sox also on the third time. So now it's a commodity. It's very difficult to be in Worlds 3 times, and we have so much players that are actually making. So the elite of TFT every time so far now, Necra, making a presence. So actually the professionalism that these players has made it to the game, Yuso Lucas told him, it's about time committed. If you're efficient with the time, if you have a good study group, if you actually can make good practice about it, you can get to this position. So the invitation is for everyone that loves this game to at least try to make it in the competitive scene, and also to have a study group. Even with people of similar level that you have, you will also have more fun playing the game, and you will be able to get knowledge from all places, not only by yourself.
That's very true. Even if sometimes you do study a lot by yourself. I know Dish Soap, also one of those players that tends to also practice on his own, but still such smart students of the game. Volpe, this makes me so excited now that our stage is set for our final 8 players to play through that final lobby tomorrow. We thank you all so much watching this broadcast, for joining us today, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Our pre-show will start at 3:30 p.m. Eastern or 12:30 p.m. Pacific, and then that first game of the final day will start on the hour. Thank you all so much, and we'll see you tomorrow for the final day of the America's Golden Spatula to see who else we're sending to the Tactician's Crown, the World Championships.
Wow.